Welcome to the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, where we bring together top SCCA road racers from around the country to compete in the premier amateur road racing series. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest racetracks in North America, showcasing our 27 car classes and packing a ton of wheel-to-wheel action to every event. You can now enjoy the live stream coverage of Hoosier Super Tour events on site or from the comfort of your own home. For those details, go to scca.com/live. We are live at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit for the Green County, it says country here, Green County Grand Prix of the Hoosier Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Brian Bielanski. Larry Lefty MacLeod is with me. How you doing, my friend?
I am spectacular this morning. I'm ready for another day of racing. This is going to be a lot of fun. Looks like the weather's even a little bit better today. Maybe get a little bit warmer this afternoon. This is what it's all about. It's exciting.
Well, I got my second, getting ready to start my second tall cup of coffee. 29 degrees this morning, still wearing shorts, yes, folks. That is my signature, and we are here. It is a beautiful sunny day. You can see shadows, Larry.
Wow. I feel like a groundhog.
Exactly. Another 24 days of winter, right, or something?
Yes.
We've got our first group this morning. This is our super touring and our tiny touring group. T1 is with the ground pounders, but so we've got super touring light, super touring under, touring 2, 3, and 4, and this is the second qualifying session of the weekend for these guys. So the way this is working, folks, is the qualifying times from yesterday, the race times from yesterday, and the qualifying times from this morning. The best time of those three sessions is how we're going to set the grid for this afternoon's races. And we're back up here. We got the Porsche Caymans out there early, setting a good time so far. Again, this is our out lap, so the time really doesn't mean anything at this moment. But and it's cold. It is cold.
Oh, yes, it is.
That looks very much like a cold tire issue there at the exit of turn 1.
A front drive car with cold rear tires.
That's right. And they got to do our iRacing team protocols here and get someone on the radio. Cold tires, cold tires, cold tires.
He's still trying to get some heat in any of those four as fast as he can as he comes down through 2.
Yeah, I don't know that that's the best way to get heat going sideways through the infield.
Well, yeah, the grass won't do it, but if you can slide that way on the track, they'll heat up.
Oh, that's true. That's true. It'll also give them a nice flat spot, and that's good too. So, anyway, the weather, other than the temperature, could not be better. There's very little wind today, although I do see that flag flying again like it was yesterday. But when I got here this morning, it certainly didn't seem like there was a ton of wind. But yeah, we're here, we're doing it, and we're having a good time with it. So.
We certainly are. This would be a good time here this morning. These are a little bit shorter than yesterday, right? These qualifying sessions?
I have to look, but you could be right.
I think they're 15 instead
of
20 we had yesterday. So this is get out there, warm things up, warm being the key word. Get a lap in if you didn't get one in any of the sessions that you felt was your good lap. Now you get your chance to do that this morning, but we get the bigger races this afternoon.
Yeah, and early these first half a dozen, these first couple sessions definitely, and maybe all of the sessions this morning, I don't imagine people are going to turn faster times than they did yesterday during the race because the weather was perfect during the race yesterday, and the temperatures were warmer at that point in time, so the tires got heat faster. So this may just turn out to be kind of a glorified warm-up session for most of these drivers.
Yeah, I suspect that's a lot of it what it is. If anybody did any tweaks to the car last night after those races, right, this is your chance to, if they've done a nut and bolt, let's just make sure it's all sort of tied together.
Sure.
There were a couple of cars that had some mechanical issues during the races yesterday. I'm sure they've got those fixed. Today will be a chance to try those out before they have to go at it for 35 minutes or 27 laps. Is that what the number is this afternoon?
I believe that is 100% correct. 35 and 27. Yep.
All right. God, it looks just beautiful this morning, though.
It is. Oh. It is. It's a little crisp, but it's nice. All right, so our first hot lap, a name we talk about a lot, Denny Stripling, is our fast car with a 128.4, and I guarantee you they were faster in the race yesterday than a 128.4. So, but yeah, like I said, it's good time to get out there and kind of warm the thing up and make sure it's all where it's supposed to be. Make sure nothing's leaking.
Right. That's the big key. Make sure it's all together.
Exactly.
I don't
Exactly.
recall seeing Denny Stripling in this group yesterday, so
You
I'm
know,
wondering if that car wasn't running for him yesterday.
yeah. Well, he also said so he has two cars or two car numbers in this group. 88 car and a 188 car, both BMW M2s. So I'm not sure exactly what the deal is. Maybe he's just running this one today.
The 188 yesterday was piloted by Judson Holt.
Okay. And I don't see that car. That car hasn't turned a lap yet. Oh, well, it is showing sector times now. All right, well, let's keep and see how this all comes together, and we'll figure that out as we go. 9.5 minutes, or 9 minutes and 10 seconds left in the session. I guess that would make this a good time to call folks to the grid and do our break. So let's get that going here. Attention the paddock, attention paddock. Group 2 cars to the grid, Group 2 cars to the grid. And we'll take our break. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant, customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. Realizing Hoosier's existence and continued success is dependent upon how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see one of our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Tire racing dealer nearest you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly designed for champions.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for the Sports Car Club of America. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Learn more at Hagerty.com. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit HawkPerformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Welcome back to the Green Country Grand Prix, Lefty. You know this guy, legend Rocky Entrican, just corrected me. Green Country, which
He's good for that, by the way. Rocky's
is.
always good to make sure the facts are accurate, as he is a statistics genius and loves the accuracy of the names and titles and everything. Rocky's a good guy.
Yes, or as my wife likes to say to me, how do you have all that useless junk stuffed in your brain? Anyway, the Green Country Grand Prix, apparently that's what this region of Oklahoma is referred to. And there is no Green County. Hallett is in Pawnee County. So I'm now correct. And I appreciate Rocky for getting us there. All right, 5 minutes and 50 seconds to go here. And Denny Stripling still on top.
SCCA Hall of Famer.
Yes,
Rocky
absolutely. Absolutely. Denny Stripling still on top of the leaderboard. Mike Taylor second. Scott Sewell third. So Stripling's in a T2 car. Taylor's in an STL car. Sewell in T2, and then William Knight in the STL car is in third at the moment. Now keep in mind when I say that, it could be, this doesn't necessarily mean how they're going to start, because we're taking the 3 sessions together today. And I don't have an aggregate timing board.
Yeah, that would take math.
Yeah, and some computer programming and other stuff.
But like you had mentioned earlier, most likely the times they set yesterday morning could have been their fastest. They may have gone a faster lap in the race. So if they did, then that becomes their qualifying time. likely this morning it's only if they didn't race in these classes yesterday or really had the car wasn't running right yesterday and today they finally got it. That's about the only time they're going to shake up the order.
Right. So I do like this class because looking at the cars in this class, you've got a BMW M2, an Acura Integra, a Porsche Cayman, a Mazda MX-5, and Nissan 370Z. I just like the fact there's so many different marks in this class, in this race. If you like this is your classic multi-class setup here, and I just like it when all the different manufacturers are racing against each other.
Yeah, it's great to see that, and these are obviously being in the touring and the Super Tuner. These are the ones that are closest to what you drive on the street.
Correct.
The Super Tourings and the Tourings, where it's a series of bolt-ons things. These are not your production cars. These are not just tube frame silhouettes or anything like that. These yesterday could have been something they drove, off the showroom floor. Honestly, some of these could still be cars that are driven on the streets. Occasionally, you will see people will drive their touring cars to the event and drive it home.
This is as close to the tuner world as we get in the SCCA.
Yeah.
You can some of these cars have the bolt-on induction systems and coilovers and stuff like that. This is as close as we get to the tuner world here in the club. So.
Yeah, very cool stuff. And it's neat then when you get into the racing, because they obviously being closer to production as they were released on the showroom floor means they make speed different ways. And so some are definitely going to be faster in certain types of corners than others, and some are definitely going to have more power than others. It's sort of the name of the game, but that makes it very interesting when you have got a track like this, which kind of flows. You're going to see some of that ebb and flow as the cars with the power, but maybe not the handling, are going to go blowing down the straights, and those that are a little bit more nimble are going to catch them in the twisties, and I think that's always cool.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Attention to the paddock. Group 2 cars to the grid. Group 2 cars to the grid. That is our F6 and FF group. Formula 6, Formula F cars to the grid for your qualifying session. These are going to go by really fast this morning, so we got to get all that business in here to get everybody and keep the schedule going. So, still Denny Stripling up front. Lefty, he is fast in everything he drives.
He does seem to be. That's why he's not part of the 3 fast guys. He's just a Denny.
He's just a Denny, exactly.
He's a league on his own.
Exactly.
Very fast out there today, running in that BMW. Obviously, I expect to see him later also in his traditional Spec Racer Ford that he won the race yesterday in.
Yep. So if you're looking at our timing pylon, the colors on the left correspond to the classes. So our T2 cars have the yellow colors. I think our the group before had the red colors. And that works out really well when they show us the overall, and you can see the different colors of the classes. Also, you see there at the top, right there, it's Robert Schrader. His name is in purple. That means that he's the fastest lap in that class. And then when we show the overall, the purple car is the fastest lap overall. So that's how you decipher the pylon. If you are a fan of Formula One and you think that looks a little familiar, well, there's a reason for that. Trying to keep everything so that fans of different races can hop on and say, "Oh, I know what purple means." But that's how we do it. And there's a car with maybe he's trying to test for rallycross.
I think that was Jones in the number 30, if I've got that
Okay.
right. Camden Jones, one of our MX-5 Global Cup cars, running in T3.
I think he was on a production podium yesterday, wasn't he?
Yes, I believe he had just edged out the other Global MX-5 Cup car in Heitman to take that 3rd spot in that production class. But both of them running in both the T3 as well as the production groups. So getting lots of seat time here this weekend.
Yep, absolutely. So, and Camden Jones from Tyler, Texas, the home of Hall of Famer Earl Campbell, one of the best running backs in the history of the NFL. Again, the stupid stuff I have lodged in my head.
You got to be careful. You're in Oklahoma. You're in enemy territory. You start talking about those Texas guys, with any
I know. I
any sort of
know.
reference.
I know.
They'll come get you.
But I saw an Oklahoma plated car yesterday, just decked out completely in Dallas Cowboy stuff.
Ooh.
So I guess maybe that's their closest team anyway.
I think the pros are different. You get into that college rank stuff, and
That's
it
true.
gets pretty intense.
That's true. All right, our checkered flag is going to come out here. I think next car by. Our fastest cars in this session, our top 2 cars, Denny Stripling in a T2 car with a fast lap of 1:22.6. And that was his last lap. So obviously the tires get warmer. Last lap's best lap. And William Knight in the STL car is in second. And the third place car is in is Mike Taylor in the STL Acura Integra. So, all right, Lefty, let's take a break and we'll get everything reset. We'll be ready for group number 2 in just a few minutes. Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 2 to the grid, Group 2 to the grid. Formula F, Formula 6 to the grid for your qualifying session. Welcome back to the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, live from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit, the Green Country Grand Prix. Lefty and Brian, we're having a good time, my friend. It's chilly, but it's good. I don't hear Larry.
I'm here. Yep.
Oh, okay.
I am definitely here, just checking on the dogs. Yes, it is definitely chilly, but it looks so pretty on all the camera shots, and that's always good to see. So it looks warmer, and so anybody who's sitting at home watching from around the country or around the world, they're just seeing nice and bright and sunny. To them, it's like 75 and sunny.
That's
so
right.
You're the only one feeling the chill.
That's true. That's true. So I have a long-standing tradition, Lefty, of whenever I hear dogs on a race broadcast or a podcast, I ask the name. So what are the names of the dogs?
My dog I've had now for about 7 years. His name is Monzi, named after the racetrack Monza.
Very nice.
So that's his name. We picked up a rescue about a year ago. Her name is Jersey. She's a little Boston Terrier. And then my daughter's dog is with us here this morning, and it's a mixture of a Pomeranian and an Aussie Shepherd. It's a fascinating dog named Lotus.
Nice.
And he's mostly black with like these golden sections of fur, and he looks like the Lotus F1 livery.
Beautiful.
It was like the perfect name for him. So yes, that's my dog. So
we have a Shelby named for the greatest race car engineer of all time.
Perfect.
So Black Lab. Anyway, we're back to racing action here. 13 minutes left to go, and we've got our Formula cars out right now. And as not surprised because of the temperature and because of what's going on with these cars and combining all the qualifying sessions, we do not have a lot of takers this morning for this session at the moment. 3 cars on the racetrack, 2 Piper Formula 4s and a KBS MK7 F6 car. We've got Matt Boyan, Cameron Reed, and Timothy Freist is out there right now. Probably just making sure everything's working fine, because you're not going to learn a whole lot this morning with the temperatures and everything.
No, you're definitely not but you are going to go out there just more learning of the track. So if you don't know the track, although there's more opportunity, you're going to get another couple of laps around here. And having met and talked to Cameron Reed a little bit at the runoffs last year, I'm sure her and her father both just kind of said, hey, we're at a racetrack. They're offering us a chance to go take laps. We're going to go because you're going to learn something. And, she's a young driver coming along. You never want to turn down an opportunity to go and learn and run a few laps. And as we got the camera there, you can see her out there with Matt Boyan running nose to tail as they're just kind of playing. They're doing some things, probably watching different lines as she's following him. I think that's a great opportunity to learn for a young driver.
Yeah, especially if you can get if they've had a discussion and they're literally working together. Except don't block your brakes like the car in front of you.
It's cold, isn't it?
There's also the what not to do learning. But if you actually can find a driver to do that with you, and if they're actually working, that's fantastic learning. And you really can't put a price on that. It's not like a sedan where you can put somebody in the passenger seat and they can walk you through it. In a Formula car, you kind of have to do it this way. You
can watch a lot of camera footage to try to get a sense of what's going on out there. But it is great to do lead follows in these kind of cars to be able to really understand line and technique, and you can watch the car pitch and yaw, and but I'm also watching that lockup was Matt Boyan, was not Cameron Reed. So Matt's the one pushing those brakes a little bit as those front tires are probably still a little bit cold, and Cameron's watching that, taking notes, going, oh, that's right, it's a cold morning, can't lock up the fronts, let's keep our eyes on that. And so it's great to see this dynamic of the young driver still out learning.
Well, and the other thing is, a lot of times they do it as the new driver follows the surly veteran. But it's also real important, and a lot of times people don't do this part, to get the veteran to follow the young driver so that the veteran can come back afterwards and say, or even if they're in the radios together, even better, they can say, I see you're doing this, do this differently, or maybe try this. And that's as close to real-time coaching as you can get. A lot of times people skip that part where the experienced guy follows the less experienced driver. And that's a really important way to do it. If you ever go to a professional driving school, they do that a lot, which is pretty cool. So 10 minutes and 8 seconds to go. Matt Boyan just went purple with the 128.199. I believe these cars were well into the low one, near 121, 122 yesterday, right? I'd have to pull that
I
up.
believe they were. Yeah, I'd have to pull up those results as well. And not surprising, it's just so cold. Track temps are still cold this morning, so yeah, they're not going to be able to get the grip. But consistency. Just watch them still turning quickest sections for each. In fact, Cameron Reed this lap just turned the quickest sector 1 by a little bit. So, and you can see the gap close. You can physically see how she's closing in on Matt out there as we've got the camera following them through their progression down to turn 6. She's closing up. We'll see what the sector 2 time pops up at here when they come through.
And much like yesterday, we're gaining temperature as well as the morning and the sun beats down a little bit, and it's up to 44 degrees. So a big gain in temperature. Sarcasm alert. But yeah, 44 is definitely better than 36, right?
Yeah, on a percentage basis, that's a huge increase.
Exactly.
Just watching Cameron there, so she apparently was on such a good lap that Matt went ahead, just pulled aside there between 6 and 7 and let her take the point. So this is probably going to be a pretty good lap if she can nail this turn 10 entry. And she's had a couple shots now with some heat in the tires. Probably going to crack into the 27s, maybe even a 26 at the rate she's increasing her pace.
How about a 24?
Holy mackerel, that is flying. It's a good lap here.
Yeah.
A lot of, so whatever she was doing to warm things up, she's feeling comfortable now.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Attention to the paddock. Group 3 cars to the grid. Group 3 cars to the grid. These are our ground pounders: GT1, GT2, GT3, GTX, A Sedan, and T1. Group 3 cars to the grid. Let's also take our break. We'll come back and have the green flag action to the end. You are watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Stay with us.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, brakes, and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts both on the street and on the track. As official tire retailer of Sports Car Club of America since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Mazda Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your race weekend with Mazda Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazda.com.
Summit Racing Equipment, the official high-performance source and proud sponsor of the SCCA Road Racing Program, is celebrating its 55th anniversary as the world's speed shop.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for the Sports Car Club of America. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Learn more at Hagerty.com. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant, customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. Realizing Hoosier's existence and continued success is dependent upon how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see one of our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Tire racing dealer nearest you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly designed for champions.
Back live at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Brian and Lefty doing their thing this morning. Looks like Timothy Freist did a legit installation lap. Went out, one lap, came back in, said, I'm done.
Yeah, I think so. Just wanted to make sure everything was all back together from whatever he did and decided that was enough.
Yeah, it's working, and I'm cold, and it's time to go in.
But Cameron and Matt are out there still clicking times. In fact, Cameron just got into the 23.2s as we came back from the break. So she's still, every sector, it seems, she's going a little bit quicker.
Yep. So, and the cool part is they've got very similar race cars. Both are Pipers, little different iterations of the cars. But so that's a lot of one-on-one kind of comparisons that they can make. It'll also be interesting if they have data on these cars, because if they come back afterwards, they can put the data of the two cars, overlay them in the computer, and they could get a lot of learning from that as well. A lot more data acquisition and being used these days in club racing and also knowledge, because it's one thing to get the data, and then it's a whole other thing to have no idea what to do with it. But that data and the knowledge is growing year by year here, and it's got to a price point where club racers can actually afford to do it.
That's the big key, I think, is the fact that it's a price point that everyone can start to afford to wire up the cars to get all the data they can tolerate to read. Years ago, when I was getting into solo, I didn't have any data, but I got a camera. I was like, okay, that's good data. I can see my inputs. I can kind of see what I'm doing. And when my son was coming along, we can now compare our videos. And then we started to. We got a particular software that works great for autocrossers, where we had some overlay of GPS now to go with our video, so we could see a bit of sector times, and we can kind of line them up and see what we're doing. Well, now we're starting to add the next level, because again, it's become so affordable. This year, we're going to have everything from RPMs overlaid with our video and with our run times, and then we're going to have throttle position, brake position, and steering position. So we're going to have more data than we know what to do with. But you're right, any setting now, when you got multiple drivers, is the real key. You can start to compare how is one driver doing through a sector, a couple of corners connected, and then what are they doing to get there. It's amazing what you can do, because it has become so affordable.
Yeah, absolutely. And, the other thing we have, and we don't have any here this weekend, but there's opportunities to take that video that you're talking about and put it on our live stream here. So if you are doing video in your cars in any of the Super Tours, please get a hold of us, and we'll work with you to try to get it up in the sky so that we can grab it and use it on the broadcast. Because when we put a live picture up on the broadcast, all the chat goes, "Oh my gosh, live pictures!" And we love live pictures, or in-car pictures.
In-car, yeah.
Yeah. So if you want to do that, let us know, and we'd be happy to do that. Get in touch with you can email us at supertourannouncers@gmail.com, and we'll get you connected with the people who are smarter than us that can help you with that. So that's cool. So we got about 2 minutes left here, 2.5 minutes left in the session. It's just the two cars out here doing their thing, Cameron Reed and Matt Boyan. And we had one other car out, did one lap and came in. So
Cameron's continuing to clip faster and faster as she's been out there. I believe yesterday afternoon in the race, she turned a 21.9. Quickest of all the FFs was in the 20s, if I got that right. But she's getting awfully close to her best as she continues to build heat in those tires, now at a 22.4 in this session. Another half a second and she'll eclipse what she had run yesterday in the race. So she's picking up time, and again, just clipped her best second sector. So and virtually matching her first. So this lap, she could in fact go even quicker than a 22.4 if she can nail this last sector here through 9 and 10.
Absolutely. Attention to the paddock. Attention to the paddock. Group 3 cars to the grid. Group 3 cars to the grid. GT1, GT2, GT3, GTX, A Sedan, and T1. Your cars should go to the grid. And look at that.
Yeah. That's our quickest of the weekend.
A 1:21.9. Cameron Reed. So, first lap on the day, 1:28. This last lap, 1:21.9. That's the way you get it done.
And the clock shows she's got enough to do 2 more laps if she wants, and she just did her session best first sector and best trap speed down there going into 2. So again, she's not done.
No, we could. I wouldn't be surprised to see this maybe get into the 120s.
Yeah.
Matt Boyan right now has the fast lap of his day, or not this last lap, but his fast lap is at a 1:23.5.
Run through what I know of the yesterday afternoon. A lot of these drivers in this group turned some of their quickest laps. The race winner, Cliff Johnson, did a 20.1. Matt Boyan ran a 20.2 yesterday. So what he's out there doing now, and maybe he was doing the lead and follow with Cameron for a while, he's lost touch with her on the track right now, but he was down in the 120s yesterday. Jay Messenger did a 20.8 yesterday, and now Cameron, yesterday she was at 21.998, now down to that 910, I believe.
Yep, now 21.3 was the last lap.
Yeah, another 0.6 as Matt Boyan looks like he's pulled in, but Cameron's going to go with one more, and this should be her last lap flyer of the session.
All right.
Based on the clock.
Looking at the sector times here, just hit a 105 105 mile per hour trap speed. Looking at the sector time, first sector was a little slower, so I don't think this is going to be a faster lap.
It's only about a tenth, so it's going to be
true.
close at least. It's going to be in the ballpark, and really, what this means to me is that she's closing in the pace that the front three was running yesterday. Now, I know the front three during the race got separated because of a kind of the mid pack. There was a spin,
Right.
and it kind of separated things. But I'm getting the feeling that Cameron's setting herself up to stick with that front pack in this afternoon's race and make it interesting in a 4 wide. She did go fast the second sector, so she's in the range at least to get into the 20s here on this lap if she can really nail these last couple of corners.
And here she comes for the last time across the checkered flag. What's it going to be? And our time is...
Not refreshing.
Not refreshing, exactly. Pregnant pause to wait for the timing and scoring system. And not refreshing.
It didn't.
There it is.
21.304.
Yeah, so just a couple hundredths of a second faster. Not quite into the 120s, but definitely improved over yesterday. And great job out there by Cameron Reed.
In these cold conditions, that's a
absolutely
fast lap.
That should bode well for when it's 20 degrees warmer after lunch. So, all right, that's going to do it for our second qualifying session. We'll take a short break. Since there's no cleanups, we'll be back quickly here for group number 3. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Brian Bielanski, Larry Lefty MacLeod here, and we're doing our ground pounders, Larry. A lot more cars in this group coming out to try to figure out this ice-cold racetrack, but we'll see what it all comes down to here. Looks like we've had at least 12 cars head out and cross the line, so this will be slightly more interesting. Oh, and we've already had a spinner here, it looks like. And that car is rolling backwards towards other cars. That car is smoking. There was a car smoking on the grid, Lefty, and I think that might be it. I wonder if that car has got oil and is spinning in his own oil. And I don't hear Lefty.
I am here. Sorry about that.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, so the car that spun, I'm not sure if that was the one that was smoking on the grid. If it is, I wonder what's going on with that car.
Yeah, we'll have to keep our eye on that. But this group, I tell you, yesterday it took them a while to get things heated up, but it got hot and heavy with these group in the race yesterday afternoon. That GT1 battle that came up right up until the last lap, with the last lap pass. Imagine this morning going out there as cold as it is, trying to get any kind of heat in these tires. So this is going to be an interesting session to see who stays out there long enough to finally get heat there if they can actually go fast.
Yeah, definitely. So our workers on the grid say that that car was smoking out of the tailpipe. It was not leaving anything behind on the grid. So that could have been just a coincidence of cold tires and a car giving a little tailpipe smoke. So
it could be a little bit, yep.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that as we go through the next 13 minutes of qualifying. And there we have our green flag now, and we should start getting some hotter laps.
I just watching this and going, okay, the Miatas at the back in the in those classes, they're okay with this. They're probably nice and less power, but these big ground pounders at the front are saying, no, I think 50% throttle's as far as it wants to go.
There's a whole lot of tiptoeing going on at the moment, and yeah, it's you know, these are being yeah, very careful driving at the moment.
Well, still with plenty of dirt kicking up there, coming off the edge of turn one.
Yeah, the first laps have been right in the 2-minute range.
Mm-hmm.
And that is not where they were driving yesterday in the race. Wow, it is so. I mean, it's like so slow.
It looks like a rain event. I mean, just the pace that they're going.
It looks slower than a rain event.
But it can't be rainy because Greg Ginsburg's not here this morning with us. He took all the rain to Summit this week.
He took all the rain to Summit, and I'm beginning to think he is the dark cloud that is following around the Super Tour. Sorry, Greg, not sorry. But yeah, beautiful weather this weekend, honestly. It just is. And for those of folks who are regulars here at Hallett, they are saying this is really as good as it ever gets in the spring at Hallett as far as temperatures and everything. So we've the weather gods have looked down upon us very nicely this weekend, and thank you.
Yeah. Well, Barry Bowes is getting on with the program as he's just clipped the 121.4, so that's starting to see the pace in his GT2 car. We got a few others out here starting to get down into the 120s, but a whole lot of 2-minute laps still trying to tiptoe through the tulips out there this morning, trying to wait and make sure the car sticks before you go too much of a go.
Michael Lewis is in the chat. Thank you, Michael. We miss you here this weekend, but we're glad to have you in the chat. Appreciate that. FVGNGM, not sure who that is, but thank you for being here. Weather Expert Gaming, so they're here as well. Thank you all for being with us early this morning for qualifying. Of course, stay tuned because we're going to come and do some racing this afternoon. Races start at 12:30 approximately Central Time today. So actually, I take that back. We have one race before lunch, and that's going to be at 10:55 this morning, and then we're going to take a lunch break and then come back around 12:30. So, and then we'll have our 6 races to take us to the end of the day. So that's the plan here, folks. We're glad to have you here. Appreciate it.
But not a ton of GT1 cars out there this morning. Was there enough?
That was a beautiful four-wheel drift through that corner. I think that's a Camaro. That was Sam Daniels in the A Sedan Camaro, and that was they were channeling their inner drift.
It's an A Sedan car, right? You just gotta throw them around and hang on for it.
That's right. Yeah, Eagle.
How they like it.
It'll catch. I hope.
But I'm saying not a lot of the GT1 cars out there this morning turning any kind of laps. I do see the Smiths out there, Tom Smith and Dane Smith. Dane, of course, led most of that race yesterday up until the end, and not quite sure what happened to him there on that last lap, but I think he's out there today, this morning, making sure the car is good, and then probably out looking for some revenge.
Yeah, I do have a little information. The shifter knob broke off the car.
Oh.
And that will catch you off guard.
A little bit, yeah.
That can create. Oh, did you see that wiggle?
That's him, I think.
That is him.
Yeah.
That was a big wiggle there. Yeah, that creates what we like to call a moment in the cockpit.
Yeah. Literally the shifter knob's in your hand and not attached to the car, and that can slow you down a little bit. So I'm sure he's out for revenge here this morning.
Yeah, and to check to make sure the shifter knob is connected.
One more torque to check to make sure that one's still on.
Exactly. Can we get a bigger Allen wrench, please? Anyway. He and the other Smith there, the only ones out in GT1 this morning. The rest of them decided it's a little too cold for those big motors. They'll be out later, I'm sure, for the race after lunch. Yep, absolutely. All right, 8 minutes and 10 seconds left in the session. Attention in the paddock, Group 4 cars to the grid, That would be our Spec Miata cars. Spec Miata cars to the grid for your qualifying session. And let's take our break. We'll come back and take you green to the checkered flag, hopefully. This is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Stay with us.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories both on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit HawkPerformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession. Along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends, ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information. Back here at Hallett, 5 minutes and 35 seconds left in this race session. After some very, very dainty driving early on, it seems like people are starting to get the groove on here, Lefty, and some pretty good laps coming through.
Starting to get down into the teens now with Bose and, of course, Smith. I'm watching his time now as he just went his overall session best. In fact, just a whole new session best there for Tom Smith at a 1:16.1, eclipsing Mr. Bose is 1:17.4, but Bose now is answering back with what could also be in the 16s as he's around Sector 3 right now.
Yeah, definitely. Tom Smith is on top of the leaderboard, and there's some other good times coming as well. Looking at GTX, Ray Ramirez has got a good time there with a 125. William Coffey also a 118.7. So everybody involved is really picking up the pace at this point in time, with about 4.5 minutes left here.
They are starting to build that heat in the tires. They sort of get that rock spinning as one of our drivers pulling in to the pits, deciding that's enough for today. Which car that was? Maybe one of our GT3 entries, George Walker possibly, in a Miata. Starting to think now with GT3s, seeing Miatas, that is there a class that a Miata can't run in? GT1 maybe about the only thing. They seem to be popping up everywhere. They're in our production classes, of course. Spec Miata coming up soon. I love the Miata. It really is always the answer. But man, it's such a versatile platform. You can put it just about anywhere.
Yeah, and the cars we expect to be up to the top here are pretty much there. Most of the faster cars are the ones that are out are showing the same kind of pace that they were yesterday. So Dane Smith a little slower, but I think that car will pick up the pace here. Or I think they may have actually, that may have been the car we saw going into the pits here just a few minutes ago. So with about 3 minutes left to go, and again, most of these drivers will get their times from yesterday. So, but you know, it's still good to get out there and get the laps in and see what's going on with the cars, especially if you had issues like both of the Smiths had yesterday. It's good to get out and test everything and get going. So.
But I think Dane Smith's time from effect, Dane's still out there, just to the personal best sector 3 as he starts a new lap. But I suspect his time from yesterday is probably what he's going to stand on.
Right.
Probably start this race on pole this afternoon, as he was down at 13s. Is that what they were into? It was quick. It was very quick, and I don't think anyone's going to do that kind of time here in this short session.
Yeah. Attention to the paddock, Group 4 cars to the grid, Group 4 to the grid. That is our Spec Miata cars. Spec Miata cars, head to the grid for your qualifying session.
A couple of our GTX cars out here in this session. The Maserati, of course, of William Coffey down at a 118. You got Ray Ramirez in that McLaren. He's down at a 120.8. Rafael Martinez, I think he's also in a McLaren. He's out at a 120.8. Ramirez actually at a 20.5. So a couple of GTX cars flipping some laps out here this morning. Great to see.
Absolutely. We're gonna have a split start this morning when we get to Group 1 here. STU and STL are going to start up front, and Touring 2, 3, and 4 will start in the second group. So for the drivers here in Group 1, there'll be a split start today. Super Touring cars up front, and the regular Touring cars in the less Super Touring cars in the second group.
But in this group, what would be, I guess, race 3, where we've got the ground pounders, the big bores, is this a single start, or is this also a split?
Well, I haven't heard official, although I think it's actually, I did hear last night. All of the split starts that we had yesterday and gap starts should carry over to today.
Okay.
The only thing that was unclear last night was whether or not there'd be 2 pace laps for the Spec Miata drivers, and they'll talk about that after their qualifying session this morning. So
sure. Okay.
You know, that happened yesterday at the request of the drivers, by the way. So people always ask and want to know why something happened, and I'm happy that I can report that today.
You know, I love that the SCCA is still a club, right? This isn't just some corporate entity that says, no, we cannot do this, because they listen to their drivers. The drivers said, hey, we want this. And they said, okay, we can do that. Yeah. You guys don't mind to start the clock when you start your second of your pace laps? Sounds great to us. I really think that's the best. I think that needs to be reminded to all of the groups, all the classes. Don't forget, we're a club, you know. we work with everybody as best as we can. So
Right.
get your ideas out there, and they'll listen.
Yeah, they'll listen, and as long as there's not, a really good reason maybe not to do it that people haven't thought about, you're right. There's a lot of accommodations that are made. So
I wouldn't go asking for a standing start, but an
I
extra
would.
lap.
I would. That's
Probably not going to get that
But
one.
I'm just the announcer wanting to see what happens when they all get to turn one.
Oh, trust me, I would love to see a standing start, especially this group. Oh, that'd be amazing to watch because
that would be
they're
so
all going to launch a little differently. But
I
I don't
want
think
them
we're
to
going to
do
get
a,
a wish.
I want them to do a Le Mans start where they start out of the car, run across pit lane, jump in, buckle in. But then again, I'm just the announcer. So
We're just here for entertainment.
all right, your top 5 in this session. Now that we've got a checkered flag, Dane Smith, Tom Smith. Dane Smith went down to a 115, by the way, 115.9. Tom Smith in second, Barry Bowes third, William Coffey in fourth, and Brian Carrick is in fifth. So that's how they sorted themselves out here at the end of qualifying for Group 3. Group 4 qualifying's next. We'll take a quick break, and then we'll come back and do all of that. Stay with us. Welcome back to Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Brian Bielanski, Larry Lefty MacLeod, and Kent Carter joining us for this group. He is a former Spec Miata driver, current B-Spec driver. So he's here to lend a little expert insight, and he's got a lot of laps here at Hallett as well.
And
how you doing, Kent?
I'm doing well, and I'm also here to ruin your ratings. So,
Oh, I don't think that's possible. It can't keep be any worse than when I'm doing it. So we're here, Spec Miatas. Kent just told us with the weather conditions, he thinks it is perfect and right for a potential qualifying class record here. So he's put big pressure on these guys.
yes, I have. It's about 0.9 seconds I'd have to overcome to get to the track record, and that was set, I think, on the old SM7.
I'm not hearing you.
Oh.
Hold on.
Oh, I'm hearing him.
Oh, are you?
I can hear him. I can hear
No,
him.
well, we had a little audio problem there. So, but yeah, that was set on the previous generation tire, I think. And the new generation tire may be a little more durable and slower, but we'll see. We've got the talent out there to do it. And this is, perfect weather. A little bit of sun on the track to heat it up, and cool weather for the motors. So let's go.
All right.
Looks like there's going to be a lot of space in the track, too, because I'm only seeing 14 so far tripping the timing loop on their way out. So not seeing the biggest field yet.
Right. And this may be the most important thing I've ever said on YouTube, Lefty. If there are any Track Cafe people listening to our YouTube channel, you should all come to Hallett to see how it's done right. The Track Cafe here is spectacular, and that's not always the case at racetracks. I won't call out any in specific, but if you want to know how to do a Track Cafe properly, come here to Hallett and do it. Check out what they do. I'm ready for the whole day.
That's important words right there.
Exactly. It's like this may be the most important thing I've ever said on YouTube. All right, our green flag is out, and we'll now start to get some hot laps here. The 204s we're seeing now are just the out laps, so we won't put any credence into that. They'll come down pretty fast.
And finally starting to see a couple of the names pop up on timing that weren't there before, and that would be the Stretch brothers have taken to the track. So then when you start talking about potentially resetting qualifying times, those are the names I wanted to see kind of come in there, along with the Dragos and the Reynolds and the others that we expect. But yeah, Stretch after the race he had yesterday, going to be pretty cool to see how fast he can lay one down this morning.
Good morning to Brian Straczynski in the chat and Vinny Barada. Thank you for being here. Vinny says there's nothing worse than watching a group qualifying while you're driving to the track. He had a board exam this morning via Zoom. He couldn't miss. Well, that means he'll be here later. Oh, car just went off there. Looks like it's able to continue. Well, Vinny, we missed you this morning, but I'm glad to see that you'll be here this afternoon. So that car's still off the track.
He's trying to rejoin safely as best he can without dragging too much dirt on, and I think he did all right.
Well, I think there was that, and also there were cars just where he wanted to go, and he had to make sure that those cars had cleared. So good job coming back on safely.
Not sure who that was. I didn't quite catch a number.
That was car number 26, I'm hearing from our course workers. Car 26, that would have been Christopher Schaefer in that car.
Oh, it's good heads up to make sure he's not just diving back on track and kind of finding a better moment. That's good heads up.
And we've never seen that before, right? Sarcasm alert. Hashtag sarcasm.
That's a spot on the track where a judicious re-entry is wise. You can hook it there if you try to hook the wheel too hard.
There you go. There you go. All right, now the time's starting to come down, but still a far cry from where they're going to be. But Matt Reynolds, Jim Drago, Toby Linder, these are folks who, these are the ones who should be up front. We'll see Matt Stretch come up there too pretty quick, I'm sure, and Logan Stretch as well.
Kind of do a little bit of collating of results here myself to see where were they. I see a 28.0 from yesterday morning was Logan Stretch's time. They ran 28. I see Matt Reynolds at a 27.9. Kowalski did a 27.9 in the race. So right now, those look like the two quickest I've seen there at the highest 27s. With Reynolds being a 9.90 and Kowalski's being a 9.93.
Collating of results, Lefty, we could probably get you a therapist for that.
Yes, seeing a car heading back to turn 8 to kind of do a do-over there. Maybe that was the best road he felt to re-enter, but seems okay. I don't see anybody around him.
Yep. Yep.
That's not a green and white car. No, it's not Drago, is it?
No. Well, if it is, Drago just went
I think
purple
it
in
is.
Sector 2.
I think that was Drago.
Oh, maybe that's how he went. He was so fast in Sector 2 he couldn't keep it on the racetrack.
Yeah.
Because he had a hot lap going. He was purple in Sector 2, 1 purple in Sector 2, and we'll see what this lap time comes in. Yeah, that must have been it because he did not. He had a very not purple Sector 3. His Sector 3 was a full 30 seconds shorter than most people, or longer than most people. So, yep, I think you deduced that properly.
It's amazing how much faster your sector time is if you just don't brake where you're supposed to.
Exactly.
So right there at the end of the sector trip.
Yeah, that's I would just remove that center pedal. Who needs that, right?
Just slows you down.
Exactly. All right, group number 5. It's your time to come to the grid. Attention the paddock. Attention the paddock. Group 5, Spec Racer 4 to the grid for your qualifying session. You're up next, group number 5, and we'll take our break. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. That is live from, where are we? Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, brakes, and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts both on the street and on the track. As official tire retailer of Sports Car Club of America since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories both on and off the track, which is why Sunoco is trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your race weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
All right, we are back at Hallett. Gilles, I'm hoping I'm saying it right. It's either Gil or Gilles, the car guy, confirms that brakes do slow you down in our chat. So, good stuff there. We're back, and guess who's at the top of the leaderboard, Lefty?
Not a surprise right now as Matt Reynolds is up there. But they're not yet down to the times they set yesterday, so it's still working
Not
on
at
that.
all. I'm surprised.
Only on 4th and 5th laps, so they are still sectoring improvements. So let's see if they're able to get down to that 27.9 that Matt was able to get to in the race yesterday afternoon with those warmer temps.
Right, and the other thing we have to remember is with this shorter session, they don't have as much time to get laps in to build the temperature in the tires. So a lot of those fast laps came in the last lap of the sessions yesterday, and we're going to get probably 4 laps fewer today. So that could be playing into this as well.
Well, based on all that, if no one does improve, again, it looks like Matt Reynolds is going to end up being on the pole because of that lap time that he turned in the race yesterday afternoon. But the other one that would be on the front row with him would be Brett Kowalski, but he's not out there in this session. It looks like Mark Kowalski claims that Brett is still asleep in the RV. So he's not actually on the track in this session right now.
That's good stuff. All right, 5 minutes to go here as we keep motoring through our qualifying sessions. Attention the paddock, attention the paddock. Group 5 cars to the grid. Group 5 cars to the grid. That's our Spec Racer 4s. If you are not at the grid, you should be there now, unless you're sleeping in the trailer and not planning to make it. I can imagine there's a lot of that going on, though.
I love watching Miatas race, but the sound of a pack of Miatas would wake me up out of death.
It's the most soothing sound ever. What are you talking about?
Soothing like a hot poker in your eye.
The chicken song is what gets you up at Hallett.
Yeah, it is. So there's this chicken song they play here at 7 a.m. every morning, folks. And it is a kazoo playing the part of the chicken. And I recorded a video, a little bit of it, a little 20-second snippet, and I will post that on my Facebook and my YouTube at some point. It is the most bizarre thing, but man, they love it here. Or if they do, they just accept. They don't love it, they accept it. Oh, it is nutty. And they sell T-shirts. They sell chicken T-shirts. This is a thing here. I may have to get me one.
28067 from Reynolds.
Oh, there you go.
He's starting to turn it on.
There you go. What was our fast lap yesterday, Larry?
27.990
Okay.
Matt did during the race, and a 993 is the second fastest from the race.
And the
I
lap
believe
record?
Logan Stretch was a 28.0 in qualifying.
Okay.
So right now
28
he's third.
28 and change, I thought was the
Okay.
lap record. Or was it 26 and change? Where I had that sheet.
All right, well, that's okay. We'll talk about it later. A 27.3, we're being told by our producer.
That's the race lap record.
That's the lap record here. So
Okay.
They're not going to get there.
no, not this time.
I'm glad I didn't bet anybody at
Our
all.
prognosticator was a little off in his prognostication.
Needs more coffee.
Well, Matt Reynolds right now, sitting on the 28.0, just clipped session best Sector 1, Sector 2, and best trap speed, which is down there in Sector 1. Let's see if he can match that and get into the 27s here on this lap. That might be him in that pack, or he just go by. That might be him. I don't want to speak. Not sure which one he's going to be. He's
Yeah.
somewhere in Sector 3.
The problem is that there's about 12 red ones and 12 black ones and 13 blue ones, and you can't tell them apart.
Thought
Not to
Matt
mention
is
we
the
have the sun in our eyes here in the booth.
Well, I mean, I don't want to complain about a beautiful sunny day.
Me either. I'm not complaining, just stating a fact.
Yeah.
There goes Reynolds, 27.921. So that's now the quickest lap of the weekend by anybody in Spec Miata.
Well, I was wrong. I expected that this was not going to prove to be a fast lap session, but there's some fast laps being laid down here.
It's beautiful weather for these cars.
Yeah.
The motors like the cold, and there's enough sun on the track to give you some grip.
That's true. That is true. I'm going to temperature. We're up to 48 degrees too, so we're a whole 12 degrees warmer than we were when we started in our first session. So
Yeah, it looks like the air temp's up a little bit, but I think the track temp I would guess is starting to come up more than it had yesterday with the extra
Right.
sunshine this morning.
Yep. That would be a good guess.
I'll wait and see if anybody else can do what Matt Reynolds is doing, because Matt's got some good ones there, the 27.9, but the next closest so far in this session is at 28.3 by Stanfield. And then you've got the third quickest Logan Stretch, 28.4, which is nowhere near the 28.0 that he did yesterday.
Well, and you know, it's possible that they're maybe trying something new this morning, that they don't, they'll take back to they'll revert back to the old settings. These early morning sessions, you can never tell what a team or a driver is thinking or goal is to accomplish in a session like this. So,
Well, right now it's to get on pole. I think everybody's looking at what Reynolds is doing, and I'm sure Bob is on the phone with his boys saying, hey, let's get up to it. But I don't know. That's I talked to Matt Reynolds yesterday after the race, and he said he just doesn't have anything for Logan. That Logan's got him covered. He's driving really well, but look at Matt this morning.
and Charles Matudis, welcome to the chat, and he makes a very good point here. It also has a lot to do with what you've got around you. If Matt Reynolds has got some clear track and everyone else doesn't, that makes turning a fast lap much easier, obviously. So that could be playing into this as well. And he said that Charles Matudis said that he had a nice gap set up there. So that could be part of it. We got about 18 seconds left here before we get our checkered flag.
Not that Chuck Matudis would know anything about a Spec Miata, I'm sure. I believe he was a podium finisher at the runoffs last year. Good morning, Chuck.
Good morning, yeah.
He certainly knows how to get a fast lap in.
I think
Yes.
I'm going to start calling him Chuck the Wheelman Matudis.
All right.
So
That's a checker, I think.
there you go. There is our checkered flag. We'll go through the top 5 here in this session. Of course, they're going to combine the times with yesterday. But as Lefty's been telling us, there's some really good times this morning, so some of these might stand. Matt Reynolds is your top dog here with a purple time of 1:27.9. And then you've got Alex Stanfield, Logan Stretch, Jim Drago, and Toby Linder. Matt Stretch is our our 6th place car at the moment. So, all right. And the other thing is they're saying is that everybody was on stickers yesterday. This class has a rule, a gentleman's rule, where they use the same tires for the entire weekend. So now you've got, what would this be, the 3rd heat cycle?
I'm pretty sure they're not doing that this week.
Oh, they're not?
Yes.
Okay.
So that doesn't mean that the promoters of that concept aren't doing it just out of the goodness of their heart, but I wouldn't guarantee that everybody's playing by that gentleman's agreement.
Yeah. So, but we'll see how that works out.
Not to imply that the people out there are not gentle people.
All right. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have Group 5 qualifying. Don't go anywhere. And we're back for the Green Country Grand Prix Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Brian Bielanski, Larry Lefty MacLeod, and Ray Esports is in the chat. Says it's not raining because Greg's not here. Greg's apparently got a reputation to uphold here, or we're going to give him a complex, one or the other. Anyway,
he can take it. He's a big boy.
All right, we're back here getting ready for Spec Racer Ford, and got a good group of cars here this weekend. I'm not quite sure how many will join us this morning, but I had a chance to catch up with Eric Prill yesterday, who's driving Spec Racer Ford for the first time, and just trying to find a way to get a very different handling car to work the way he'd like it. So he was not as quick as he'd like to be, but I'm sure that he will figure this out quickly. But he's having a good time. That's the one thing he said. He's really having a good time in the car. So,
yeah, not surprising at all. He always seems to enjoy racing, and really, who wouldn't enjoy this track and this class, regardless of the outcome?
Exactly. Although I could hear the frustration of a multiple-time national champion who's not used to being in 20th in his voice. He didn't say it, but I could hear it in his voice. Like I'm really. I didn't expect to run up front, but I expected it to be a little better than this. But it was good. He's having a good time.
That's good. We'll see if he continues to develop his pace in this car throughout today's qualifying session, and of course the longer race this afternoon. One of the things I'm glad to see is Dave Ogburn, who was the pole sitter yesterday after the qualifying and led part of the race in the afternoon, appeared to have some damage as that last corner off may have damaged the car. Looks like he's out there now today. The car looks like it's running all right.
Yeah, the good news about these cars, and I used to spend a lot of time working on these Spec Racers back before they were Spec Racer Fords, but this hasn't changed. They're really easy to repair, and if a tow link is what broke on that car yesterday, anybody who drives these cars has a box full of tow links in the trailer, so it's a quick fix, and you get right back out there. So
awesome to see that. We'll see what kind of pace. See if he's got a different strategy today, as yesterday he went from first to fifth to out of the race all in about a lap and a half. So he's looking for some revenge, and the revenge he's looking for is against his buddies. One of those, of course, is race winner Denny Stripling, who's out there this morning, as well as I think his other buddy, Rich Stevens. So he's going to be looking to try and get some revenge on those close buddies, and maybe try and make sure he doesn't make the mistakes again.
Exactly. All right, the early times here in this session, obviously not much to look at. We'll wait a couple of 2 or 3 laps before we get excited about anything here. Ray Esports in the chat says he sees a couple of names familiar from his old Sports Renault days. Chris Funk and Kirk Collier. And he says, great to some of the old guys. I'm not sure they want you to refer to them as old guys, Ray, but that's okay.
Ray's not a young guy either. I know Ray. Steve Ray. He's, of course, the guy that sets up and manages a lot of the different iRacing things. In fact, he's kind of started this Weekend Warriors iRacing League that runs every Sunday. And it's incredible racing. It's well-run league. I've run a bunch of races in there. I've called and broadcasted those races. It's a lot of fun. And now he's kind of expanded the so-called Ray Esports empire. He's got a Formula V series, an FF series, as well as the unofficial SCCA stuff that happens every Tuesday. So Ray's deeply involved in the world of SCCA and sim racing, and it's great to have. And Steve's a good guy. I've got a chance to meet him face-to-face, and he's a ton of fun.
Yep, absolutely. All right, just like that, the cars have gotten themselves down into the 124 range, so now they're doing their thing. And Dave Ogburn, that's the name we saw up front yesterday. He's back up front.
Yeah, no surprise there, but I'm sure we'll wait and see what the lap times finally get down to, as he's into a 24.3. His buddy Rich Stevens is sitting there in second with a 24.6. Grayson Strathman is third at a 24.7. And then the other one of the 24s is Corey Ruth at a 24.9. So we've definitely got some in the 24s, but this is only 2 laps in. These cars definitely need some time to get some heat in the tires, even on a warmer track this morning.
Mr. Esports says your check's in the mail, Larry.
All right, there better be lots of zeros.
Exactly. It doesn't matter how many zeros. It just depends where the decimal point is.
Oh, don't tell him that.
All right. Richard Stevens is in second, already down to a 122 is David Ogburn. So, yeah, real quick to get to those quicker times. It's taking a shorter time to get the tires up to temperature today than yesterday. I think, Lefty, you're absolutely right that the sun is literally beating down. And I can tell if it's doing the same thing on the track that it's doing here in the announce booth, because it's 9:45 here in Central Time, and I've already taken my sweatshirt off for the day. So I don't think I took it off at all yesterday. But so yeah, definitely warmer today quickly, and that sun's having a big difference here.
So the Bielanski scale, it's up to like a level 3 warmth. We're not quite the SoCal warmth, but we're past level 1 and 2.
That's warm enough to take off the sweatshirt. So.
But just to note, yesterday's times in qualifying in the morning, Ogburn at 21:40, Stripling at 21:405. Third quickest was Peyton Long at a 21:456. So they were down in the 21:4s yesterday. So still some room to go. Got to still build a little bit of heat, but they're getting there, and that should be the target they're shooting for. Now Ogburn in a 22:2, within 0.8 of what he did yesterday.
Exactly. Charles Pigeon also up in the top 4. He's a name we see running fast in this class a lot. So he's here. And, yeah, good stuff.
I'm looking at Denny Stripling's times, and he's a little slow, but I think he's trying to pair up with his buddies, if I got this right, with Ogburn and Stevens, and he may have done that. They're now all in the same sector.
I got it, yeah. If you want to get with your friends to have some sort of a strategy here, you have to sacrifice maybe a couple laps to let them get to you. So that makes perfect sense. Attention in the paddock, Group 6 cars to the grid. Group 6 cars to the grid. E production, F production, H production, GTL, B-Spec. Your cars should be heading to the grid. Let's take our break, and when we come back, we will have all of the action till the end of the session. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Stay with us.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant, customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. Realizing Hoosier's existence and continued success is dependent upon how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see one of our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Tire racing dealer nearest you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly designed for champions.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your race weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, brakes, and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts both on the street and on the track. As official tire retailer of Sports Car Club of America since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories both on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
We're back at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Got about 5 minutes left in this session. Jim Daniels is in, the legendary Jim Daniels, in the chat this morning. He one of the early on adopters in Spec Miata, a really important person in that class for promoting that class. He thanks Hoosier for their support, and we thank him for all that he's done for the club. We appreciate him in the chat. 5 minutes to go. We've got some fast times here, Lefty.
Yes, we do. As we're down now, getting awfully close to where we were yesterday. Denny Stripling 21.58, Dave Ogburn 21.66. Make that a 21.25 for Stripling, and that now becomes the quickest time that I've seen. I haven't checked all of the sessions, but based on yesterday morning's qualifying compared to today, that is the quickest we've seen. Denny Stripling now out front ahead of Ogburn.
Chris Funk just had a little off and on, and that's going to slow him down for this next lap. People are starting to get a little racy, and when you start looking for the limit, sometimes you get a little tiny past the limit.
Also keeping an eye on Mr. Prather now into the 22.7s, which I think is better than he had done yesterday. So I think he's starting to get the hang of this Spec Ford stuff.
Yeah. It doesn't take long for good drivers to figure this, figure out a new car, and he's proven you don't win 6 national championships without being a good driver.
He's not a one-trick pony by any means. A little contact there coming out of the front straight, man.
You might luck your way into 1 national championship, but you don't luck your way into 6.
Oof, I'd even almost say it's hard to even luck into 1. It is so hard to get there and do it, be at the right place, the right time, and it's never easy for these guys. It's so much work, and at the amateur ranks, meaning it's work on the nights and weekends.
So if Denny Stripling waited for his buddies, the buddies might want to think twice about that concept, because if you wait for your buddies and then you blow them away by 5/10 of a second, maybe that's not a good plan to wait for your buddy Denny.
I think that's what's going on, but I haven't seen them on camera yet to confirm that they're together. But they are certainly running in similar sectors, at least. They're close. Whether they're actually together or not, it's hard to say.
Joshua Justice in the top 10 here, running 9th. He's one of those e-racing weekend warriors. So a lot of folks out here this weekend, and all of our Super Tours who do some sim racing, and that's kind of cool to see.
I've run a couple of practices and races with Denny and with Ogbird and a few of these others in Spec Fords. There's, they get their opportunity to get to practice. It really is a great way to get almost infinite amount of seat time compared to the old days of those sims where you had to wait for the weekend to get your couple laps in and hope your car didn't have any issues. Now you could just jump on the sim for hours and hours and hours.
Well, and it's a great community, because we had one of the sim racers, one of the guys who raced in Spec Miata, I can't remember his name unfortunately, at Buttonwillow, was there because all of his sim racing buddies chipped in enough money to send him to the Super Tour. That's amazing. That was pretty cool. But yeah, very, very cool.
The cover of Sports Car this month, if SCCA members just got their sports car in the mail, read the article, DJ Alessandrini on the cover. He's a guy that started a little bit autocross, but heavily got into sim racing and was able to, friends of friends, get a hold of a race car, and he's done some very successful so far amateur wheel-to-wheel racing, and a lot of it came from his experience, his abilities he developed in sim racing. So great little article. He talks about his experiences and trying all these different things and how it comes together for him and in his SCCA experience. But sim is a huge part of that.
Also read the article written by this Brian Bielanski guy, shameless plug. You might enjoy that too.
Always good content from Brian Bielanski.
All right, 1:18 to go here as we get ready to wrap up this qualifying session. Group 6 cars to the grid. Group 6 cars to the grid. E production, F production, H production, GT lights, and B-Spec. All those cars should be heading to the grid. Want to get out on track but not quite ready to dive into the wheel-to-wheel action you're seeing this weekend? Check out TrackNightInAmerica.com. Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack. The one-day, low-pressure, fun-with-your street car events at more than 30 racetracks across the country. It's where you can go as fast as you want, learn from stellar coaches, and leave with a big old smile. Visit TrackNightInAmerica.com to learn more. 37 seconds left, Lefty. What are we going to see? Is this going to stick right now?
Ogburn is still sectoring here. He just turned his personal best third sector, though not as quick as his buddy Denny had done earlier, but he's within fractions in all of the sectors, equating to the 21.470 he just ran. But he needs another 0.2 to catch where Denny's at in the 21.2s, but it's not out of the realm of reach, a possibility here.
Lefty just created a new verb. David Ogburn is sectoring.
Oh, I've heard that. You haven't heard sectoring before?
No.
Oh, O'Gorman uses that at the runoffs all the time. Talks about sectoring, and it right, just go out and you'll do your best in one sector, and then a lap later you do your best in another sector and try to put it all together. I'll give O'Gorman the shout out for that one. That's where I heard it.
There we go. All right, checkered flag is out on the session. We got to let a couple of these cars go past the line here. So 121.2, Larry, is not faster than yesterday, right? That's still...
that is faster than yesterday mornings. I'd have to go back and check the afternoon race, see if anybody had gone faster in the race. They had really good conditions for the race.
They did, yeah.
Let me check real quick and see if there was any laps.
While you're doing that...
21.20, long 21.43, so they're right in the same range.
Okay, yeah, right there. So our top 5 today, and again, they combine all of the times. Oh, we have a car off in the grass there. On the exit of turn 6, it looks like he's back on the racetrack. Our top 5 here, and keep in mind, folks, they combine the sessions times from all of yesterday and today to come up with the qualifying order for the starting grid for today. So while we've got an order here, it might not be how we start the races. Denny Stripling is your fast car in this session, followed by David Ogburn, Richard Stevens, Peyton Long, and Grayson Strathman. 6 through 10. We've got Nils Macias, Joshua Justice, Corey Rueth, and Carl Hayward. And look at who's in 10th place, Jesse Prather and Eric Prill, 14th place. So those are our 2 national champions testing out this class for the first time ever. And we're keeping a kind of a little one eye on them this weekend. So, and there is a bird coming into our stream there.
I think that's a mosquito.
Yeah, that's the biggest mosquito that's a mosquito that's been eaten at the rib crib across the street.
It might be.
Anyway, let's take a break. When we come back, we'll get Group 6 qualifying underway. Just keep in mind, folks, the schedule today, we've got 1 race before lunch. That's supposed to happen at approximately 10:55. And then we will then take a lunch break, and then we'll have the rest of our racing schedule after lunch. Stay with us. We'll be back in just a few minutes. All right, we are back. Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. We are just zooming through our qualifying sessions this morning. 2 more qualifying sessions before we go racing at 10:55 a.m. approximately with our first group of races, our first race of the day. Then we'll take a short lunch break and come back and do 6 more after lunch. I'm Brian Bielanski. Larry Lefty MacLeod is out in the remote hinterlands, and Kent Carter is back with us for this session. This is one of the cars that he drives, B-Spec, one of the groups, and he is here to give us some insights about how this whole thing's going to go down. Lefty, we are back, having a good time, and this is another one of my favorite groups because it's got these 2 little Volkswagens in it.
Yeah, Volkswagen seem to fit really well in the realm of club racing. They're just a great platform to do what they do. And they had a pretty good battle yesterday. Some big ups and downs between the 2 of them, between, I think it was Albin, who ended up finishing second, and the winner in that race, I have to go back and check, had it off early, was able to make that pass in the last 2 laps or so to take that HP win. So very cool to see them out there this morning, kind of warming up, but I expect a lot of that kind of action in this race today.
Absolutely, and we've got some of the faster cars from yesterday out there. I see Stephanie Anderson. She finished second in B-Spec yesterday. John Phillips won B-Spec yesterday. So a couple of the fast B-Spec cars are out there. And then, of course, we've got our E-Production and F-Production cars. A couple of those guys who ran fast yesterday are back today. So.
I see Matt Reynolds out there running around in his traditional E-Prod car that I believe he's won a couple of championships in that class. So was certainly one of the quicker cars we're going to see in this session.
Looks like the entire B-Spec field decided to come out today and enjoy the weather. Can't blame them a bit. Wish I was with them.
So why aren't you driving? You opened the door. Why aren't you driving today?
The gods of racing told me not to bring my car here. Actually, the tow vehicle, we had the Chris Taylor Motorsports team had 2 of their big tow vehicles blow motors. So it's as I said, somebody else said, well, you could have called me and I would have towed your car. And it's, there's a certain point where the gods tell you this is not your weekend. And Hallett is a track that has bit me in the past, so I obey the higher authorities here.
So we do have a little breaking news this morning, Lefty. We got word that Cliff Ira, who's one of the faster F-Production cars, will not be out with us. He blew the motor in his car. He had an unscheduled
rapid unscheduled disassembly?
A rapid unscheduled disassembly of his motor in yesterday's race. So he will not be with us today, which is unfortunate because he is one of the front runners in F-Production, that Honda Del Sol.
Yeah, that is tough. Yeah, you're right. He's always a front runner at every track he goes to. We had seen him pull off late in that session yesterday, and that explains the end of his weekend, unfortunately.
Yeah. All right, so Bill Miller is our fast car right now in this session, and they're going to get a lot faster before we get going. He was our second place finisher in E-Production yesterday. He finished 3rd overall. So, and now Jonathan Goodale has popped to the top of our speed chart here. Goodale yesterday, he was in GTL yesterday, and he had some sort of an issue. He came in a little bit early yesterday, won the class, but he was the only GTL car, so that's why he was at the bottom of yesterday's finishing order. So.
Yeah, of course, from the famous SCCA family of the Goodales. His parents, longtime New England region members and supporters there, and Jonathan doing his thing here in his GTL Miata, and a good guy. I had a chance to talk to him at the runoffs as well. That guy always is having fun. Big smile every time you see him.
Yeah, love that. Love that. If you're looking at our timing pylon this morning, we've talked about this a couple times. Each class has its own colors. You can see here, this is the H production in green. The colors are important when this pylon pops up. The overall helps you figure out which cars are in which class on the overall. And if you see a purple name, that means that car has either gone fastest, it has the fastest lap in the class, or fastest lap overall. So that's what the purple means. So if you ever hear us say, and I do this probably too much, like I'm about to say right now, Matt Reynolds just went purple with a 127, 126. That means now you know what I'm talking about. And I just banged my ankle into the desk, and yeah, that's gonna be.
The hazards of broadcasting.
Oh yes.
Such a dangerous job.
Such a dangerous job. I'm such a Mike
The things we put ourselves through.
I'm such a Mike diva. All right. 9.5 minutes to go. We're going to do a call to grid here. Attention to the paddock, race group 7. Race group 7 to the grid. Group 7 is our Wings in Things, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, FX, P1, and P2. Group 7 to the grid. Let's also take our break. This is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for the Sports Car Club of America. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Learn more at Hagerty.com. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, brakes, and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts both on the street and on the track. As official tire retailer of Sports Car Club of America since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Winning takes work. Getting parts is easy. SummitRacing.com.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories both on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Welcome back to the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, where we bring together top SCCA road racers from around the country to compete in the premier amateur road racing series. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest racetracks in North America, showcasing our 27 car classes and packing a ton of wheel-to-wheel action into every event. And you can now enjoy live streaming coverage of the Hoosier Super Tour events on-site or from the comfort of your own home. Find those details and more at scca.com/live. We're back here at Hallett. Just got word from the corner workers that in turn 2, second place car from yesterday in B-Spec, Stephanie Anderson had a little bit of a moment, went off and test drove how those tires work on off-road, and has returned to the racing action. Jim Daniels in our chat, a couple interesting comments that E-Production is a great class, albeit a top motor costs more than a whole spec racer Ford. Also mentions that Matt Reynolds' car is the showroom stock B car that Jim Daniels originally raced, and that's been converted to H production. And he also says that Jim Phillips in B is also one of the original Spec Miata guys. So lots of cross-class lineage here. Thank you, Jim, for the history lesson. Appreciate that.
Yeah, I think he might be getting replaced by Jim Daniels here pretty soon. Jim's bringing all the color commentary.
I know. I know. You know, Lefty, I started this early, I think it was even Sebring. I started referring to the folks in the chat as my associate producers. It's the info I get out of there is just spectacular, and I love sharing it. So bring it on, people.
Absolutely.
All right, so with 5 minutes to go here, approximately, looking at the top, and I guess we shouldn't be surprised, should we?
No. I mean, this is Matt's home track. He's always done well here, so it's not a surprise that he's got a little gap on the field. I'm a little surprised that B-Spec hasn't shown some pace this morning. They're still lagging behind what they did yesterday. You know, Jim Daniels' comment about John Phillips being kind of one of the original gangsters of Spec Miata is definitely true, and to some degree he owns that title in B-Spec as well. When John Phillips started building B-Specs, the Texas gang knew that the class was for real, and I built one, and then other people built one, and Chris Taylor got involved in it, and for a while there Texas had more B-Specs than anybody else in the country, although I think the Midwest has caught up, and there are a lot of B-Specs being built all over the country right now.
Jim also says that Weber Manning, he's a retired dentist and has been with the club forever, and issued Jim his first novice permit when he was 18. Jim, I'm going to be kind and not reflect on how long ago that was. How's that? You're giving me too much good information, so I'm going to be nice.
Was it long ago as a dentist? Was he still working with wooden teeth?
Oh, wow.
Oh, my.
I'm just, how far back we talking here?
Jim, you can send your complaints to Larry Lefty MacLeod at ishouldn'thavesaiddthatonAir.com. Oh, boy.
All in good fun, Jim.
Absolutely. 3:50 left in the race. Matt Reynolds is our top car right now. Bill Miller in second. Jonathan Gooddale in third. Followed by Brian Heitman, Wade McBride, Randy Wagner, Mark Weber, who is also a club legend, a fantastic race car driver, and maybe even a better photographer, which is impressive because he's a darn good race car driver. Chris Albin in 8th, John Phillips is in 9th, and Joe McClugan is in 10th right now.
Poor Stephanie Anderson can't catch a break with the slow traffic out there.
Yeah.
Poor girl.
Well, the part of that is kind of how we have to get around things, but with that being the case, she was able to drive right to second place yesterday in B-Spec. So
yep.
She'll get it done. Very good at that.
And they'll get their own race start. There'll be a gap
Yes.
start there for the B-Specs by themselves, so there won't be traffic between each other there at the start of that race. And what we had seen late in that race yesterday was they all sort of settled into about the same pace, and I think we might be able to see a pretty good solid race out of the 4 or 5 of them today.
Yeah. It looks like it's all going to be based on what they did yesterday.
Right, and there won't be traffic for the B-Spec cars as long as all the production cars get off the grid on time.
Ooh, that was ugly.
So anyway, we'll hopefully get that all cleaned up, and we'll have a nice clean start to today's race. 2 minutes left to go here. Attention to the paddock. Group 7 cars to the grid. Group 7 cars to the grid. 4-year qualifying session. We're going to get you underway really quick here. We're going to go racing also at approximately 10:55 with our Super Touring and Touring cars. That's our one race before lunch. After lunch, we'll get all the rest of them in. It's interesting to watch those cars as they went through turn 3. Turns 2 and 3 now compared to the GT1 cars earlier that were going through there. It looked like they were going in first gear and really slow. These lighter cars got the heat going. The temperatures have risen up here. Pulling up the thermometer here. What are we at now? We were at 48. Now we're at 52. It's a dang near heat wave, Lefty.
Yeah. Get the sunscreen out, I'm telling you. That's right. This is as they say, this is as good a weather as you could expect here in this part of the country at this time of the year. I'll tell you, this is awesome weather. I mean, honestly, to be mid-April and be in the near mid-50s prior to lunch even. That's beautiful stuff.
This is always one of my favorite events of the year. I love the track. I love the track cafe. I love the racing here, so never plug for the cafe.
There you go. Everybody has in their area their favorite event. One of mine was the Memorial Day event at Brainerd every year. We do our racing in our sports Renault, and we have a little TV set up to watch the 8500 between sessions. Memories that I'll have for the rest of my life. So we all have those 1 or 2 events.
Yeah, and last night at the worker and driver party, I got a big hug from Connie Stevens, who's the owner of the track, and she's kind of retired from the day-to-day operations track, but she came out to visit with all her friends in the SCCA, and it was just really wonderful to see her. She is just the kindest person you'll ever meet in the racing business. I think the world of her.
That's good news. Good news, and I think we're utilizing her space here at Hallett for our broadcast booth today. So we're happy to be able to do that. All right, time has run out on the session, and our top 5 right now, which probably won't change, and I don't think these times are going to have a whole lot of effect on what the starting order is. But Matt Reynolds, Bill Miller, Jonathan Goodale, Brian Heitman, Wade McBride, that's most of your E production, and your 1G production car. Wade McBride would be your fast car in F production. Another F production drivers up front in that class, Randy Wagner, and that's the only car in this session, the other F production car in this session. B-Spec, your fast cars, John Phillips, Joe McClugan, and Stephanie Anderson. Joe Gersh and Charles Davis also in that group in this session. So, all right, we're going to take one more break, and then we'll get our final. We'll take our final qualifying session of the day before we get to our racing action. Stay with us. We'll be back in about 5 minutes. It is time for Wings and Things, folks. We are here at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Larry Lefty MacLeod and Brian Bielanski, our last qualifying session of the weekend. And then we'll have 7 more races, 1 before lunch and 6 after. Lefty, you know me. This is one of my favorite groups, if not my favorite group.
Well, that's something we can agree on, because I definitely love lots of winged cars. I like the way they drive. I like the way they race. I think this is going to be a fun little qualifying session. The challenge here is who can get any heat in their tires. But this definitely is turning into sessions better than any conditions they saw yesterday, as the track temps are up a bunch. And that means a lot, I think, to these winged cars.
Absolutely. We got to keep an eye on this group. Ashland Speed and Brock Evans in the FX cars. They were wicked fast yesterday in those FX cars. And then, of course, the Formula Atlanta cars of Paul Riveras. Keep an eye on him. And then there's that one P2 car that is, I don't see them out yet.
Yeah.
But if that P2 of, I've lost my brain.
I'll save you once I can remember as well. I'm going back to look. I'm going to cheat. Denellen.
Oh, yes, yes.
Yeah. Jack Denellen was out there in that P2.
Yep.
We'll see if he makes it to the track here this morning or decides to just wait for the race.
Green flag. And this Martin House straight camera, if you want to get a sense of the speed of these cars, and of course now that I'm saying it, there's nobody coming by, but if you want to get a sense of the speed of these cars, this is the camera to watch. They come flying past here, and it is really a cool camera. This is one of those, this is almost like when you on the pro broadcast, all right, crank up your volume, we're going to listen to this camera now.
You do that now, you're gonna get a whole lot of Formula Mazdas and those rotaries spitting mad as they go ripping down that Martin House straight.
That's true.
All the brap.
RGL Motorsports put in the chat, perfect timing. I hear that Formula Mazda, and we were saying, yeah, you could probably hear that Formula Mazda from Oklahoma City without any YouTube.
Probably. I like the sound of a rotary spinning at a track like this. I think it's a great tone. Not everyone feels the same, but I definitely enjoy it.
I think the sound is fine if you've got earmuffs on. All right, here we go. We've got 12 and a half minutes to go, and while the outlap time doesn't mean a whole lot, Ashland Speed and Brock Evans are right up at the top of that leaderboard. Yeah. They'll be near the top regardless. Paul Riveras was our fastest car of the day yesterday in that Formula Atlanta car, so I suspect we might see a lot of that again today.
Yep, and he's out there starting to warm those tires up as he's running about the same clip right now as the FX cars. He's got bigger tires, probably needs a little bit more time to get his Atlantic spinning quickly.
Well, he's got bigger tires and more horsepower, which is typically a really, really good combination.
Yes. Yeah, these conditions, as track temps come up, those tires keep that alive. They just absolutely start to really grip strong. So we'll see if he can get down to, I want to say he was down in the 12s yesterday, 112s, if I got that right. And I thought that our FX cars for Speed and Evans were in the 15s or 16s. Again, this is top of my head. I apologize if I got that wrong. I'm going to try and look that up. 113.3 in qualifying for Riveras yesterday. 116.6 for Ashland Speed. Brock Evans was only a 17 in qualifying. I think he went quicker in the race in the afternoon. So yeah, that's what they're shooting for. 13s, 15s, 16s here in this session.
And we've got, absolutely Chamber of Commerce weather here. It's perfect right now. Looking at the temperatures here at the track, we've bumped up to 53 degrees right now. By the time we get to our afternoon races, we're going to be in the 60s. So it's going to be just a wonderful afternoon of racing here.
Yeah, and that track temp coming up just makes it just glorious for racing. A cold track just never really seems to feel right. A good hot track is just the way it's supposed to be.
Attention the paddock, Group 3 cars. Want to remind everybody that you're going to have a split start. The big GT cars are going to have a split start with a updated grid, and be mindful of that when you go down to get ready for your race, that there will be a split start. 10 minutes and 17 seconds, and here's a shock, Lefty. Paul Riveras is at the top of the leaderboard at the moment.
Yep, yesterday in that race, as he continued to build heat and speed in that car, got down in the 12s, the 1-minute 12s during the race. So that's the quickest time of anybody in the two prior sessions. I did confirm that both Brock Evans and Ashton Speed had gotten into the 15s in their FX cars during the race yesterday. Moses Smith and his FA had gotten down in the 15s as well. So there's still some potential that as they continue to build heat and build speed here this morning, that they're going to go a lot faster in this session than we're seeing so far.
All right, with 9.5 minutes to go in the session, let's take our break. When we come back, we'll hopefully get all the action, and it'll stay green to the end. Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live. Oh, before we do that, just had a car go off, and now it's back on. All right, you're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Stay with us.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant, customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. Realizing Hoosier's existence and continued success is dependent upon how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see one of our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Tire racing dealer nearest you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly designed for champions.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your race weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Summit Racing is proud to support SCCA racers through the Road Racing Contingency Program. Run the required decals to be eligible for contingency payouts.
Want to get out on the track and not quite ready to dive into the wheel-to-wheel action you're seeing this weekend? Well, we've got something for you. Check out Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack. It's a one-day, low-pressure, fun-with-your-street-car event with more than 30 racetracks across the country, where you can go out and drive as fast as you want, learn from stellar coaches, and leave with a big old smile. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more. And attention to the paddock, Group 1 cars to the grid for your race. Group 1 cars to the grid for your race. Group 1 to the grid.
And don't forget to add fuel.
And add fuel. Good point. Good point. So while we were in our break, the 111 car, no, that's not the one. Was it the 131 car? Well, anyway, we had a car go off and on. No harm, no foul continued. And I have lost my mind as to which car that was. So
it may have been the 111. We do have the 111 FE2 entry of Roy Hillenberg, so possibly could have been him.
Could have been.
At the top of the leaderboard, though, Paul Rivera's is doing Paul Rivera's things. He's in the 13.3s. Yesterday in the race, he did clip into the 12, so that's currently his qualifying time, as you would say it. But here in this session, 13.3. But it's Brock Evans now down to a 15.0, which is faster than he ran yesterday in the race or qualifying. So that right now puts him the fastest of the FX crowd. I have to go back and see where Don Ellen's time was in that P2 car. I believe he was second quickest yesterday as things had progressed. But Brock Evans now moving right along with things. Moses Smith now getting into the 16.1s here in this session in his FA car. Steve Zerga in an FE2 is at a 16.1. That's a pretty good pace there in FE2. Ashlyn Speed, 16.5 yesterday in the race. She was in the 15, so still standing on that. But I see she's already gone green. Personal best Sector 1. Still working on Sector 2. So we'll see where Ashlyn ends up. But she also seems to be contending for those 15s along with Brock Evans in her FX Formula Mazda.
Yeah, we talked about it a lot yesterday, how the Formula X cars typically wouldn't be this close in times to the Formula Atlanta cars on a track with longer straightaways.
Yeah.
But because this one is so tight and the straights are so short, it's really perfectly designed for what the characteristics of that FX car is. Most of the FX cars, I think all of them, are Formula Mazdas, the old Formula Mazdas. And it's just really fun to watch these guys and gals out here kicking off some pretty decent laps.
Yeah, it's a great little platform, like you say, for this kind of a track without the super long straightaways, but a lot of that medium speed cornering. It's just the right combo. It's like a sweet spot of power and weights and handling that these cars seem to have. The Atlantics, I think, maybe a little bit more work for those drivers to squeeze out that power down these short straightaways and get it wound down. They've got a little bit more aero, of course, than the Formula Mazdas or any of the FX entries, but it's trying to use that aero and those bigger tires around the space becomes a challenge. And Paul Rivera is doing a good job, but it's a lot of work to stay a couple seconds ahead of the FX.
Gile, the car guy, asks, is Ashlyn Speed related to the Carey Speed who sends out the SCCA emails? I will say I've never seen the two of them in the same place at the same time. So we can maybe extrapolate something from that. I'm going to have to do some I-team reporting and come up with the answer to your question. But so I've never seen Ashlyn Speed and Carey Speed in the same room at the same time.
I haven't either, but I've heard that Carey Speed and Jack Track might be dating. So there's, those inter-office personal relationships happening too. So
has HR approved that? We're gonna have to.
I gotta watch it. Maybe I exposed him, and I gotta be careful.
You're a whistleblower. I love it. All right, 3 minutes to go here. Paul Rivera, Brock Evans, Steve Zerga, Moses Smith, and Jack Donnellan. Jack finally made it to the track here in that P2 car. They're your top 5 at the moment. Now remember, folks, that the times from today's session are combined with all of the times yesterday to find out who's going to be on the starting grid and in what order for today. So it's hard to kind of predict that without having, the what's the supercomputer called from IBM? Without having some without Hal helping us out here to get exactly the HAL 9000 to be able to put those numbers together. And I'm Polish, so I'm not doing that math. But so what we're talking about this morning is quite possibly not exactly how they're going to line up on the grid this afternoon. So.
Yeah, one of the things I'm trying to keep an eye on is where the times are for folks like Brock Evans, who's now into the 14s in this session. Yesterday, I'm looking at the results in the race in the afternoon. 15.2 was his quickest. Take a look at Ashlyn Speed. Yesterday was a 15.9, so she's not quite there yet. 15.8 yesterday. Moses Smith was a 15.9 yesterday in the race. Let me check and see where Donnellan was. He was a 15.5 best time in the race. So Brock Evans might end up starting this on the outside of the front row in a Formula Mazda alongside a Formula Atlantic, and that could just be interesting because I suspect the Mazda is going to be able to handle the first couple of corners better than the Atlantic, but there's also the 2 longest straightaways at the start of the lap. So I'm looking forward to how this race is going to play out at the end of the day today.
I am too, and if you remember, there was a big off on the first corner of the first lap in this race yesterday, which jumbled everything up, and the 2 or 3 cars went off and they had to work their way up back to the field. So anything is possible once the green flag falls.
Let's see who else is still out there turning laps. As I just see a personal best laid down for Justin Upchurch in his FE2, now down to a 16.1, jumping all the way up into 5th here in this session. That's pretty quick. Take a look at the rest of the FE2s, as actually Zerga just did a 15.080. That's Steve Zerga now quickest in the session. FE2 at Upchurch at the 16.1. Third quickest in the FE2s is Gray Fowler at a 16.6, followed by, if I scroll down here, Roy Hillenberg. Hillenberg at a 19 in this session so far. 18.6 actually just turned.
Someone in the chat mentioned an evil AI program. Maybe I should just put all the time grids into ChatGPT and see what it spits back out at me.
Oh, Watson. Somebody just put Watson
Yes,
was the name.
that's right.
Hal. I can't imagine I confused the two of them.
Exactly. Although I think Hal may have given us better information.
Yes,
All right.
He knew where Dave was at all the times.
We're coming to the closing seconds here of our final qualifying session of the weekend, which means it's almost time to go racing, people. Cannot wait. 7 races today. Perfect weather for racing. At one of the best racetracks I've ever been to. So we're gonna get it going here in about 5 or 10 minutes. Paul Riveras is your fast car in this session. As the checkered flag comes out, Brock Evans in second right now, followed by Steve Zerga, Moses Smith, Justin Upchurch, the fastest P2 cars. The only P2 is Jack Donnellan. And our FE2 leader, that FE2 car, Steve Zerga, up in the top 3. That's also good to see. Those cars are going to be fun to watch. Any final thoughts before we take a break before the race, Lefty?
I can't wait to get races going. A little longer than yesterday. A lot more action. We saw a lot of things happen late in yesterday's races at 25 minutes. I can only imagine what's going to happen when we tack on an extra 10.
All right, here we go. It is going to be here about 5 or 10 minutes. We'll get our first race of the day started. Don't go anywhere, folks. A lot of fun to come. Stay with us. All right, we're back at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit for the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire Super Tour, where we bring together top SCCA road racers from around the country to compete in the premier amateur road racing series. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest racetracks in North America, showcasing our 27 car classes and packing a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event. And you can now enjoy the live streaming coverage of the Hoosier Super Tour events on site or from the comfort of your own homes. For those details and more, go to scca.com/live. I'm Brian Bielanski. Larry Lefty MacLeod is with me today, and we are getting ready for our first race of our Sunday session, and this is our touring and super touring groups.
Yep, and this should be a pretty good race. We saw some good action yesterday. We expect to see some more of that today, but this is the best conditions any of these drivers have seen all weekend, and I think they're going to really enjoy this race.
That is the case, and let's go through our starting order. Our pole sitter for today's race is Denny Stripling. He is in the 88 car. Next to him is going to be actually we have a split start. So the STU cars are going first. So in this particular session, in the front group, David Fiorelli is your pole sitter. Next to him will be David Lipsink. William Knight in row 2 with Mike Taylor. Then we've got Jake Anton and Steven Johnson in row 3. Now our touring classes. T2 pole sitter is going to be Denny Stripling. Next to him is going to be Scott Sewell. Robert Shader is going to start in the second row with Sergio Zlobin. Third row will be Michael Pettiford and Camden Jones. Fifth row will be Keith Morrow and Brian Heitman. Sixth row, Mark Cephalo, Scott Benninger. Seventh row will be Paolo Salvatore and William Snyder, and that's how they're going to start this race. So also, Larry, I want to clear up, we had the little confusion earlier with the Denny Stripling and Judson Holt in the 88 and the 188. Judson ran the car yesterday, so he will not be in this car. It's the same car.
Yeah.
And Denny Stripling's racing it today, and he is your pole sitter.
That makes sense. Also want to make a correction. The race winner yesterday was Patrick Lipsinick. Is how it's pronounced. Not lip sync, but Lipsinick. 3 syllables. He wanted to make sure that we were aware of that. We're going to make sure we get that right. I mean, he's a race winner. We should probably get his name right.
Yes, we should. And I apologize, and I might do it wrong again, and I'll try not to.
Well, he'll be looking to get the similar sort of races. He was able to pull off that win yesterday, and we'll see where he's going to be running today, try and chase down the pole sitter, David Fiorelli, who I believe may have had a flat tire on his last lap yesterday, so I'm sure he's disappointed with that, but probably out there with a plug, or I'm assuming fresh tire, out there to try and hold off Patrick Lipsinick behind him.
All right, there is our front group. Those are your STL and STU cars. They're asking the pace car to slow down with the second group to make a little bigger gap. So here comes the first group coming through turn 10. Now under the control of David Fiorelli, the pole sitter for this group. When they come under the around the corner, they'll see the start stand, and we will see if we get ourselves a green flag. And we do. We are racing here at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit, which means the second group will definitely get a green flag because you kind of have to.
Not much choice there.
Yep.
Looking at Fiorelli, the torque of that Mustang just pulling on that front straight, and it looked like Mike Taylor there in the Integra also has a pretty good top-end power, able to pull ahead of, I believe that was Lipsinick there for second as our touring race gets underway.
Yep, there's our second green flag as these cars barrel down towards turn 1 for the first time. A lot of side-by-side action at the moment. Let's see if they come out as nicely as they went in. And it does look like just a tiny bit of right rear wheel dust there, but that was very nicely done.
Yep, as they find themselves now heading into turn 2. Still a couple side-by-sides yet to sort themselves out. And that looks like our rehash of the battle of our Global MX-5 cars, where you've got Camden Jones and Brian Heitman battling it out through 2 and 3. They may be starting to sort that thing out as we flash back up to our ST battles. And it looks like Fiorelli leading the field now, going through 7.
Yeah, it was that Mustang went over those curbs really hard there, going in that section there, but got back on the track with no issues at all. Got some people in the chat asking about the smoke off in the distance. That is outside of the track. It's not part of what we're doing here, so we're keeping an eye on it, but it is not here at the racetrack.
Not far away, though, but it does look like it's a changing colors of the smoke in the distance. Perhaps they're finally getting that under control, whatever that was. Maybe a little bit of spring burning of some leaves and things, perhaps.
There you go.
So one thing I'm not seeing is Lipsinick does not appear to be in the pack with the rest of the STU STL. So I'm trying to figure out where he is on track. Yesterday's race winner. Where is Lipsinick?
I see in 16th according to the grid.
Yeah,
So
which means he's in the middle of the touring pack.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how that happened.
And Bettinger and the other STL also kind of at the back of the touring pack. So a little bit of a slower start there for them in the opening of this race. It's unfortunate for yesterday's race winner, Patrick Lipsinick, to be down that order. I'm sure he was hoping to be fighting with Fiorelli, which means it's Fiorelli leading Knight, Taylor, and then Anton now in fourth in that front group.
Looked like there was 2 of the ST cars that got into the middle of this this touring group, and I don't know if they came together or not, but it definitely, all those cars had to negotiate those 2 slower cars, and one of them had a little boxy look at it, which could have been that Subaru of Patrick Lipsinick. Oh, big off here at the exit of turn 6. We've got an off and a spin, and he's pulling right back on the track. Hopefully going to have enough time for that yellow car to get out of the way. That looks like one of the Pontiacs.
It does. That's definitely one of the solstices there. Solstices? Solstice? Solstice.
The asystole?
That I think might be Mike Pettiford, if I got that right. I think that's his yellow Solstice. But yeah, that definitely was, it looked like a Porsche that had spun and gotten his way back on. Safely, it appeared. But a lot of action so far early in this race. The front of the touring is the T2 of Denny Stripling in that shared 88 BMW, leading now a pretty good healthy margin over the battle of Jones and Heitman in those Global MX-5 T3 cars.
That spinner that we had earlier was Keith Morrow in the Porsche Cayman that came back on track there. So he's back and going, but that was the perpetrator there.
I thought the yellow Solstice might have been Mike Pettiford, but I'm also seeing him not on timing, so either he's having a transponder issue or that was a different car on track.
Right, right.
I suspect transponder issues.
Now we have one new driver today who was not here yesterday. Kun Sheng Ye in one of the Solstices is the 142 car. They were not here yesterday, but they got here today. They were allowed to start at the back of the field because, of course, they didn't get any qualifying times in. But he was also here. That's a new car with us this afternoon.
I'd like to see, get a good look at him at some point here during this race. It's the field coming up and over. Your leader, that would be Fiorelli leading the pack by now almost 2 seconds over Mike Taylor in the Integra and then Stephen Johnson in the Miata, your front 3. But now Fiorelli 2 seconds ahead of Taylor and Johnson.
And I believe Mike Taylor's got a brand new motor in the car this weekend, so it's good to see him having a strong run here in this Acura. Not quite strong enough at the moment to keep up with David Fiorelli, but you know, from with a new motor, you're kind of getting the feel for it over the weekend, and he certainly got that thing working.
Yeah, and I'm sure he'd love to be able to run with Fiorelli, but Fiorelli in an STU trim. I'm sure Taylor's probably thinking, I can go ahead and let him go. His race for Taylor is with Johnson and Anton and Knight behind him, and all 3 of them are awfully close to the back of that Integra. The good thing with the Integra is as the race goes on, he's got to watch. Maybe the bad thing would be he's going to watch his front tire wear, but the good thing is his rear tires might stick better under him. So he's going to watch that balance as the race goes on. We'll see if that gap grows or shrinks to Johnson, Anton, and Knight trying to chase him down.
That's right. In your touring classes, Denny Stripling still ahead there in the T2 car. Camden Jones is your leader in T3. Camden Jones leading a pack of 3 T3 cars. Camden Jones, Brian Heitman, those are the car teams that look like they're possible teammates. They're very closely painted cars, and they're both Mazda MX-5 Global Cup cars. And then the 3rd place car in T3 is the Nissan 370Z of Robert Shader.
Yeah, and those three are all very close together, but they've got a Patrick Lipsinek coming up behind them after his rough start. Now he's gaining pace as he's run a couple of really quick laps. In fact, right there near the quickest in the session as he's down to the 25s, running the same pace as Fiorelli out in front, which means Lipsinek's going to want to get past that trio of Heitman, Jones, and Shader as fast as he can. And you can see him there in that Subaru chasing down the red Nissan in front of him.
We've got 28 minutes on the clock, but these are races that are supposed to go by, we're going by laps today. The clock we use in case there's a lot of full course cautions or we have to stop the race for some reason. But if there aren't any big problems in our races, we'll go by laps, and our laps today are going to be 27. And right now we are working lap 6 of 27 here. Lots of laps because we got ourselves a teeny weeny racetrack this weekend. 1.9 miles here at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Tight, twisty, which makes for some really great racing with our groups here this weekend.
Well, yesterday's 25-minute timed race for this group went 18 laps. So if they're going to try and shoot for 27, they're going to have to really hustle to get there. We might be seeing a lot of races going the full 35 this morning. So this will be interesting how many laps they actually were able to get of the 27 schedule.
That's right, and to remind the people who are watching from home, we're going to get this one race in now. Then we're going to take an hour break so that everyone can come in off our corners and all of our workers can get a nice lunch. And then we'll go back to our racing action in the afternoon. And we should pick up our action right now. It's scheduled to come back on board at 12:30. So that's how our schedule is going to work today.
Great shot there of Lipsinek trying to work his way through that traffic. He's gotten his way around Shader in the Z, but now he's got the duo of Jones and Heitman he's got to get through in those MX-5 Cup cars. And you can see there he is. He's gotten one of them. He's gotten past Jones. Heitman's the one right now in front of him with a little bit more black trim on the hood. Lipsinek, of course, in that dark Subaru. I think might have been on the SCCA.com front page this morning. One of the cars highlighted there from his race win yesterday. Yep. But he's working his way through. Still, he's technically second in STU almost no matter what he does in this race. But he looks like he's having a blast working through this field.
And if you didn't get a chance to watch yesterday, first of all, why? And second of all, our SCCA.com folks do an amazing job of doing race reports in the evenings after each race. So yesterday's race report went up here on SCCA.com last night. We'll get another one today. And first of all, you should be watching what we're doing, and then you won't need to read that. But if for some reason you miss it, go to SCCA.com after every Super Tour day, and there's a really cool and race recap. And sometimes I read that because I do all these races and forget what happened in each race by the time we get to Sunday. So
I like that. I do like Jim Llewellyn, who also does a lot of the writing for SCCA. He's on site there at the track as well. He's doing interviews with each of the winners of each class, not just the overall for each session, but each race class winner. That's a whole lot of action going on there. About 3 wide there with the Z, the Viata, mixing it up. But Jim Llewellyn does great post-race interviews with the winners. Check those out. It's always great to see the reaction, especially folks. As much as I respect the multi-time winners who come out here and pretty much win every Super Tour they enter, I love the interviews with those that are winning their first Super Tour. And Jim's able to capture those moments. Go check those out. I know he throws them up on Facebook as he records those each one. Definitely worth checking out.
Yeah, all this traffic looks like the Dan Ryan on a Thursday rush hour. It is crunchy tight in this race. Thankfully, there hasn't been any crunching yet, but it's been really close in a couple of passes. I was like, whoa, where did that come from? And I'm sure they might feel the same way as we take a look at this. Our top 4 right now in our Super Tour, our top 5 in Super Touring. David Fiorelli is your race leader in STU. Then we've got Mike Taylor, Steven Johnson, Jack Anton, and William Knight. Those are top 4 in STL. Looking at touring, T2 driver Denny Stripling is the leader in that class, followed by 2 T3 cars, Camden Jones, Brian Heitman, and Robert Shader. That order has not changed here for several laps. And they've got to get their gear together if Camden Jones and Brian Heitman and Schrader want to catch Denny Stripling, because he is right now the class of that touring field.
Yeah, Stripling seems to have just kind of settled in, as he had done at some point at 23.6, and now he's doing 25. So I think he's just at this point managing the car, knowing he's got a pretty good lead of about 20 seconds on the rest of the touring field. But Patrick Lipsenik now has made his way through the rest of the touring field with the exception of Stripling, and now that he's running the same pace, might just be Lipsenik by himself for a bit. You can see him there out in front now of our pair of Global MX-5 Miatas. There behind him, and then followed there, going through the shot now, looks like Shader, and then Zlobin and Cephalo and Sewell in their cars, all touring T4s, T3s, T2s, mixed in all together, having a good little scrap. That's the Dan Ryan traffic you were talking about, is
Yes.
that Zlobin, Cephalo, Sewell trying to chase down the Shader there. There's the four of them. And I think the lone Miata following them should be James Dianto, if I got that right, in his STL MX-5, chasing down that pack.
And it looks to me, Lefty, like the times today aren't quite as fast as yesterday. And I think part of that is because we're actually warmer today than yesterday. And maybe the temperatures were perfect at the end of yesterday's race, and we're a little warmer today than we were the day before.
It could be, yeah. So they were finally starting to see the temps sort of aligning as things have gotten up to the right range of where they should be. But I'm going to go check and see yesterday's results and see what kind of times Fiorelli was putting down, because he was running away with this race pretty well until he had that flat tire. He had done a 23.4 in yesterday's race before his last lap issues with the tires. Today he's down to a 23.9, and now he's just cruising along at 25.1s. And just managing the race at this point, about 3.5 seconds ahead of the duo in STL of Mike Taylor and Steven Johnson, battling it out between that Acura Integra and that Mazda Miata. That's a good battle as well, as those guys are pretty much nose to tail for STL.
Yeah, and a lot of this also could be traffic as well, you know, and cruising around at 125 might be a result of having to dodge cars as they're coming through, or as you're coming through the field. So lots plays into it. A lot of different dynamics here that we don't have necessarily during qualifying. So David Fiorelli, your leader still. Mike Taylor second. First in class, though, is Mike Taylor in that STL car. So I'm thinking he's liking the new power under that hood.
He is, but his mirror is all full of Steven Johnson in that Miata behind him, as those two haven't been separated by more than about 6-7 tenths the entire race so far. So good little battle in STL. And I know that Jake Anton's trying to maintain pace, but he's kind of losing sight of those front two, as he's faded about 3 seconds. And 3 seconds behind him is William Knight. So STL is covering the second, third, fourth, and fifth position of the race sequence, but it's the front two in that group, Mike Taylor and Steven Johnson, that are putting on the best battle in STL.
Yeah, definitely. And Johnson is not making it easy on Mike Taylor. He's just there hovering, waiting for Taylor to maybe make a mistake or just to have just the slightest of an opening. But Taylor is not succumbing to that pressure and has been doing a really good job as well.
And there's the other battle right there through turns 8 and 9. That's the two MX-5 Cup cars of Jones and Heitman. And then you've got, I believe that would be Sewell. If I got that right. No, Sewell's in the Porsche. That Shader, I think, now has caught them. No, that is Sewell. My apologies. That is Sewell in the Cayman that's now right in the back of those MX-5 Cup cars. He'll have more straightaway speed, but obviously carrying a lot more weight to the corners. Let's see if Sewell is who's now caught them, if he can find a way past that duo. Not terrible sounds either of a Cayman ripping around turn 1 down the straightaway at turn 2.
You can see that car going through that turn 2 area. Lights flashing. That's the international symbol for "get the heck out of my way." And
it's almost like they're on a constant strobe, because every time we look at them, those front corner markers are flashing away. So I don't know if that's just that they're LED and they're timed to our cameras, or if he's got them set up like ambulance strobes.
yeah, we've run across that a couple of times, and it's probably camera sync that's causing that strobing. But I prefer the international. Oh, there's a big off. That's one of those Mazda MX-5 Cups. Now he comes right across the track. That was either extraordinary luck or an amazing driving performance there, or
for Heitman, yeah,
maybe a combination of both.
Yeah, I've been able to avoid Jones coming back across the track, but the two of them resuming their race as if nothing just happened after a little bit of code brown there for Jones coming off of turn 6. That was hairy, but it seems like it's back and away. And these two, remember, had a great scrap in our touring race yesterday morning. They ran again later in the day in the prod race as prod cars, but same two cars. And here they are again the third time this weekend where those two cannot be separated. It's great racing.
You know, at the halfway point, that could have been a time position change, and that could have just been Camden Jones going, you know what, we're going to change, and I'm going to make it look as exciting as possible.
He did. And now he's going to make the pass.
Back. Yep.
Yeah. On the brakes, outbrakes him into turn 2, back in front for Jones over Heitman, but I don't think that battle's going to go anywhere. That is a whole lot of fun to watch these two going at it. That's, if you've ever watched Global Cup racing, this is exactly how it is. Every weekend. It
is. So that's all a battle for second place. Actually, that's all a battle for the top spot in Touring 3. Now it's Camden Jones back to the point. Brian Heitman's in second and Robert Schrader's in second. Your T2 race is between Denny Stripling and Scott Sewell, but Patrick Lipsinick is snuggled in the middle there, and that's good news for Denny Stripling because that means that Sewell's got to get around Lipsinick to have any chance of getting to Stripling, unless, of course, Lipsinick can get around Stripling, and then we'll have game on in Touring 2 as well.
Yeah, I'm watching that Touring 3 because the Heitman-Jones interactions that have just happened have slowed them down a little bit, and it's brought Shader back into this mix in that 370Z. So if you look now, it's a 3-car fight again, where for a little while the two MX-5s had sort of pulled away a little bit from Shader, but they brought themselves back in with the off and on, and then the pass, and there they are going down the front straight through turn 1. That Z looks like it's hungry to eat up some Miata.
We're at the halfway point here in our first race of the day. Let's take a break, and when we come back, we'll take you green flag action all the way to the finish. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We're live from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Stay with us. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant, customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. Realizing Hoosier's existence and continued success is dependent upon how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see one of our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Tire racing dealer nearest you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly designed for champions.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for the Sports Car Club of America. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Learn more at Hagerty.com. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit HawkPerformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Welcome back to the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Brian Bielanski, Larry Lefty MacLeod is here with the race call. And we've got, I just heard from the race director, unless we get way behind on time, we're going to let all the races go to 27 laps today. So that's good news for the drivers. We do have a lot of time at the end of the day because we got an early start to racing as far as our first race here in the morning. So they're going to try to get everybody to 27 laps. Of course, we reserve the right to go back to the original plan if we have some big cleanups to get us way behind schedule. So.
Well, fingers are crossed that we'll keep all the cleanups outside the track property where it looks like the local fire department has taken care of it. Inside, we'll keep the racing is the only thing hot going on. And it is going on between Taylor and Johnson, still in STL. Just a couple of tenths, like 2 tenths now, I think, separating the two of them in that STL battle. That's as good as it gets going between Mike Taylor and Steven Johnson.
No question. And going and looking at the T2 group, we've got Denny Strimpling and Scott Sewell. Patrick Lipsitic still nestled in between the two of them in that Subaru Impreza. And then in T3, still Camden Jones, Robert Schrader, Brian Heitman. Giving a little love to the T4 folks. Sergio Slobin, your race leader right now for T4. Mark Cefalo, though, right behind him, just a couple of seconds. And then third place in that car, a little ways back, is Paulo Salvatore.
Yeah, we do have at least a change of position from our earlier recaps of Shader in the Z has gotten around one of those MX-5 Cup cars, and there they are coming into turn 10. That is the leader in that class, Jones, ahead of Shader. That, I'm not sure which car is between them, but that would be then Heitman, the third of that class. Let's see which car that is. I think it might be a lapped car right there in that third gen NC Miata right in front of the fourth gen for Heitman. No, that's Slobin, as Heitman has dropped behind Slobin now. Slobin, the leader in T4, now on track ahead of the third place in T3.
And I haven't heard anything as far as maybe a problem on that Heitman car. Nothing from our corner marshals. So it's just good hard racing out there.
I'm wondering if he's the one that had the off and on at 6, and I'm wondering if he's feeling something that's slowing that car down.
That's possible. That is absolutely possible. So we got about 10 to go here in this race as we keep motoring towards the checkered flag here in race number 1. Lefty, this is one of those tracks that you really have to visit to really appreciate everything that's going on here. Lots of camber change, and it's not just one corner's on camber, one corner's off camber. There's 2 corners in particular I remember where the camber switches right where you don't want it to switch.
Yeah, well, look at the camera shot now there off the outside of 8 and 9. It looks like that's what it's showing is exactly that camber fluctuating through the corner, which is difficult because it sets you up for this Martin House straight that we're watching now, and how difficult all of that is. It looks fantastic, and you're making me get the itch to head down to Hallett for at least a track day, at least, if not actually to get there for maybe next year's Super Tour and see it firsthand.
Yeah, it's funny. I looked at one of them and I said, "Was this just a natural topography, or did some track designer put their hands together and go, how can I be as dastardly as possible right here?" Because it is really a nasty camber change. Then you've got lots of elevation, and honestly, the countryside is just gorgeous. I mean, it is green and lush, and just love it here.
Yeah, it looks absolutely fabulous. Now, watching this battles, that is a Heitman now again, looking like he's continuing to slow down a little bit. He's got Mark Cefalo, the second place in T4, getting closer to him. Cefalo, of course, wants to keep pace with Slobin, who already got around the T3 car of Heitman. So we're going to keep our eye on that. Up in the front of T3, though, Shader is maintaining pace with Jones. So you saw the white MX-5 Cup car in Jones, Shader in the red 370Z. There they are now entering into turn 7. That's a good little battle going on. So we have that position battle within class, and then of course you got the STL battle of Taylor and Johnson still happening. Those guys still half a second apart as they've been since green flag.
Just got a note in the chat. Don't tell anyone how nice Oklahoma is. We got enough people here. That is one way to look at it.
I'm gonna go see Oklahoma sooner or later.
Oh, there you go. I see what you did there. I see what you did there. For more dad jokes, go to leftymcleod.com. I love it.
All right, so really lots of the battles in there. This T3 battle looks like a lot of fun. Shader, very different cars between the 370Z with obviously a lot more torque and probably a little more top end even, but a lot more weight. And now Shader's going to send it to the inside in 2. Oh, that's a pushy move as the two of them nearly made contact. Don't know if they did, but wow, that was a real near contact between Shader and Jones in those T3 cars.
Yeah, sometimes ambition does not match up with ability. But at that point, they kept them off each other, and it's clean, and they've lived to race another lap.
Well, I think Shader was just trying to prove my point, how much heavier that car is by showing how harder it is to slow down. As they're now side by side at 6, this battle is far from over.
Over-under try.
Yep.
And you got one of the cars going off on the dirt. There's a lot of pressure going on right here.
Oh, a little defensive move going on there by Shader as well. This is the part of the track I got to figure right through here. That MX-5, huge advantage. And there it is. Using the inside, the tight line. Probably not the best exit, but trying to cut the distance. Not there yet.
Yeah, and this is a battle for first place in T3.
So we're only at lap 19, so a lot of time to sort this out if we're going to run the full number of laps. But just watching them now, I'm waiting for Heitman for Jones, excuse me, to make the counter move here. Maybe kind of settling in, let the blood pressure come down a little bit after what happened there on the last lap. But I suspect that he's going to be coming back at Shader before we know it.
Let the blood pressure come down, let the brakes and the tires cool. But I guarantee you that Camden Jones is not happy in second place and will be coming back at Shader at any moment here.
Yeah, I totally expect that. As Jones, we talked about the battles that Jones had with Heitman yesterday in the morning, in the afternoon, and early in this race. Those two basically were almost running their own race. It was almost like they were just never that close to anybody else, but they just kept fighting with each other. Now Shader's found the pace and said, okay, guys, I'm going to mix myself in here, and I'm going to make my point and get on by. I'm watching now the two different lines, though, of Jones and Shader coming through 6. As Jones maybe trying a little bit more of a late apex to try and get more momentum for the Miata. Didn't seem to work there, but trying different lines to see where is the MX-5 faster than the Z.
Well, and the other thing that's playing into this is that there's enough of a gap between Jones and the third place car of Heitman where they don't have to worry about that car anymore. And these two guys could just swap positions pretty much all the way to the finish probably and not worry about those cars catching them. Unless, of course, they come together and then Brian Heitman is right there ready to scoop up first place and take a trophy.
Yeah.
A bigger trophy.
Yeah, for Shader, though, I'm starting to wonder if he's checking his mirrors a little bit too often. You're watching him catch dirt. Let's see if he does it again here at 1. No, doesn't this time, but he was catching dirt coming out of 6, caught it again coming out of 9. So maybe he's kind of looking to see position. Look at the defensive lines going into 2. He's definitely using mirrors here to watch where is Jones at each of these moments. And Jones maybe can use that to his advantage if he can set up a better exit somewhere while Shader's too preoccupied with the mirrors.
Coming up on 5 laps to go here at the front of the field, your leader is David Fiorelli. STL leader is Mike Taylor, followed by Steven Johnson and William Knight. Jake Anton is 4th in STL. Your T2 class leaders are Denny Stripling and Scott Sewell. And now Sewell has gotten around Lipsinick, and so he's got a semi-clear path to get to Denny Stripling if at all possible. I'm waiting to see them come across the line here so I can look at the gap between Stripling and Sewell. I'll get back to that in a second. T4, your class leader right now is Sergio Zlobin, and then Mark Cefalo is in 2nd place in T4 with Brian Heitman in between the two of them. He is your 3rd place car in T3 at the moment.
And Cefalo is catching the little ongoing battle we've been talking about. That's Zlobin catching the battle of Shader and Jones. So Zlobin, the leader in T4, is maybe starting to figure out, wait a second, if I'm going to hold Cefalo behind me, I don't want to get caught up with whatever's going on in front of me. So he's watching from a good close distance, but maybe not going to mix it up with them. Let them sort it out. But if for some reason those two in Shader and Jones slow down too much, which brings Heitman and Cefalo up, you might find that Zlobin's going to have no choice but to try and make his way through. So let's kind of watch how this develops over these last 5 laps.
Yeah, so going back to that gap between the leader in T2, Stripling, and 2nd place Sewell, it's about 30 seconds. So as long as Denny Stripling doesn't have any issues, that should be an easy ride to the checkered flag.
There. Watch that commentator curse.
Yeah, I know.
Choose your words. Oh, look at this. The inside move now for Jones on Shader. Gets through at 6. Let's see if Shader with the torque is able to counter the defensive line of the straightay. Oh, that's a couple of moves.
He's going to go inside and try to make the move again. Doesn't get it done.
But I'm watching Zlobin as he sees all this in front of him, and he's wondering how slow are these two going to be. Look at that in that blue NC there in his T4 car. He's got to worry more about Cefalo about 5 seconds back, but as long as these two in front keep rolling, he's okay.
looking at all of the battles on the racetrack, we're sticking with this battle for T3 because it really is the best race right now, and there's not a lot of close class-to-class action here. So we're going to keep with this probably more towards the end of the race, these last 4 or 5 laps, because our good friends Jones and Shader here are putting on a great show.
They definitely are.
And does it look like Shader's just dropped back a bunch? It does. There's now a 10 car lengths difference between Camden Jones and Robert Shader. I don't know what caused that, but when they come across the line, it's going to be 2.5, 3 seconds, and those two guys have been basically lockstep for lap after lap after lap.
As Lobin just went on by as well, I'm starting to wonder if maybe Shader's overheating the car or overheating his brakes and suddenly just doesn't have it, because the pass that got made there for Jones was a breaking point into 6th, and I'm wondering if maybe Shader's just struggling with those right now, and that's causing this pace drop.
Yeah, I mean, it's possibly boiled his brake fluid or lots of different possibilities there. Absolutely.
Yeah, because it was a pretty heated battle, so overheating thing is definitely is part of that.
No question. No question. Well, that's disappointing. I was hoping those two guys would fight all the way to the end.
Well, if that one it seems to be settling, there's always the Taylor Johnson that's still going on in the STL group. Those guys they're 8 seconds back from Fiorelli, the STU leader, but the STLs have got themselves a good little battle going on. That's always a fun one.
Yeah, let's see if we can pick that group up. So we're looking for the Acura Integra and the Mazda Miata.
Them right there, I believe.
There they are, yep.
Look at that, as they're going around the Solstice, letting them through. But that's Taylor in the Integra leading Johnson. Look at that, a car length between them as they come down the front straight across the timing ticker.
Thank you, Director Zach, for picking that up so fast here. There is Taylor in first. And these two guys have been doing this all race long.
Yeah, and you know what it takes, a little bit of extra momentum for the Miata of Johnson to make a move. But look at him, he's right in the shadows of that Integra as they're into braking into 2.
Next time by the line, there'll be 3 laps left in this race. We're going 27 laps today.
I think there's one other battle. Looking at the timing board, Knight and Anton and STL may also have kind of found each other on the track. Knight in an MX-5, Anton in another Miata. So they're out there in their battle, but we'll keep our eye on this. The front of STL with Taylor and Johnson duking it out.
And it might be because it's bright yellow, but that Pontiac Solstice seems to be in every camera shot we have.
Getting all the camera time today. And I'm not sure if that's Kun Cheng Yi. Perhaps it's showing 2 laps down out there, but I'm also seeing like Pettiford occasionally popping up. So again, going back to the theory of transponder, both of them I believe are listed in Solstice. Solstice.
All right.
Catching a little bit of dirt there at the exit. That was Shader again, and that Z. You go back to my theory of something's overheating, and he's just having trouble blowing that thing down. Again, look at him taking the defensive line. Now as he's backed all the way into, if I got this right, what is who that is now? He's got Heitman, the other of the MX-5 Cup cars, with Cephalo behind him, and now he's just going to let the 2 of them play through.
Yeah, we just saw Robert Shader go through our screen with a lot of cars driving right past him. So I think right now he is just in survival mode, trying to get to the end after that long battle with Camden Jones. Something certainly is amiss on that car, and I'm sure he's disappointed in that as he comes towards the last couple laps of this race.
Which means the battle of Heitman and Cephalo. Heitman in the T3 MX-5 Cup car, Cephalo in the T4 NC Miata. They're battling different classes, but those 2 have been together here now for a number of laps just ahead of that group. But there you can see just behind them, that's the side-by-side of the Miata and the Integra of Taylor and Johnson. But just in the back of that shot as they're coming down the front straight now. So Johnson pushing Taylor around here with just a couple laps to go, trying to find his way through as they make their way through traffic. This might be an opportunity. You can see him coming off at 1. Look at the momentum for that Miata.
And I'm just hearing from our course marshals that there might be a mechanical issue going on with the 88 car of Denny Stripling. They're saying that there's something around one of the front wheels. I don't know if he ran over something or whatever the case may be. Look at how slow Shader's going through that corner there. So we'll keep an eye and listen out to see if that turns into something. But that's your race leader in T2. Yeah. And it'll be real disappointing for him if that's a problem that he has to deal with.
Yeah, because Scott Sewell, though, was 30 seconds or so back. That 30 seconds evaporates quickly should Denny Stripling have any issues in his BMW.
Just hearing the call, next time by, we're going to get the white flag lap, so a lap and a half to go for a lot of these cars. David Fiorelli has a good and easy lead at the moment in STU. That battle between Mike Taylor and Steven Johnson, though, still really close, and we'll keep watching that as we get towards the finish here. Your ST3 leader right now is Camden Jones. Your ST4 leader, Sergio Zlobin.
Johnson all over the back of Taylor now as they're going to come across to see the white flag. Let's see where they are in the front straight. There they are, working their way around one of the solstices here in traffic. And again, let's see if the Miata can get a run right under the back of Mike Taylor and Steven Johnson. This is going to be close.
Got a lap and a half, a little more than a lap to go here for these two cars, and it is close racing. And it looks like, no, a little bit of lap traffic there, trying to get and stay out of the way, basically, as these two cars come through. And that's a tough situation there for Johnson, not getting as much courtesy, or not courtesy, it's just real hard to stay out of the way with all these twisty corners. It really is a courtesy thing.
Yeah, that 2-3 complex looks like a tight, narrow section of track. And so, yeah, the lap car doing everything they can to not interrupt the battle. It's just tough.
All right.
But, yeah, we're getting down there. Half a lap to go.
Lap cars out of the way. So now those two cars pretty much have a clear track to the checkered flag, but they have to see the white flag first, and then it's going to be a 1.9-mile dash for a trophy here, or at least for the big trophy. And we will see if Johnson can catch Taylor here in the closing laps as we get towards the finish here.
I think this might be white flag lap.
It is the last lap. Yeah. I apologize. Checkered flag is out. We'll see what happens at the line here.
The Taylor's going to hold them off for first and STL.
That's right. Mike Taylor is a Hoosier Racing Tires Super Tour race winner. Steven Johnson comes across the line second. Looking to see Denny Stripling. Looks like he's going to make it without any problems, although that car's slowed down a lot. That's I get it. You see the checkered flag and you lift, but you want to make sure you don't, that car's pulling off. That car has some sort of a mechanical problem. Now I understand.
Yes, it does. He's just going to say, you know what? I don't need to do another mile, 0.9. I can just stop right here.
All right. It could be out of fuel.
That's a long race.
All right. So let's go through our top finishers in each class before we head to our lunch break. Our STU finishers, our top finishers are going to be David Fiorelli and, I'm sorry, that STU. Go back to that. David Fiorelli and Patrick Lipsinick in second place. In STL, we had Mike Taylor, Steven Johnson, William Knight will take the third step on the podium. In Team 2, Denny Stripling's your race winner. Scott Sewell and Husheng Yi will be your third place finisher, although he did not complete enough laps to finish. So it'll just be two people on the podium in T2. Your T3 class finishing order, Camden Jones, Brian Heitman, and Keith Morrow is your podium there. And then in T4, you've got Sergio Zlobin, Mark Cefalo, and Paolo Salvatore. That's the way we finish, Lefty. Any thoughts?
I think that was awesome race. I think the longer race presented a lot of different unique things that the shorter ones didn't yesterday. I think we're going to see a lot of that today. This is great. Everybody grab a good barbecue, get all filled up and ready for a nice, long, great afternoon of racing.
All right, we're going to take a break for lunch. Our next race is going to start at approximately 12:35 Central Time. So if you're watching at home, go grab yourself a lunch. Maybe, kick back for a little bit, do a little housework so everyone stays happy, and then come back at 12:35 Central and join us for 6 more races here from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Stay with us. We'll be right back in about an hour. Welcome back, race fans, to the Green Country Grand Prix Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. First of 6 races this afternoon, second of 7 on the day. We got race 1 out of the way before lunch, and we are starting now with race number 2, 6 consecutive all the way to the end of the day. Brian Bielanski here with Larry Lefty MacLeod, and we are ready. I'm ready. How about you, Larry?
I am definitely ready. I've had my espresso. I'm ready for a nice fun-filled afternoon. And what better way to get started with a little bit of open wheel fun here with FF and F6. Yesterday's race got off to a bit of a rocky start. Let's see if we can get a good, clean start and some great racing today.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at our starting order for Group 2 here as I press the button to pull that up. Stand by, and now I make it bigger so I can actually read it. Cliff Johnson is your pole sitter in Formula F. Then you've got Matt Boyan in second place on the inside of row number 2. Jay Messenger next to him will be Cameron Reed, who had a great qualifying session this morning. Then you've got Bill Kephart and John Conder. That's your whole Formula F field. Then our Formula 6 cars, they should have a split start. And you've got Jeff Jorgensen, followed by Steve Jondal. That's your front row there. And then you've got Timothy Freist, George Bugg, Michael Kopecky, and Jack Walbrand. That's how they're going to start for 27 laps of racing action here at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit.
The hallowed grounds of Hallett, yes. This should be fun. They're out there getting a little bit of heat. This is the best conditions these guys have seen, guys and girls have seen, with the nice warm track temps. This is just going to be classic racing. I'll be interested to see if the front pack yesterday, it was a 3-way pack of FF that started to pull away, eventually a 2-way. I'm wondering today if we're going to see, as you mentioned, Cameron Reed in that qualifying this morning, if she's going to stick with them and make it a 4-way pack and, see if she can fight up there, even potential podium. The F6 group yesterday got really separated with the FFs having some issues on the start. Let's see if the F6 battle gets underway early and stays that way throughout.
Definitely. And again, we got an absolute Chamber of Commerce day here at Hallett. The weather couldn't be better. From the locals tell me this is as good as it gets in the spring. Looking up the new temperature here at 60 degrees. We've crossed over the 60-degree mark at 12:38 local time, and here we get going here. Formula Ford's ready to go. There's your Formula 600s right there behind them, and we're going to get ourselves a potential green flag here. And there it is. Green flag flies on this race as all those cars go heading down to turn 1. Let's see what happens. 3 wide.
A little like yesterday, a little bit of diciness through 1. Let's see if they get through clean. I think they have. That's a good sign. Let's see how those, when they get down to 2, how many wide do they decide to go? It's at least 2 or 3.
Yeah, that could be fun, and it is. No issues so far as they come through this. This is a cool little section of corners here. A lot of technicality there, and if you got to get a good run off that to come up this hill here. If you don't, you can really feel like that hill's a lot steeper than it is. And it's as steep as it looks like on the camera also, Lefty.
Oh, that's awesome. That makes for fun racing. All right, so things have gotten themselves sorted out. Single file now down the line. Cameron Reed looks like she's falling just a bit back behind Jay Messenger for the 3rd spot. Johnson, Boyan, and Messenger right now doing a little bit of pulling away. Reed, though, going to try and hold off Kephart, who's got that a gap to Condo up behind. Whereas in the F6s, I think Jorgensen's got the lead, and they've got themselves their own train going on. But just watching these gaps early in the race as everyone builds heat differently in their tires. Now, with the F6s starting awfully close to the back of the FFs, you don't have a huge gap, and we're already seeing the back of the FFs fading through the F6s. So that's going to make it interesting here on the second lap.
Yeah, that's one of those situations where the split start was really close, and that works out fine if the FFs don't have any issues or if there aren't any slow FFs in the back. But we've got one kind of straggler, and they're being real nice about getting out of the way, so it's not too bad.
Yeah, that looks like John Conder is just trying to stay out of the way at the front of the F6 field. Looks like he's doing a good job there. But he's lost pace then with the FF crowd of Kephart, who was chasing Reed. And you can see there Kephart in that bright yellow is trying to chase down Cameron Reed. He's already losing pace as she's picking up the pace pretty quickly, and she's going to get her sights set on the front 3 in that group. While the F6s, it's Jorgensen leading Freist and Kopecky in 3rd, just right behind the 2 of them.
At the line, 0.8 seconds separating 1st and 2nd place, and then Matt Boyan was in 3rd. Cameron Reed about a second back from 3rd place. That's not too far back. It's still time to catch up and make that a 4-person field. Fast lap on your first lap was from Cliff Johnson, but Matt Boyan is going purple in Sector 1 and Sector 2 right now, so he's clicking off a pretty decent lap on lap 2.
He's getting a little bit of that push draft from Jay Messenger behind him, or I guess maybe that's Messenger in front of him that he's using.
Right.
Boyan's using the draft to catch him. I didn't notice that Messenger had gotten around. So Boyan using that to his advantage here in this lap. He doesn't want to lose sight with Johnson, who's right now got a pretty good gap to both Messenger and Boyan, running second, third. Reed, though, is still trying to go and maintain pace, and they're all in the 22s, and now Johnson clips into the 21s as he opens his gap. Johnson over Messenger now 1.3 seconds. And then from Messenger in second, Boyan third, Reed in fourth, you got about another 1.4 or 1.5 seconds covering those three.
Jeff Jorgensen's your lead car in F6, making the tow down from Manitowoc, Wisconsin. And then just as far of a tow from Rushford, Minnesota, just outside of Winona, where I went to college, is Stephen Jondal. He pinned down for this race, and both in Red Devils. My suspicion is those two guys might work together all year long.
I believe in the post-race interview with Jorgensen yesterday, he mentioned that he's actually, I think, in a borrowed ride that might even be Jondal's other car. If I got that right. I could be wrong, but I believe that's what he had mentioned. Would make sense. To, they are good buddies to be able to borrow rides and instead of dragging a couple of cars down from Wisconsin.
Absolutely. So that works out well. Saves on the towing cost, definitely.
Yeah.
So
there's your leader, already opening the gap. Look at that gap over the next three. Last time by the stripe there, 1.3. I suspect it may be growing a little bit more as Johnson was the quickest through Sector 1 by a couple of tenths over the pack behind. But does look like Cameron Reed's caught the back of Boyan and Messenger, so that three-way dogfight there for second is going to be heating up here very quickly.
Absolutely. And now you see some of those Formula F cars catching more of the F6 cars catching more of the Formula F cars. So.
Oh, and there's a bit of a pass there as well. That might have been Boyan going by Messenger right there into two.
I think it was. And the key now for Cameron Reed is to take advantage of these guys not staying in a straight line and stay with them. Hopefully gives her a chance to catch back up to the back of those two cars. And then if they're smart, the three will work together to get to the leader. But we'll have to watch to see whether that develops.
And then right behind him, looks like Kephart's faded back enough where Jorgensen in the F6 has gotten around Kephart. Yes, he has. There's a three in your shot now. That should be Jorgensen, then Kephart, then Jondal, the second place F6 car, and the third in that train. So things are starting to pick up the pace here as the F6 are starting to heat the motor up and get these things screaming down these little straightaways. And I tell you, if you haven't heard some of whether it's the two-stroke 593s or whether it's the 600 Suzukis or Hondas, they all scream to all the revs and they make beautiful echoes off the tree lines.
Yes, definitely wear your ear protection when the F6 cars are out there. So,
well, as they say, it's for the glory.
There you go. There you go. Cliff Johnson still our race leader. Matt Boyan has now moved into second place. Jay Messenger third. Cameron Reed is in fourth, sticking right with them, and trying to make that. At this point, if Johnson keeps pulling away, it's just going to be a race for second place here.
It looks that way as Johnson now is already into the 120s on his lap times. The Boyan, Messenger, Reed behind, they're in the high 21, so that's another second that Johnson's been able to build on this lead. You can see that gap there as they come through turn 4. Cameron Reed's being patient here, I think. She was watching Messenger and Boyan fighting it out. I think she was just trying to stay out of any fray that may ensue. Now she's going to get back in line and see how fast this threesome train can actually push, as especially in the short straightaways like 6 to 7 or 9 down to 10. A three-way train is very fast in FF.
23 laps to go here. We're going to go 27 laps for all of our races today, unless we get really behind schedule. And then the stewards may revert back to some of the 35-minute rules. But it's a beautiful day for racing. No rain to worry about late in the day. And so we're going to give everybody a chance to get their 27 laps in.
Yeah, and that's going to be great because, I mean, we could just soak in all this beautiful spring weather here in Hallett and enjoy this. So what if the race day goes on an extra couple of minutes? Hopefully even our flaggers and our workers out there who'll be there all day long don't mind a few extra minutes with these longer races, but they're getting up close personal action of these great races right there trackside. So it's early in the season. I'm hoping they don't mind because we appreciate them, but it's going to be a great day for watching race cars.
It's a lot easier to be good with a couple of extra minutes of racing when it's 60 degrees and sunny outside.
Yes.
So that hasn't been the case for a lot of our Super Tour races this year. This is as good as we've seen weather-wise, and the competition has shown it. They've all stepped up, and it's been good, clean racing for the most part all weekend.
Well, there's a shot of our leader. Johnson's continuing to lap faster than the rest of the field, pulling away a little bit. Also pulling away is Boyan. Looks like he's getting a bit of a run now, pulling ahead of Jay Messenger and Cameron Reed. So Matt Boyan, not quite yet paced with Johnson, but he seems to be able to do something quicker than what Messenger and Reed are doing. Now the question is, does Reed get impatient and decide she wants to make a move past Jay Messenger?
I like it when they get impatient. That makes for some exciting racing to talk about.
Well, we saw her in qualifying this morning. Every lap was quicker than the previous, just one after another, and she's reaching that point now where she's into the 22s here in this session. She's followed already a bit of Boyan in the qualifying this morning. She's been following Messenger now for a couple of laps. I bet she's picking up some data and learning that there may be a good opportunity to get around Messenger. And then yesterday, if you look at the numbers, yesterday Messenger really faded at about the 7th, 8th, 9th lap of that race. I'm not sure if that was something with the car or the driver, but if Cameron thinks that's going to happen again, she may want to use it to her advantage, get on by, and try and stick with Boyan before Messenger starts holding her up.
Yes, as I always like to say, past performance is sometimes indicative of future returns. So keep an eye on that developing potentiality there. And looking at our scoring at the moment, back in our F6 group, you've got Jeff Jorgensen, who has the good news for him is that there's a couple of Formula F cars between him and second place Mike Kopecky. So that little buffer zone should allow him to just put in some nice solid laps. And if Kopecky can't get around those Formula F cars, that buffer zone could be the key to victory here for Jorgensen. Although with 21 laps to go, there's a lot of things that can happen.
Yeah, Jorgensen's got a pretty good lead. Not only the two cars, but he's got a lot of track between. There's the shot there through the 6th. That is Kopecky, the second place car, and then later right behind him there is Priest and Bug having a good little scrap between those F6s. But for Jorgensen, not only the two cars, he's got himself about a dozen seconds, I think, or so, at least a good number of seconds, maybe 5-6 seconds to Kopecky in second. So able to build that lead and continue to clip faster and faster laps as he's running now in the 22s, while Kopecky's running in the 24s. So that's good news for him. But for Priest and Bug, those guys, those veterans are having a great little battle. They're both running same lap times. They're just a couple tenths between them in their F6s.
And that's what's fun. I mean, they're racing for third place and having a good time, and might not be in contention at this point for the win, but anywhere on the field, in the field here, you can find some folks to go and have some fun with.
Yeah, and over the years now, doing the runoffs, I've had a lot of chances to talk to some of these F6 drivers quite a bit. And these F6s, they're a little bit like that V community. Once you're in, you never really get out. You're kind of in for life. That's how a lot of these F6 drivers have become. And so these guys, they all know each other. They may be coming from the same or different parts of the country, but it becomes like a little bit of a weekend reunion for them. They get to see their buddies, and then you get to go out on the track and play with them. And so guys like, whether it be, Jack Walbren or whether it's George Bug, I know both those guys. Those guys are always having a great time here in their F6s. Tim Priest looks like he's mixing it up really well because they're all having fun with the same buddies that they get to see a couple of times a year.
Definitely, we had a car off in the grass there between 2 and 3. Not quite sure what the number is on that car. It's definitely one of the Formula 6 cars. So there it is. I
suspect John Doe, as he's shown now down a couple laps.
Yep.
He was running second in this group, so that's unfortunate. That's really why you're seeing Kopecky up into second, and John Doe there, you can see him right behind the flagger station too.
Yep, definitely. That makes sense.
Also worth noting is Boyan may have had his own issues in FF. Remember, he was pulling away from Messenger and Reed. That threesome now has inverted their order as Cameron Reed now is shown second in this race behind Johnson. Reed now almost 2 seconds ahead of Messenger, and then you got Boyan about 6 seconds back. So Cameron Reed really turning it on here.
Yeah, definitely. Now that's a tall order for Reed, though, because she is 8.6 seconds back from Cliff Johnson, and Johnson is about a second a lap faster, at least the last lap was. So that might be a tall order to be able to get caught up to Johnson and vie for the win here. But, you know, second place in this situation, if that's the best you're going to get, just time to concentrate on what you're doing and not let Messenger and Boyan get back into the discussion.
Yeah, and starting this race up in fourth, obviously we know she had the good qualifying this morning. She's looking to continue that growth and continue that building, and here she is now. She's just a couple tenths a lap behind Johnson. Not enough to catch him, but she's pulling away now from Jay Messenger in third after getting around him. So that's good news for her. Messenger solidly in second. The question is, what's going on with Boyan? Did he have an off and maybe bend or break something, or did the car have an issue? Because his lap times sector by sector have really slowed up.
Yeah, there's definitely something going on, and
that's him there in the white.
It is, and I don't know if it looked like I might have seen something on the left side of the car, but it's kind of hard to tell because with that view. But we'll keep a look at that and see if we hear anything from our corner stations here.
Yeah, it just doesn't look like he's got the same pace as he was having earlier. He looked like he was going to be the best of the rest there after Johnson, who was pulling away from Reed and Messenger. Clearly, though, that car is not running at the same pace that it was, as it looks like Jorgensen in the F6 right there, along with Keppert in the yellow FF. They look like now they're catching Boyan. Look at the size difference between Jorgensen's FF and the very large, or sorry, F6 for Jorgensen and the very large chassis for Keppert and FF. It's one of the biggest chassis. I'm not sure, it's listed in the entry as a F15 AB. It's about the size of an F15. I don't know which exact manufacturer that is, but it's a pretty big chassis compared to the much smaller F6 that Jorgensen's piloting.
We've got car number 84, John Condor, off at turn 7. He's trying to get started again, but not having luck, I'm being told. You can see him right there.
Oh, yeah. Right there at the exit of 6 before that short straight up to 7. The local yellow wave in there for him. We'll see if he's able to get that car restarted and out of harm's way, or if he's going to end up sitting there for a while.
Well, that probably wouldn't be a spot where there would be problems. I don't imagine they're going to want to leave that car there for the rest of this race with 17 seconds to go. But they are really good here at getting cars out of the way without having to go full course yellow. So we will take a peek at that and see how that thing goes as we work into lap 17 here, 17 to go.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that because we have seen some cars, and I think even Kent mentioned it earlier, sometimes when you come out of 6, you can drag the tires across the exit of 6, pick up some dirt, and in the worst case, shoot across the track. So it's a bit of a precarious position for them, at least if they're watching the flaggers at that corner coming through, that they'll know that there's something at their exit. Now that everybody has seen it probably once by, they'll all know to keep their eyes out for be a little more lifting in that corner before they see Condor out there. But with any luck, he'll be able to get that refired. But sometimes they don't, and the starters on these just decide they don't want to play.
Yeah. Cameron Reed not making up any ground on Cliff Johnson, but still holding a 5.5 second lead over Jay Messenger. So that's good news for her.
Yeah, and that's kind of what happened yesterday to Messenger, is he had a couple of hot laps at the start of the race and then just started to fade a little bit. And so that's what Cameron Reed's taking advantage of that now. She's going faster and faster while Messenger's kind of slowing up a little bit, steadying. He's in the 22s, but he's steadying. What's interesting now is Boyan, whatever was going on before, he may have shaken off a little bit as he's now into the 22s again. Last lap was a 22.2. He looks like he's got some sectors that are back on pace, at least within reason that he should be. Certainly through Sector 2, a little slow in Sector 1, but we'll see if Boyan starts to close up on Messenger for that third podium spot.
$15 laps to go. Your top 4 in Formula F: Cliff Johnson, Cameron Reed, Jay Messenger, Matt Boyan. Your top 4 in Formula 6: Jeff Jorgensen, Michael Kopecki, George Bug, and Timothy Freese. That's how it stands right now, with 15 laps to go here at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Our next group of the day, Lefty, is our Group 3. That is our GT1, GT2, GT3, GTX, A Sedan, and T1 cars. We had talked about possibly having a split start, and the decision has been made to change on that and to go back to a regular starting grid. So we want to let everybody know in those groups that that's what's going on there. And I guess there's no better time than to call those cars to the grid for their session. So Group 3 cars to the grid, Group 3 cars to the grid for your qualifying session.
Well, our TV director's got a good eye here. I think he's got an eye on that Bug and Freest F6 battle for third place in that class, as those two have been nose to tail for a while, battling it out here. Bug just ahead of Freest.
Yeah.
There they are, coming into 6th. Look at them, just side by side, or almost side by side. If Freest can get a bit of a run, he'll definitely make it a side by side. But otherwise, evenly matched between them, and it looks like Condor has got some friends to help him retrieve that car and get back over the wall. We go back full green in that corner.
Yeah, and the nice part is you can see there's a little cutout there where if that car is done for the day, they can pull it through the cutout and right back into the paddock. So that was the other thing that really makes this easier, is the more of those cutouts that the track has to get cars off at various spots, the easier it is to keep things green. So
they're out there working quickly, and let's see if they can get that going, as we're just about the halfway point of this race.
So since that is the case, let's take our break here, and when we come back, we'll hopefully get to go green all the way to the finish. You are watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We're live at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, brakes, and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts both on the street and on the track. As official tire retailer of Sports Car Club of America since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your race weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Summit Racing Equipment, the official high-performance source and proud sponsor of the SCCA Road Racing program, is celebrating its 55th anniversary as the world's speed shop.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for the Sports Car Club of America. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Learn more at Hagerty.com. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant, customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. Realizing Hoosier's existence and continued success is dependent upon how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see one of our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Tire racing dealer nearest you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly designed for champions.
We're back here at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit, and if you see what we see, folks, that was our Formula F race leader with some sort of a problem, and that means that Cameron Reed has assumed the lead here with about 11 laps to go here at Hallett, and she has a 3.4 second lead over Jay Messenger, Lefty.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Cliff Johnson. That's unfortunate. He was really the pulling away. His pace was incredible. But clearly something's going on with him. You can see him track right coming into turn 10. But as you mentioned, Cameron Reed now leading this race. But with about 10 laps to go, Jay Messenger actually just picked about 7/10 off of her lead. So Jay now 3.5 seconds back, is not out of this race by any means. So Cameron's going to have to settle in. She's got to know by now. She had to have seen Johnson on the side of the track there coming into 10. So she's got to know she's got P1 right now. The question is, what is she doing? What is she feeling about that? And what is Messenger behind her thinking, know that he's also in second spot?
Yeah, definitely. Messenger now 2.1 seconds back. 10 laps to go here, and it is going to be on for the lead of this race. And we also should look back and see Matt Boyan. He's 10, 11 seconds back from that group. So that is probably too much of a gap to make up here, but not for Jay Messenger. He can get back into this, and Cameron Reed's going to have some company.
Yeah, Cameron Reed looked like her last lap was 2 seconds slower, about 1.5 seconds slower than Messenger's, but it was all in Sector 2, so I don't know, maybe she had some lap traffic to work around. It looks like she's righted that ship. She's now back on pace in Sector 1 as well as the previous Sector 3. We're going to keep our eye on that Delta while we also keep an eye on this F6 battle between Bug and Freest, who are still just nose to tail, while now the recovery equipment has gotten out there to Cliff Johnson.
Yeah, it's possible she also came up on one of these incidents and checked up just to figure out what was going on and how to get around it safely. If that's kind of a spot coming up over the crest there, you're not expected to see a car. And as you can see off in the distance, we're still not sure what's burning on the other side of the freeway there, but that is not at the racetrack, folks, so there's nothing to worry about here. But now the smoke is black again, so something's being pesky for the local fire department, definitely.
Well, Reed just picked up a little bit, then another 10, stretched her lead now to 2.2 over Messenger. She, in fact, just set the quickest of the race, Sector 2. That's where she was slow the previous lap. She's resolved whatever that was, whether it was lap traffic, slowing for a car, whatever. She's got that chip righted and now starting to push. But it also means Messenger has gotten back on pace because his 20.8 last lap was his personal best of the race. So he's maintaining pace. He's not going to let Cameron pull away from this. So that's going to be fun to see. Keep your eye on that gap. But I love watching this veteran battle of Bug and Freest. These guys are still just nose to tail all the way around, just playing out there, kind of a little cat and mouse game.
That is true, and Cameron Reed just went purple in Sector 2. Right after that, Jeff Messenger went purple in Sector 2, and Cameron Reed is 0.2 of a second off the fastest lap of any car in the race, and that was put down by Cliff Johnson earlier in this race. So.
Yeah, I think she's recognizing not only that she's got the lead, but she may have been either told on radio or she could see Jay Messenger behind her. She knows that she's got to keep the hammer down to continue on for another about 9 more laps. And she's certainly not lifting anywhere. Just went personal best Sector 3, personal best lap 20.4. But Messenger, 20.2, takes 0.2 out. So now that the lead goes from 2.2 to 2.0 with about 8 laps remaining. This is going to be tightening up, continuing to tighten.
I'm going to step away for a second and go grab some more blood pressure medication here, Lefty. We're going to have an exciting one here at the finish. And also keep an eye just briefly on our Formula F race, or our Formula 6 race. And Jeff Jorgensen's our leader. Mike Kopecki's in second, but he is a good bit back. And then you were obviously talking to us about the George Bug and Timothy Freist battle. So that's the one to look at as far as Formula 6 is concerned. There's Cameron Reed coming through with Jay Messenger right on the, well, not right on, but trying to bridge that gap. And it is a big enough gap where if they can just keep the same pace, he's not going to be able to get there. But he was 0.2 faster last time, and we'll just have to wait and see where they're at this time.
Reed through 2 sectors is about 0.3 faster this lap, or at least 2.5 this lap. And we have to keep our eye on that as they're both coming up on that battle of Bug and Freest as they round turn 10, all kind of in a row. This will be interesting if Bug and Freest are keeping an eye on what little mirrors those F6s have. I'm sure they're going to probably see some blue flags waving at them as well as Reed. Wow. 20.1 fastest lap of the race, 0.7 faster than Messenger that by. She responded quickly.
That's right, and if she can put those Formula 600s between her and Messenger, Messenger might not get as good of a trip through this area, and it might be more difficult to do that, so just this lap traffic.
She's trying.
That's right.
She's trying, but as she goes up through 4, she's not able to get past Freest, who's the second of these two. And I can tell you visually, Messenger is catching her through that sector. When the sector 2 time comes up, I guarantee we're going to see a delta where Messenger's on the good side of that. Reed doing everything to try and get into that mirror of Freeze to say, hey, I'm here, I'm race leader, you got to let me through. And there she was able to get by the 1. Now maybe that'll be Messenger's trouble, as she also is able to dispatch of George Bugg. So she now gets through. Let's see how Messenger does it.
Absolutely, and this is what we deal with in all of our, well, most of our classes with this multi-class racing, and you have to be able to get through traffic without too many problems, especially when you've got the leaders of one class battling against, battling and trying to get through the leaders of another class who are battling together. These things happen, and right now, Cameron Reed seems to have gotten through, and I will say Jay Messenger probably had about the same amount of difficulty getting through as well, and at the line it was 1.7 seconds difference, and we'll see if Reed can make that a little bit bigger.
So that was about a 1 second in the favor of Messenger, as they were about 2.7. So a lot of that was, it took Cameron about 2 extra seconds to get through that sector 2, which is basically down here at the edge of the 2 all the way into 6. Messenger had his troubles down at 8 and 9, but not as much. He's gotten closer. I don't think he's close enough to sniff to any kind of draft or anything yet. This isn't that kind of speed track, but he can certainly feel getting closer. Cameron's, I guarantee you, she's going to go out there and run something closer into those low 20s, and she's already about 2/10 off of her personal best with the race best first sector. Let's see what she runs second sector, because she's got nothing but clean track in front of her. She's going to try and just lay the hammer down, maybe, as they say, turn the mirrors down and start just pulling away.
Yeah, sometimes you just have to forget about what's behind you and just run great laps and let your crew, hopefully she's got a radio in that car, let her crew worry about everything behind, and if it really becomes an issue, then they'll pipe up and tell you what's going on. That's really hard to do, though.
It is, and to make matters worse, if I got this right, I believe her father is her crew chief, and a nervous dad on the radio while the daughter's out there running P1 is probably not the best communications. I don't know how calm he can stay while he's trying to keep her calm down in the car. I tell you, as a dad, it is so nerve-wracking to see your kids out there, because you want them to do the best, but sometimes you want to just shut the radio off and not even talk to them, let them just do their thing.
Yeah, you want to channel your inner Brian Herta, who was on the radio for Colton for years, and they never really got into it on the radio. They had a great crew chief to driver, even though it was father-son relationship, and that can be difficult. It can also be really good, too.
Yeah, and it can be, but it's a delicate balance. Right now, Cameron Reed seems to be able to handling herself just fine with that veteran Jay Messenger back there trying to chase her down. As they're pretty evenly matched through Sector 1. We'll see what the Sector 2 times. Again, relatively within a 10th or 2 swing of either way, evenly matched. This is good for Cameron. Jay's got to continue to pound out the fast corners and fast laps. 5 laps to go. Nothing's decided yet, but he's got to stay calm. And with these longer races, I'm, as somebody of not young stature anymore, I wonder what the stamina of a Jay Messenger, who's a little closer to my age than Cameron is, what's his stamina like as he gets into laps 24, 25, 26 in this race?
In your deference, everyone's closer to your age than Cameron is, so that's not a problem for Jay Messenger. Attention in the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 3 cars to the grid. Group 3 cars to the grid for your race. Group 3 is our GT, GT1, GT2, GT3, GTX, A Sedan, and T1. Group 3 cars to the grid.
Well, Messenger seems to be, maybe he's listening to me and he's motivated by my words of calling him old for all of lack of better terms, because he just went fastest lap purple of the entire race, 20.1. He took 4/10 out of Cameron's lead, now 1.4 back. That's a solid way to react. Cameron's got to do the same. She's got to see that gap, and I'm sure that couple of car lengths is noticeable. She's got to continue to push and hit her marks. We saw her do it in qualifying this morning, where every lap started to get faster and faster. She kind of needs to be doing that now, but right now it's Messenger doing that. Personal best 1, race best sector 2. Messenger's the one who's building speed right now.
No big changes in F6. Jorgensen's your leader. Kopecky is in second. And then you've got the battle between George Bugg and Timothy Freest. Still a good battle, just a little bit between the two.
As Reed, I'm going to wait for Messenger's time to come up because they're both flying right now. Reed goes a 1:19.9 fastest lap. I'm waiting to see what Messenger's time is. It didn't come up on timing and scoring because he was race fastest in Sector 2. 119.8 for Jay Messenger. These two are battling. This is awesome stuff as they continue to push each other faster and faster. And Matt Boyan behind him can do nothing to respond. He's 20 seconds back. He's doing good laps, but he's not doing 19s like Reed and Messenger are right now.
Exactly 1/10 of a second faster for Messenger, but 1/10 of a second per lap with 4 laps to go does not get the job done here. He is going to have to take out bigger chunks every lap if he's going to catch Cameron Reed here. 1/10, it looks good to be purple on the board, but when you're 1.3 seconds lap, 1.3 seconds back with 4 to go, 1/10 a lap is just not good enough.
It's definitely not. Now, he was a 10th quicker in the first sector, but Cameron responds, and she was 4/10 quicker in the second sector. So she's nailing that twisty bits of Sector 2, and that's good for her. You know, if Messenger's quicker in the straightaways in Sector 1, that's nice. It's only helpful, though, if you can do it when you're on the gearbox, because then you can use that. Right now, when you're back there, if you can't be fast in the twisties, you're not going to catch.
And she got through that Formula 6 car without any issues. And now it's Jay Messenger's turn to see if he can dispatch that lap car without any issues. She hit the lap traffic in a much better place going into turn 1 to have a lot better help with the time of getting around that. Jay Messenger hit the lap traffic not in as good a place, and it does look to me, just by my crazy eyes, that Cameron Reed may have taken advantage of that situation and opened up a slightly bigger gap now as we come up with 3. We're working 2.5 laps to go here.
It does look like she did, as it took Jay a couple of those corners because she caught the lap car on the straightaways. Yep. Between turns 10 all the way down to 2, Jay caught the lap traffic going through the twistier parts of 2, 3, 4, and 5. And I think that's obviously a little bit harder to do, and it shows his Messenger already in this lap is losing about 4 or 5 tenths to what Cameron's doing sector to sector. That's good for her, not so much for Jay. Jay's going to have to pick this up. This is really coming down to nail-biting time here with 2 laps remaining.
Taking a look again at our F6 race, Jorgensen's first, Mike Kopecky second, George Bugg and Timothy Friest are still battling for that 3rd spot on the podium, and that is what it looks like here with 2 to go.
And Jorgensen's been out there, although he's got a pretty good lead on Kopecky in 2nd and F6. He's been following Keppert around. Remember, he was ahead of Keppert for a while in the FF. Now they've swapped. So Jorgensen's basically just sticking on the back of the gearbox of Keppert as they roll around out there on this track. And I'd say Jorgensen's gearbox, of course, he doesn't have one. I believe he's in one of those 593 two-strokes here this weekend. So there's no gearbox there, so to speak, but Keppert in the FF certainly has one, and Jorgensen's getting a pretty good view of it for pretty much the entire race. Jay Messenger would love to get a closer inspection on Cameron Reed's gearbox at this point, but he's falling a little further as he just lost another couple of tenths. He's now 2.4. Remember, he at one point was less than 1.4.
What we're seeing right here is that George Bugg, Timothy Friest battle. Bugg would be the first F6 car, Friest the second F6 car, and there's a Formula F car behind them. But this is what that battle for the final spot on the podium in F6 looks like. And they are just motoring through here as we get ready to get the white flag out for our race leader, Cameron Reed. That's going to happen any moment now. And this has been, and the distance now between Reed and Messenger, 2.8 seconds. So that's good news for Cameron Reed.
She has continued to respond, hitting her marks, not worrying about what's going on behind her, putting all the pressure on Messenger to close that gap, and he has not been able to yet. He's going to have to do it this lap as we are now working final lap. Now that threesome you see right there, that is the Bugg Friest battle. The 3rd car, I believe, is Matt Boyan, who's currently running in 3rd in FF, trying to lap that battle for 3rd place in F6. He may just be hanging back knowing it's not going to affect his outcome. Let's not affect theirs either.
All right, now we're back on the race leader. That's Cameron Reed, the first car, right there, no issues. And it looks like Jay Messenger may have gone off just a tiny bit there.
We've seen dirt picked up in there coming off of 5 towards 6 a couple times. That was a lot of dirt. Messenger, that might have been his last gas to try and make a run with his last couple corners. Cameron Reed now just has to do about 3 more corners to get her win here at the Super Tour.
All right, here comes Cameron Reed down the Martin House straight for the final time. Now going into turn 10. When she comes around this corner, the starter's going to have the checkered flag in the air. She's going to come right down here for the final time and take the Hoosier Super Tour win here at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. What a great run for her.
Awesome race. Yeah, Jay pushed everything he had. Cameron responded every time. Great, well-deserved victory here for Cameron Reed.
That's right. Cameron Reed first, Jay Messenger second. Matt Boyan's going to come across the line in third, I think. Now we're picking up the battle. This is for the third place spot in Formula F. That front car is George Bugg. Timothy Free still trying to make some mess here and get past him. It is going to be really close at the line. Here they come. It's still going to be Bugg for third place, Freest for third as we finish this one up. Woo!
Yeah, which means Kopecky fell back a little bit there, pushing Bugg and Freest up to second and third. So we don't know what happened there to Kopecky, who was running second for so long. But in the end, that battle we were watching ends up they're both on the podium. That'd be a fun podium interview later on. But George Bugg second and Tim Freest in third. Great fun.
All right, here's our finishing order, our provisional finishing order. Your top four in Formula F: Cameron Reed, Jay Messenger, Matt Boyan, and Bill Keppert. Your top four in Formula 6: Jeff Jorgensen, George Bugg, Timothy Freest, and Jack Walbrin. Michael Kopecky, who ran most of the race in second race, dropped back to fifth place on that final lap. Not quite sure what happened there. So, all right, that's going to finish us up for race group number 2. We'll be back in about 5 minutes for race group number 3. Maybe a little bit longer because I think we've got some cleanups to do here. But we'll be back in just a few minutes. Race number 3 is up next. Stay with us. Attention the paddock, attention the paddock. Group number 3 to the grid. Group 3 to the grid, GT1, GT2, GT3, GTX, A Sedan, and T1 to the grid. This is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Brian Bielanski, Larry, Lefty MacLeod, and we are getting ready for race number 3 today. This is our big bore ground pounders. This is the group that makes the whole control tower rumble, Larry, when they come flying by.
They do, and we had an amazing race at the conclusion yesterday of their afternoon race. I'm curious, how is that going to work out today with Dave Firstand? Can he come back and try and make it 2 for 2, or does Dane Smith have a response to be able to take this win here this afternoon? This is going to be fun between those big GT1 cars.
Yeah, I think Dane Smith would have had a better finish yesterday had the shift knob stayed in the proper position.
It would have helped.
That is what he says was part of his problem yesterday. But he's considering that that's what happened, I thought he finished pretty well yesterday. So let's get through our starting grid here. I'm going to go through the first, let's go through the first 10 rows maybe. Row 1, Dane Smith, David Firstad. Row 2 is going to be Tom Smith and Barry Bowes. Row number 3 is Max Kirby and William Coffey. Row 4, Carl Jannon and Stephen Wiles. Row 5, Mike McGinley and Brian Carrick. Row number 6 is going to be Stephen Burns and Kevin Rich. Row 7, Ray Ramirez and Andrew Timmons. Row 8, Renee Molina and Colin Cohen. Row 9 is Robert Kaprowitz. I should be able to roll right off of that. Well, that should roll right off my tongue, but it didn't. Number 18 and number 19, starting 18 is Paulo Salvatore and Paolo Salvatore. Something might not be right there. But maybe there's a junior and a senior and I don't know about it. And then our 20, yeah?
Yep. Or he ran something different today than yesterday, so they're showing both in the qualifying. One a T1 car and one a GT2 car.
That is my guess. So we'll find out. We'll figure out which one goes to the top of the running order. We'll know that that's the car he's in. So, and then our 20th starter is going to be Chris Edens in the GT3 car from Sherwood, Arkansas.
Yesterday, we also had a pretty good battle in GT2 that brewed along, and I believe it was Kirby in the Viper that took the win. He's currently going to be starting just behind, or just diagonal from Barry Bowes in the other GT2 up in the front, mixing it there. So let's keep our eye on those two, and is he able to make it 2 for 2 this weekend?
All right, 31 cars heading down towards the start stand. The green flag is in the air. We've got about 7,958 horsepower heading down towards turn 1.
That's an awfully precise number.
I
what I'm seeing, though, is
pulled that out of my tuchus.
I see. Looks like Smith has got the advantage. Bowes may have also jumped up in there to help him out, as well as the other Smith. So Dane, I think, is leading this group. There you can see him going in through 2. It looks like Firstand has dropped back to about 5th. Now, we saw this yesterday where the car doesn't seem to be a fast starter. It picks up pace as the race goes on. Let's see, as long as Firstand can stay in this mix, can he start to push back towards the front as the race develops?
I'd say I pulled out my calculator. I was only off by 10,000 horsepower, folks. Anyway, here they come now up through turn 4. And that is one of my favorite cameras here today. Now through turn 6 is sweeping left-hander, and then they go up the hill.
That was Kirby in the Viper getting around Firstand. So running now, it looks like that's one of the Smiths that might be Bowes, and then the other Smith possibly, and then Coffey, Kirby, and then maybe Firstand. But again, although it's unofficial, we'll see what timing is scoring. This is a big off coming out of 6th there at the back of the shot, but looks like the driver's able to get back on.
Martin House Straight, another one of my favorite cameras, seeing these cars flying right at the camera, folks, into your living room and beyond. And here they come.
And Salvatore looks like he's in the touring car, the T1 car, as the GT2 car has not tripped timing and scoring yet.
All right, so our leaders right now after one lap, Dane Smith, Tom Smith, Barry Bowes, Mark Kirby, going down through the field, Firstand, Wiles, Ramirez, Coffey, and Carrick. And when I look to see which car is being driven by Paul Salvatore, to clear up that, we know it's the Ford FP350. That's the T1 car he's in today.
Yep. And so it looks like, was it Coffey that started this race up a little bit higher in the order? I think he's dropped a couple of spots down. Ramirez now ahead of him. I think if we were looking at that battle of GTX cars, but it's the two Smiths out in front with Dane right now going quicker and quicker than everybody through each sector, speed traps and all, trying to stay ahead of Tom Smith in second. I'm going to keep our eye on the first stand, who was a race winner yesterday in GT1, to see if he can start to pick up the pace as he finally gets heat in his ginormous tires.
Absolutely. Here they come now, going into turn 10. They'll be coming out of that and heading down towards our main straight one more time. And it is a big lead now for Dane Smith. He's opened it up to 2.9 seconds. So over the course of 2 full laps, he's already pulled out a 3-second lead. I think it might be this obvious that Mr. Smith is looking for redemption today, Lefty.
I think he is. He wants to just grab this race by the scruff of the neck and shake it for all it's worth. Try to win this thing early. There in the back, that looks like his first stand now getting inside of Kirby. I think it was, maybe not, maybe that would have been Bose actually in the Mustang. That first stand was already trying to get inside of. So Bose may have slipped back a little as we kind of scan back through the field here. That's one of our GTX cars back there in that Maserati. I want to say that might have been, I'm trying to see which one that was. It might be Ramirez, so he's in a McLaren. We'll figure that out soon.
Yeah, definitely. You know, I'm a big fan of the McLarens, but I kind of get a kick out of the fact that it's Corvette, Camaro, Mustang, Viper, Corvette, Camaro, and then the McLaren. That's American muscle at its finest here, folks. 25 to go. Smith, Bose, Kirby, and Fairstead. That's your top 5 here. And those are 2 GT1 cars, 2 GT2 cars, and then Fairstead another GT1 car. Ray Ramirez in that McLaren. It's your first place car in GTX. Your GT2 leader is Bose, and Kirby is second, with Brian Carrick in third. Also in GTX, we've got William Coffey and Stephen Burns. And then your one of your first T1 car is Paulo Salvatore, followed by Michael Pettiford is the other T1 car. Our A sedan cars, Tim White, Sam Daniels, Andy Schneidermeyer. That's how they're running at the moment.
First stand starting to pick up the pace now, up to third of the running order, was able to get past Bose and Kirby. Bose and Kirby having their own little battle still behind, with Wiles kind of in that mix, the other GT1 car there. But first stand, I'm going to keep an eye on him. He's right on the tail of Tom Smith. We're going to watch that, but look at these ginormous cars going through turns. It's such a contrast to the last race with the FFs and F6s to have these monsters out here. This is amazing.
Well, and part of this I'm starting to realize is earlier today I thought it was because we had really cold racetrack early this morning. I just think that it's just so narrow there, and these cars are so darn big.
They really are. And I do think that section there, 2 and 3, is pretty tight. Looking up at the front, again, looks like first stand and the Tom Smith are really pushing side by side, allowing Bose, Kirby, and Wiles to stick close. First stand wants to get by. You can see him there in that second spot. He's in the Corvette. Tom Smith in the Camaro. Great battle going on, but all 5 of those drivers are just nose to tail right now.
And Fairstead's running times commensurate with Dane Smith. So Dane Smith has got to hope that Dad can keep Fairstead behind him as long as possible, and that's over.
I don't think he did. It looks like
there's a crossover here.
Yep, looks like, now it looks like Tom Smith has gotten the position back. For a moment, first stand had it, but maybe under brakes, a little bit of lockup. Boy, that's a lot of swapping of spots. That Mustang in third should be Bose, if I got that right, in the GT2 car.
Yep.
He's your GT2 leader.
Yeah, definitely. But the good news for Dane up front is, like I said, the longer he can get Dad to hold off Fairstead, he can continue to make that gap bigger. It's 8.4 seconds now. And Fairstead could have a faster car than Dane Smith, but until he can get around Tom Smith, we're not going to know. And the longer the gap is, it's just going to be more and more difficult to catch their leader, if in fact that opportunity is there anymore.
Yeah, keeping an eye every time we see a camera shot of Smith, the elder Smith, and Fairstead. Fairstead's trying something, a little bit of a different line. Maybe now he's thinking he's got the horsepower on these 2 straightaways from 10 to 1 and from 1 to 2, as there's the shot of Dane Smith coming off of 1, and you can see how long it takes for Dad to come through in the Camaro with first stand behind him. Let's see if first stand tries to make that inside move into 2 like last time.
And it's got to be frustrating for First Dad, because First Dad got the fastest lap. His fastest lap is a 1:16.9. Tom Smith's fastest lap is a 1:17.7. So it does feel like, ooh, that was really cozy there going through there with the Mustang and the Viper there. It is just awfully tight.
Yeah, not a lot of room for these very large, wide cars to be rolling around there side by side. There's a couple of spots where they can do some side by side. I don't know that the exit of 2 is one of them.
A decent gap between third place and fourth place. Now it's about 2 seconds, it looks like.
Yeah, things that may have settled in. Tom Smith may have really gotten on. There's somebody off coming around through 8 and 9. That's one of our sedan cars, one of our Camaros.
That is an A sedan Camaro. I'm looking through the field.
Wondering if that was the leader,
Sam
Tim White.
Daniels. Oh, could have been.
Yes, he was a little bit ahead of Daniels and Schneidermeyer. So we'll see what that looks like as they come across the timing stripe. Now White's still shown ahead. That may have just been the Daniels and Schneidermeyer battle.
Yeah. 21 laps to go here, so still a good bit of racing left here, and we keep things going. If I look back through the field, our GTX leader right now is Ray Ramirez. Stephen Burns is in second. Again, this is another one. I've got 2 Stephen Burns on my running order, both in GTX, so I'm not quite sure where that happens, how that works out.
Yeah, that is...
Do you see that as well on your screen?
I do see it in timing. Both Stephen M. Burns Jr.
Yeah.
Both of them tripping laps, and one of them in a, if I got this right, one of them in a Club Sport Porsche, and the other also. So maybe there's something going on with timing there that they're getting some kind of duplicate. We'll let them sort that stuff out.
Exactly. Your T1 leader right now is Paulo Salvatore, and then the second place car in T1 is Michael Pettiford. A sedan, our leader is Tim White, followed by Sam Daniels and Andy Schneidermeyer.
It looks like Dad Smith, Tom Smith, has settled in quite a bit now, and first Dan has kind of had to hold off. He might be doing a couple laps to maybe cool his tires at this point before making another run. You can see him now trying to get a run off of 10 in the Corvette, the second of those 2 red cars coming into your shot there. This will be interesting because first Dan seemed to take a while to get up to speed yesterday, but once he did, he was quick. Now he's got to do the same thing to get around Tom Smith. Meanwhile, Dane Smith, leader, just keeps going about a second a lap faster than both Tom Smith and first Dan behind him.
Yes, but he has slowed down just a tiny bit. Tom Smith made a little bit of pace on him that time. His last lap of 1:17, his best lap of 1:15. That could just be I have a lead, let's not mess this up kind of situation. So.
Yeah, these cars, it's the last race we watched the F6s and the FFs, and that was, especially the front of the field, the FFs, they pushed with everything they had for that entire race as they were battling it out up to the end. I don't know that you could do that physically in these cars. These cars don't like to be pushed at 10/10ths for long periods of consecutive laps. There's no place to breathe and rest on this track. We've talked about that. So I'm wondering if that's maybe what Dane Smith is doing. He's taking the opportunity to do a little bit of resting of the car, because it's a 27-lap race is a long race for these drivers and for these cars. He might be just thinking, get to the end, let's just watch that margin instead of trying to push qualifying laps for too many.
But I like going fast, Larry.
I love going fast. But you got to finish first, you must first finish. Well, somebody actually said that yesterday in the interview, and I appreciated that. But it's so true. You have to manage the car to get to the end of the race. You can't just go out there and qualify for 27 laps. Some cars just don't take to that too kindly.
Yeah, definitely. And you also have to worry about now lap traffic. This is 5 different classes here. And some pretty wild speed differentials between these A sedan cars and the GT1 cars. So you want to make sure you don't sneak up on someone who's not expecting to be there. And if you have a big lead, as Dane Smith, he's got that opportunity now up to 10.2 seconds. That affords him the opportunity to not do something dumb trying to get around a lap car. If someone doesn't give you room right away, give it a corner or two, get to a straightaway and make it happen. You don't have that luxury when you've got a second car right behind you. So all of this adds up to good news for Dane Smith here as we get through 19 laps to go.
Yeah, Dane just managing the race very well, still continuing to clip laps faster than anybody else. Even if he is slowed from his prior pace, he's still faster than anybody else behind him. His father, Tom Smith, running 18s, first and behind him, also now into the 19s, while Dane just does a leisurely 16.8.
Leisurely.
A second and a half slower than his previous best, which just shows you the pace potential that car and that driver has.
There's your second and third place car here. Both of those GT1 cars, Tom Smith and David Fairstad. Corvette, Camaro, Corvette up front.
Well, defensive line into 2 there for Tom Smith may yield an opportunity for first hand. Not quite, though. Looks like to get the better exit, but that maybe shows the first hands continue to pressure Smith. He's not complacent to sit back and wait for third or wait for second to come to him. He wants to go grab second if he can, while the third, fourth, and fifth place cars in this group make their way around some lap traffic.
Still getting some questions in the chat about the smoke off in the distance. Not here at the racetrack. We've got lots of different reports of what it could be, but I won't speculate other than to say it's not here and we don't have to worry about it. So.
Well, as Jimi Hendrix said, I think it might be snow, son. So maybe that's all it is.
It could be. It could be Elijah Dobkins, Mel Grenia, Casey Smith, Dean Farabach, all these folks in the chat. Tim Adelson, thanks for being here, everybody. We really appreciate you joining us and watching these races. We're having a heck of a lot of fun delivering it. We hope you're enjoying watching at home. And if
lap traffic, yeah, the lap traffic definitely playing a part of this as it continues to bring cars together and apart as the race continues on. And that's what you get when you've got 5 classes out there all mixing it up at different paces.
And what I was going to say is if you are enjoying it at home, click the like button, click the subscribe button, smash the like button. That's what Brenda tells me I'm supposed to say. Hit the bell so you get warned when we're coming on. I mean alerted. And so you can jump on. Our next weekend from here is going to be at Thunder Hill in 2 weeks. And Mr. Lefty is going to be talking with me there as well.
Don't sit there all weekend and tell me how beautiful the weather is, and I got to fly to California, because, you know, that's just going to tempt me to start traveling to all these races next year, because I'm looking forward to that one. I think the longer race format of the 3 full days there is going to be a lot of fun. I've heard great things about Thunder Hill as a facility, so I'm going to want to be there. It's going to be a whole lot of jealousy of you talking about how great it is there, and I'm going to be sitting here in my Michigan basement.
All right, yeah, but you've got... Yeah, I mean, come on out. You know, we'll take you. We'll take you. And we've talked a lot about our friends up front, and I've gone through the field a couple times. There's a couple of little battles going on throughout, and it's hard to tell whether they're battles or just faster cars going through lap cars when you get a little bunched up there. Looking at the speed differential here, I'm not seeing a ton of close numbers here, so that makes me think that a lot of what looks like is a good battle is faster cars going through a pack of slower cars like we're seeing right here. So
yeah, the Tom Smith first stand, obviously we talked about that, the GT1 battle. Right behind them, though, is the Barry Bowes GT2 battle with Mark Kirby. That is for position. They're a second apart there in GT2. Further down the order, we've got a GTX battle going on. That would be Rafael Martinez. And I believe I got that right. Oh, maybe not. That was there for a second, and somebody just dropped back. And I'm wondering what's going on as the order continues to change. But he was in a battle for a moment.
His car puts a right rear wheel off there. That's a popular place to do that. We've seen that happen a lot.
The other battles that are always battling is the A sedan, as I think possibly White, the leader in A sedan, now has Sam Daniels kind of right there on his 6, pestering him a little bit now as they work lap 11.
Attention the paddock, Group 4 cars to the grid. Group 4 cars to the grid. Spec Miatas. It is time for you to head to the grid. We're 15 laps to go in this 27-lap race. Let us take this opportunity to take our first break as well. You are watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Stay with us. We'll be back in just a second.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories both on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more.
Welcome back to Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Do you want to get on a track but not quite ready to dive into wheel-to-wheel action that you're seeing this weekend? Check out Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack. The one-day low-pressure fun with your streetcar events at more than 30 racetracks across the country. It's where you can go fast as you want, learn from stellar coaches, and leave with a big old smile. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more. They're right back to action there. That was the second and third place cars coming up on some slower traffic there, Lefty, and that could have been a moment.
It's
and
still a moment.
That opens the door side by side. There may have been a little contact there as the second place or the third place car pushes their way through. That's David Fairstead getting past Tom Smith.
Wow, yeah, well, I guess you can fit the Camaro and the Corvette side by side through too, as Fairstead proved it's possible.
I'm not sure that actually fit, honestly. We're going to have to go see if there's a bright red streak on that yet lighter red car.
I don't fit my wedding tuxedo anymore, but I'm sure I could try, just like Fairstead tried to fit down inside of Smith there. He made it work.
Wow, that was, shall we say, cozy.
It was. They got to shake hands on the way through. Ooh, that's a piece of bodywork on the outside of the 8.
That looks like a front fascia off of something.
Yeah. We'll have to see who's missing their parts and has to do a little cleanup here. That just means that whole corner, because it's a blind entry, is going to be very interesting for drivers. Oh, we got big spin and contact through the inside wall coming through 10.
Oh, my gosh. Who is that big wave in yellow there? One car just pulls out in front of another, hopefully not in. Okay, good.
Oh,
not
that's
too many
a couple of red cars. That's the Camaro, Smith.
That was your second and third place
and
cars.
First stand.
Looks like there's a flat left rear tire on the David Fairstead car. That may be the end of the day, or at least the end of competition and up front. And you see that car going really slow as one car goes past after another. That has got to be the most frustrating thing you've ever been through.
Oh, they had so much good racing going on, and they might have just gone one step too far. Oh boy, those two guys have to share a beer tonight, because they're going to have to figure that one out. That's an unfortunate way to end this race for Fairstead if he's got a flat tire. And, of course, for Tom Smith, who had been sitting there in second this whole thing, thinking maybe he's got a shot of a 1-2 Smith family podium. But now all he can do is try and catch back up. He's now fallen to third in class, as Wiles has gotten into the second spot now in GT1. Stephen Wiles in his Camaro. Meanwhile, it's Dane Smith stranglehold still on this race.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait until they cross the line another time just to see where the timing is between Wiles and Smith. Smith might be able to get back into second place here for the class. Don't think there's going to be any chance he gets back up to second place overall, but you know, we're on multi-class racing and we really don't care about the overall win unless you are the overall winner. Everything else is kind of secondary to our class racing, and there is that slow lumbering Corvette of David Fairstead just trying to get back to the pit lane without tearing up the entire bodywork there. Still that big piece of fiberglass or carbon fiber there. Pretty much every car has seen it so far, so I don't think they're gonna do much on that at this point. But gosh, that's just so heartbreaking.
Yeah, there's Fairstead doing the pit entry there, trying to just get out of everyone's way, and it's a sad way to end what was a spectacular race there for those 15 laps or so. But what this does is it leaves Dane Smith with fewer folks in his mirrors. Right now, he's got a pretty significant lead in GT1 over Wiles, but he's got also a couple of GT2 cars in between. And there's a good shot of Dane Smith coming off of turn 1, doing yet another pass on another lap's car. Is pretty much what he's been doing this whole day. Dad, Tom Smith, is sitting back in 5th overall. He's about 9 seconds behind Wiles for 2nd spot in GT1. So if Tom Smith doesn't have any damage, he's going to have to clip some pretty quick laps. He's got about 9 laps to go. He can turn a second a lap faster, so that could still come by the end of this session here. It's not over yet in GT1, but I'd like to make sure we keep an eye on the GT2 battle now, because all the GT1 cars around them have vacated the premises. Bose and Kirby for GT2 supremacy are nose to tail.
They are. It's about 1 point, well, not even 1 point. It's about 0.5 seconds between the two of those cars. And Tom Smith needs to make up 6 seconds to take the 2nd place spot on the GT1 podium right now.
He just picked up 2.5 on the last lap.
There you go. Deeper into the field, your GTX race leader is Ray Ramirez, with, at the moment, Stephen Burns and Rafael Martinez are the podium in GTX if the race were to end right now. Your T1 class leader right now is Michael Pettiford. Paulo Salvatore is in 2nd in T1. GT3, I think we only got 1 GT3 car. Oh, no, 2 this weekend. Chris Edens and George Walker are your top 2 in GT3 right now. A Sedan, Tim White, Sam Daniels, and Andy Schneidermeyer would make up your podium if the race ended at this moment. 9 to go, Lefty. What are we going to see next?
Yeah, it's getting a little bit crazy. We're going to keep our eye on the GT2 battle, but you mentioned that Mike Pettiford now has the lead in T1 over Paulo Salvatore. Remember, it was the other way around for a good number of laps, so we didn't see what happened to Salvatore if he had an off, but he's now finding himself about 5 seconds down from Pettiford. Now, he was 2 seconds a lap faster just the last time by. So whatever happened to Salvatore, he seems to have righted the ship, but he needs to get around the GT2 of Kaprowitz to be able to start making a run at Pettiford. But that T1 battle could still be coming to us.
Sorry about that. We just, the blue car we were looking at there just for a minute, that was Barry Bowes, your leader in GT2. And then the Viper right behind him. Here they come into our frame right now. That Viper is the 2nd place car.
And Kirby's just got a personal best in Sector 2, but he is losing a little bit of ground the last time by the timing stripe there to Bose. So Kirby's going to have to continue to push. Kirby was our race winner yesterday in GT2, so he knows what it's like to taste a little bit of bubbly at the end of a Hoosier Super Tour. He wants to get back to it, but he's going to have to find his way up to and around Bose if he wants to taste that fine Mazda wine again.
That's right. Looking at that piece of fiberglass between 8 and 9, there's a crew member right now going, please don't anybody hit that, I can put that back in the car. Please don't anybody hit that, I can put that back in the car. Because it looks like it's fully intact. I don't know how it came off. I mean, I have a good idea how it came off, but
missing a couple of push pins or zip ties, and off it goes.
Or a little nudge from a competitor could have done it too.
Yes.
But yeah, it looks like there's enough left. I'd probably just grab out my my wireless screwdriver and put that sucker right back on.
Haven't figured out who it came from yet. It appears to be a lighter color, maybe white out there. I'm not sure which white car is missing a piece of its bodywork.
Well,
nobody's pulled in though, except first stand.
That could be a rear bumper cover too, depending on which car it is. But you're right, I have not seen, or the car that came from may already be in, and we're not seeing it.
That's what I was trying to see in the timing. The only one looks like has pulled off the racetrack has been first stand, and the Corvette, of course, is red. Didn't seem to be missing any bodywork.
Right.
But we'll keep our eye out for it. It's sad to see that bodywork out there in the middle of 9, but
so lonely.
It really is.
It is so lonely. Dane Smith is our leader. He is also lonely. He has a 24-second lead over 2nd place in GT2. But again, the real person he wants to keep in front of is GT1 Stephen Wiles, and that lead is 33 seconds. So he is 7 laps away from a checkered flag here. Oh,
wait, you watching there? There goes potential pass there.
I did,
Kirby
right there.
Around Bose in the Viper outbreaks the Mustang as they're working through traffic. He's using it to his advantage like a series of basketball picks. Now we got to see, can Bose make a counter move as there's more traffic still to come.
Right, and the Viper, it looked like it was the faster car, just wasn't able to find the place to get around him. So now we'll know whether that car is a faster car. If it starts to pull away, it could make a commanding lead here pretty quickly. But we'll see. A lot of lap traffic in front of everybody right now in this race. There's really no clear track for most people.
Yeah, lap traffic and 5 more times around. It's still a lot of time in some of these big cars. They start to feel a little heat. Tires start to get a little stressed. The brakes get a little stressed. And that looks like a side-by-side, maybe? Is he going to make a push? Not quite. Can't quite with the lap traffic in the way for Bose. But I think he's got the pace to do it, so he's just got to find a spot. Let's listen to those sounds.
I know, it does really sound fantastic.
It's so good.
I'm trying to look down through the running order. Dave Fairstead, 6 laps out. Okay, I thought I saw another Corvette out there. Maybe I thought he put a wheel back on and got back out, but I was mistaken.
All right, well, a whole lot of Camaros, of course, are running out there. There is a Corvette, but I think it's a different, it's got some black trim across the rear bumper, but awfully close looking at first stance. But yeah, kind of keeping an eye on things. Also, it looks like Tom Smith has gotten second place in GT1 back after the earlier spin from Stephen Wiles, pushing Wiles now down to third in GT1, 5th overall.
That is what the timing and scoring sheet says if you're scoring at home. So now our top 5, Dane Smith, Mark Kirby, Barry Bose, Tom Smith, and Stephen Wiles, and Kirby and Bose are the 2 GT2s in a GT1 sandwich there between the Smiths, and Tom Smith is still 7 seconds back from Barry Bose, so not a real chance for him to get involved there. And even if he did, you don't want to mess up that GT2 battle if you're not going to catch Dane, and hashtag you're not going to catch Dane. So that's that way that's going to end, unless of course the shift knob comes off. Which I guess is still possible.
Let's hope that doesn't happen. As this battle right there, you can see again, as Kirby is coming in with Bose behind him in that blue Mustang, still fighting it out. Bose has to continue to push to get a little bit closer, see if he can make a stab at the first position in GT2. I'm also keeping an eye on that T1 battle I mentioned earlier with Salvatore and Pettiford. Salvatore has gotten to within about 4 seconds, though he just is losing track position to Coffey in the GTX car. So there's Salvatore's trying, but I'm wondering if he's having trouble maybe in certain corners to maintain the pace and try to make a push at Pettiford.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the lap times here for Dane Smith, and he has been for the last 10 laps or so in absolute cruise mode. His best lap of the day is a 1:15, and he's been turning laps of 1:18, 1:18, 1:17, 1:19. So just taking his time getting through traffic, not making any mistakes, and trying to get the 4 laps in here to get to the checkered flag.
And meanwhile, Dad's out there just turned the 16.5.
Yeah, he's in absolute beast mode, isn't he?
He really is.
He's trying to get there. At some point in time, you got to realize that it is just too much of a hill to climb. But he must be having fun, if nothing else.
Yes, either that or he's still angry about the spin and all that happened a bunch of laps ago, and he's just trying to work the anger into fast laps and feel the anger flow through him as he starts putting in faster laps at 16.5s.
That was always funny. My dad ran a couple of races where he got a black flag, and he always turned some amazing laps after the black flag. So whenever he was slow, I would try to go up to the tower and say, "Can you just throw a black flag on 98 white, just for giggles?" And no, they never did that for me in the tower. I'm not quite sure why they didn't want to play along, but yeah, you could. Anger is a motivating factor. It can really make you go fast.
It really can. I don't think Dane Smith needs any anger right now to go fast. He's just doing it and continue to build that lead over everybody else. But I'm still watching that gap from Pettiford, T1 leader. Coffey in the GTX currently 3rd spot, I believe he is, with Salvatore in his draft, basically. Those 3 are within 1.5 seconds of each other. There they are, all 3 of them kind of lined up there. In fact, I'm wondering if Coffey has let Salvatore around him. think he has. I think that's Salvatore in the white Mustang, Paulo Salvatore, and Michael Pettiford in the yellow Corvette up in front. So that's your battle in T1, your first and second spot now with 2 laps to go.
Attention the paddock, Group 4 cars to the grid. Group 4, Spec Miata to the grid. Group 4 to the grid.
I think the back looks like there's 3 laps to go as the leader is yet to start lap 25. We're going to keep our eye on this T1 battle, though, because Salvatore's got some... there he is. Look at him. See if he can actually dive down the inside of Pettiford. Ooh, he's on the curb, but not enough to take it.
Yeah, this is going to be fun.
Oh, he does.
Oh, he gets a big wiggle. Pettiford with a big wiggle, trying to put the power down and stay on the back bumper of that Mustang. With 2 laps to go, this could be the most fun we're going to see here as we finish this race. A race that's been pretty fun-filled already.
And touring cars, being that they're a T trim, they can play longer in these races than sometimes those GT1s like to be kind of put into a cruise control and managed at the end of the race. T1 cars aren't quite the same. They can go a little harder longer in the race. And right now, I would say that Salvatore is showing us how hard you can push a car 25, 26 laps in.
All right, looks like we're going to get the white flag next time by, I think is what I'm hearing from race control. There's your T1 battle there.
Yeah, that'd be the next time Smith comes by, which means these guys are only now starting their second to last lap. They'll have to go around 2 more times, 1 more to see the white, 1 more to see the checker. Now it's up to Pettiford to see, can he make a push? Can he get the right lap together and try and get back around Paulo Salvatore?
Pettiford's just trying to stay with him. I don't know if he's decided to wait 1 more lap to do it on the last lap because he doesn't want to risk having another go at it. But there he goes, trying to stick his nose in there briefly.
I'll tell you what, I think Mike Pettiford may have solved the mystery of whose bumper is sitting at turn 9. I think he's looking at the back of a car missing one.
Oh, so it's a rear bumper cover, not a front fascia.
It is. I'll give away my secret. It was our director crew that may have pointed that out. But Pettiford's got a perfect view of that right now, as he can see there's no fascia on the back of that T1 Mustang.
Right. And I will also credit that one kid Trace in the chat, who also said T1 Mustang, a bumper on the track. Oh. And I didn't believe him, so I didn't say it, but now I'll go with it. Here, side by side, Pettiford is right there trying to make a move here. That is the long way, hard way to make a pass, but let's see if he can make it stick, and he does not.
That was some squirrely braking, though, for Pettiford on the outside. That car was not braking well in a straight line.
Our leader should be coming onto the front straight right now. It'll be Dane Smith with the win here, coming onto the front straight.
There he is.
Right, here we go. Checkered flag is in the air. So let's see if we can get back to that T1 battle for the final few corners here and see if there's anything left in the tank here for Pettiford. Did he use it all up last lap? Will he have anything left to go here?
We'll have to see, but boy, that was a heck of a push for Pettiford. We were just seeing him come into that shot. He should be coming around 5 towards 6.
He's coming out of turn 4 right now, heading down towards turn 6. And it looks like Pettiford's in the lead, if I'm right. Yeah, there he is, Pettiford.
He did.
And then there's the second place car right there behind him. That is Paulo Salvatore. I don't know where he got around, but he's got a big enough gap where I don't think Salvatore's going to be able to catch him.
Well, there's going to be a slower traffic in front of them both, probably by the time they get up through 9. And if that at all impedes the exit of 9 for Pettiford, it's going to give an opportunity for Salvatore. That might be what's happening. Although a pretty good clean exit there for Pettiford.
One more big sweeping corner to go here for Pettiford as Salvatore throws it in there, trying to give one last lap gasp. But it's going to be Pettiford at the line to take the T1 win.
Oh, what a fun race those two had.
Yep, and there we have another Mustang there pulled off to the left with either a mechanical or an empty fuel tank.
I think it's one of our sedan Mustangs, I believe.
Yep. So, wow, what a finish. Dane Smith is our race winner. Tom Smith comes in second overall. He was able to get past the GT2 car, so in the end, no harm, no foul for him. He lost by 23 seconds to the kid. That's going to make for a long drive back to Arkansas today. Mark Kirby is your first place winner in GT2, followed by Barry Bowes in second. And Brian Carrick is in third in GT2. The last spot on the podium for GT1, by the way, goes to Stephen Wiles. Looking at GTX, you've got Ray Ramirez as your winner in GTX, Stephen Burns second, and Rafael Martinez looks like will be your fourth place car, unless the second car of Stephen Burns with Stephen Burns' name on it has a different driver driving it, which is possible. They just didn't update timing and scoring is my guess, so I'll have to work that one out. T1. Michael Pettiford was your winner, Paulo Salvatore second, and then A Sedan. Sam Daniels takes the top spot on the podium, Tim White second, and Andy Schneiderman is third. Oh, okay.
That's exciting. Boy, I can't imagine if any of the other races are this exciting, how we're going to take it. What's up next, Brian?
Up next is Spec Miata. They're never exciting. I'm sure it'll be a very boring race with those guys. Hashtag sarcasm. This could be a lot of fun, folks, so hang in with us. We're going to take a short break. Be back in about 5 minutes for your Spec Miata race. And we're back at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Brian Bielanski, Larry Lefty MacLeod, Kent Carter joining us for this session because he used to be a Spec Miata driver, so he's going to be here for Spec Miata. And we're getting ready to do 27 laps. This could be fun and fast and furious, Lefty.
Yep, I totally expect that. We had some great racing yesterday. I think this guy's going to pick up right where they left off. Certainly with Logan Stretch, Matt Reynolds, Kowalski. We're going to have some really awesome racing today. It was so much fun yesterday. This is going to be a big pack doing a lot of fun things.
Pulling up the timing grids here right now. And I'll go through the first probably 10 rows here as we get ready to go. Matt Reynolds is your pole sitter in the number 74 Spec Miata. Next to him, Brett Kowalski. Row 2, Logan Stretch and Mark Curley. Row number 3 will be Tyler Quant and Alex Stanfield. Row 4, Matt Stretch and Toby Linder. Row 5, Jim Drago and Christopher Schaefer. Look out for cars from row 5, by the way. Row number 6, Mark Curley is going to be next to Vinny Barada, who was taking boards this morning and he was not here for qualifying. I hope he did well on the boards, and I hope he does well today as well. Next row, Lee Thomas, Matthew Davis, then Tyler Ladd, Nicole Cooper-Cephalo. And then your next row is going to be Ken Williams and William Keating, who is doing his last Super Tour of his career this week.
This is it, yep.
So we want to wish him good luck and safe travels to the front of the grid. How's that?
There you go.
All right, 27 laps is on tap here today, Lefty. What are we thinking?
I'm thinking it's going to be a hard race for a long time. I don't think we're going to see any laps or corners where there's any rest. I think this is just going to be push, top to bottom for these drivers because they know that that's what this place is all about. There's no chance to sit back and wait for someone because if you don't go, someone else will.
And Kent, do you concur?
Wholeheartedly.
Well, that was easy.
Yes.
It's very infrequent where three guys talking about racing agree. We just come to a conclusion.
That's it. We all need to be rehired with some people who hate each other. And
That's
don't
right. Well, I can tell you that may never happen again, folks. So we're getting ready down the Martin House straight here into the final corner. Pace car is on pit lane. They're going to come around this big sweeping left-hander, and then there is a starter in a start stand holding a green flag that he hopes to wave if everything looks good. And here we go. I can hear cars starting to rev up, and the green flag is in the air, and we have 22 cars heading towards turn 1. And will 22 cars come out on the other side? Stand by for news.
They are 2x2 Noah's Ark style through 1 all the way down. And Kowalski, great start. Reynolds getting a bit of a push from, I thought that was Logan Stretch, who yesterday had a terrible start to his race, had to work back up to take that win. This time, doesn't repeat that. Lots of lockup. Oh, the lockup. And they have not changed a bit. I think they're still in grid formation lap.
Pretty much 2x2 as they come down through turns 2 and 3. And heading up the hill to turn 4, now they're starting to go a little. Whoa,
that's Reynolds.
That was Reynolds.
Left. And the way that car goes, that could have gotten into a tire wall there.
No.
Oh, perfect,
Hi, Matt.
clean car,
Point.
bouncing along merrily through the off of the course.
Waving at our camera on the way on by.
Exactly. They need to stop and sign the camera. There the cars go through turn 6. Now they're single file, starting to sort themselves out here.
Watching for Drago, it looked like he was starting to pick his way through a couple of spots here in this opening lap. So when we come across timing scoring, it looks like he's 5th in that group. He started this, I think, in 8th.
10th. He was in 10th at the start.
Well, he's improving
9th.
already.
9th. So, yeah, single file here now, finally, as they get to the last corners here on the racetrack before coming on to our main straight, turn 10 and 11 here. Now they're back on the main straight, and that, my friends, may be the cleanest first race of action I've ever seen in a Spec Miata race.
Unless you're Matt Reynolds.
That's true. Yeah, it's true. Well, when you're up front, it's always clean, right?
Right. Well, I mean, I don't know what happened to him, but he definitely went off with some authority there.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's good for him. Mark Curley coming across the line in 2nd place here. I'm sorry, Logan Stretch. I heard it new.
A little bit of a tail out under braking there for 10.
Every time I
Right,
look
sweet.
down at the time in the scoring sheet, I hear one of you guys say "ooh," and I'm like, "What am I missing? What am I missing?"
Don't ever look down. You got to keep your eyes up for this one because this is going to be nonstop action, as we figured it would be, right? We all agreed it would be. It's
Yep.
proving to be the case. As I think it was Tyler Quantz trying to make the push through the field there as well, as he was fourth at the timing stripe. That might be him in the yellow and white. Remember yesterday, his race ended early, I believe, into the stack of tires that brought the free range tires out of the track. He's trying to stay in this, but his aggression has not subdued at all. But now, because of his moves, it's left Stretch and Kowalski to start pulling away.
All right, so Kowalski's your leader, Stretch second, Mark Curley third, Tyler Quantz fourth, Jim Drago fifth, Alex Stanfield sixth, Matt Stretch seventh. Then you got Vinny Barada, Toby Linder, and Christopher Schaefer.
Yeah, look at that gap.
Yep, there's a gap, and they're working together with the little bit of draft that they might be able to get here. As we've talked yesterday a lot, drafting not as big a deal here as in other races, but it certainly can't hurt to work together.
Not a bit. It can't hurt at all for Kowalski and Stretch to just bide their time right now and try to build this gap, but I really don't think it's going to last. Tyler Quantz has been very aggressive. He was aggressive to get to that third spot. Look at this, already side by side actually for the front. There goes Stretch.
I thought this was going to be, you told me this was going to be boring, Lefty.
Yeah, they're all boring. This one, the next one, the last one. None of them are boring here today. It's Hoosier Super Tour. Nothing's ever boring.
That's true. That is true. Here comes
Look at that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Logan Stretch now out in front.
Logan Stretch out in front, taking over the point of this race from Brett Kowalski.
Tyler was saying, "Thank you very much for the side-by-side. Here I come."
That's right. That's right.
Oh, we've got a car into the tire wall there. Right at 6, looks like. Car's going to back out of it and continue. We'll see if the tire wall is okay.
Yeah, there's these cars are pretty tough. They can take a pretty big beating and keep going. So hopefully no big damage. The only thing we really worry about at that point is if there's any kind of tire rub.
Or the tire wall itself, as we had seen yesterday.
There's that too. So, as you said, Logan Stretch, our new race leader, a half-second lead over Brett Kowalski. Quantz, Drago, and Stanfield remain third, fourth, and fifth. They're going to come right into our living room right now. Well, almost right now. There they are. And all of that jostling up front, though, has allowed third, and fourth place to get back into the mix. And there's a lot of cars who are still vying for the top spot in this race.
Well, that third and fourth place is Quantz and Drago.
Right.
Stanfield fifth, which means Mark Hurley has dropped down to sixth in that running order. Well, Quantz continues to be aggressive. Now that he's caught Kowalski, looks like he wants a piece of that and wants to move himself to second spot. So let's keep our eye on that battle for second, as that is
big car
Kowalski.
off, comes back on the racetrack, almost side to side there. Thankfully, there was no contact, and both those cars came through almost like the car was never off the racetrack.
Yeah, that was definitely Kowalski, though, in that position. So that's going to drop him down to, I think, fifth. I think Quantz, Drago, and Stanfield all got by.
And of course, in 2 laps, Brett Kowalski goes from first to fifth here.
Not the way he planned it for sure.
Yeah.
Although Matt Reynolds may say, hey, you know, if you want to make it worse.
It might be one of those things you get in your head after you make one mistake to go back to second, and all of a sudden they're off, and now you're back to fifth. And, you know, sometimes mistakes compound mistakes.
Drago's tucked up under Quant now. We'll see what happens with that.
Quant's very aggressive in this race early on, but now he's in that, you know, kind of that lead duck in the flock there position. But Drago looks like he wants it.
Yep, Jim Drago's decided, I want to be in second place, and I'm going to take it, and he has. But now, right coming back is Tyler Quantz. I don't know if he missed a shift coming out of there, but he came up real slow, and then a bunch of cars went flying by.
Yeah, he may be having shifting issues. He may be stuck in the wrong gear.
That would be very, very unfortunate.
At the wrong time, because it looked like he was thinking, all right, bit of leapfrog, we're going to catch Logan, we just stay calm, and then all of a sudden his car's, and there he is slow, he's just going to drive to the inside.
That is very unfortunate. Jim Drago has been a big part of this class for a long time. Oh, and now he's trying to maybe get back up to speed, maybe?
Or
Maybe he's figured it out.
Or he's just trying to stay a little bit out of the way as he went to the inside. I think most of the lines to the outside. He's trying to do it again here.
Yeah.
He's not super slow. He's not full speed either.
He's super slow. He's just trying to find a way off the track.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to get to pit lane without getting anybody's way here. So Logan Stretch, Tyler Quantz, it's going to be Alex Stanfield up to third then. It'll be Kowalski, Curley, Matt Stretch, Toby Linder, Lee Thomas, Christopher Schaefer, and Vinny Barada will round out the top 10 at this point in time, with 22 laps to go here in this last SM race here at Hallett for this Super Tour weekend.
He may have a box full of second gears at this point.
Yep, lots of second gears. Yeah.
Well, it's now up to Quantz, Stanfield, and Kowalski, Curley, and Matt Stretch to try and pull themselves up to Logan. But Logan showed yesterday that once he got out in front, he was almost uncatchable. He's running some pretty quick laps, but the pack behind him, if they play nice and push and bump drafts a little bit, might be able to help Tyler as the lead dog here to continue to close up. And I think Tyler Quantz did pick up a 10th there in the first sector, but let's see if he can do it in the second.
With this longer race today, is there a motivation to work together and get these cars up to the front? Because a lot of times the Spec Miata drivers don't like to work together very much.
Well, but you have to. I mean, if you're side by side, you're slow. If you have discipline and stay nose to tail and keep each other in line, you can catch the guys in front of you. If you're side by side, you cannot. So and these guys are savvy. They know that.
He's catching them. That's definitely closer this time by between Quantz and Stretch than it was before. So I think he's got the pace right now for Tyler Quantz.
And there's plenty of time. We're not even close to halfway yet. So and there's also time for other problems to arise for all the cars out there. So sometimes that's the best you can hope for. But these guys got the pace. It's now less than a second between Quantz and Stretch from first to second. So that shows that the pace is still there to close up that gap.
Yesterday, Logan Stretch started on pole, fell back, but clearly was the quickest car on the track, and it almost seemed inevitable that he was going to get back to that lead position, and eventually he did and held off Matt Reynolds. Today, I'm almost thinking Tyler Quantz is the quickest car out there. Even with all the fighting he's been doing, he's still pulling away a little bit from Stans Kowalski, who at least have an 8 of a draft. Quantz continues to pull closer, 10th by sector, another 10th, another sector towards Logan Stretch. I'm wondering if Quantz is going to be on the back of Stretch here by the time they come across start-finish the next time.
Brian S. in the chat says that Kent isn't the only karter at the track, and the other karter's probably doing more work today. Diane's in timing and scoring. You're getting trolled in the chat.
Hey, I deserve it. My darling wife, Diane, is the chief of timing scoring here today, and she's definitely working harder than I am.
All right, our top 4 cars definitely now breaking away from the 5th place car. And if they can get together and work as a 4-car train, it'll be lights out for the rest of the field. And but the problem is when they do get together like that, they're all going to want to get racy up front.
We didn't get to see what Tyler had yesterday because he had contact at the greens at the start, and then he went off later in the race at turn 4. So he may have had stuff yesterday we didn't see. Let's see what he's got today.
Well, and he's been up front in several of the Super Tours, hanging out in the top 10. So there's no question that he belongs in that pack up front. And it comes to the point now where it's all about racecraft, and that's kind of the whole key to all of the spec classes that we have here, whether it be a Spec Miata or Spec Racer Ford or the FE2 class. Right up front, usually in the first 5 or 10 cars, it's not about the car, it's about the racecraft.
It really is, and the lack of mistakes.
Right, exactly.
Right now, this 4 has pulled away significantly from the other of the Stretch brothers. Matt Stretch is back there in 5th and really can't do anything to maintain pace with the front 4 right now, which is surprising. I would have thought maybe that whole pack would be pulled together, but Kowalski laid down great laps as the 4 of the foursome, keeping with Stanfield, keeping with Quantz, and now they're just a couple of tenths off the back of Logan Stretch for a 4-way fight for the front.
Now it's 0.5 of a second. I lied. 0.498 of a second between Quantz and Logan Stretch. Not making up a lot of time fast, but with 19 laps to go, not a big problem. Just stay there and be there, and be ready for to pounce if needed. But then you've got your 4th place cars trying to get a little racy there. Brett Kowalski, he wants to get back to the front where he started out a couple of laps in this race, and he's the one who's got the least to lose by going after it. He's already the last person in that 4-car pack.
Well, he's not anymore. I think he just got past Stanfield for 3rd. He's in the white car for Kowalski. Okay. Remember, yesterday in the race, he was the 2nd quickest single lap time. He's actually now, I think he has or had the single, he still has the fastest lap in this race as well. So he's got some race pace. It's coming to him. The way he was able, that pass that he made on Stanfield looked easy going into 2. Stanfield may have led him, knowing that they don't want to break up the foursome. But Kowalski may be thinking he can push Quantz to catch Stretch here once and for all.
Attention the paddock, Group 5 cars to the grid, Group 5 cars to the grid. That's Spec Racer Ford 3, Group 5 cars to the grid.
Well, good. Another race to follow this one that just won't be completely stressful, and it just never stops. It's awesome stuff. I love it.
Our 2 most highly successful and subscribed classes here back to back. You know, I'm going to have to talk with the people who make the schedule and let them know that I need a little breather between these spec classes.
Man up.
Oh,
you're being called out, Brian.
Yeah.
Okay, I see a yellow.
Yeah, I do see a yellow on our board here.
We're double yellow.
We're double yellow for some reason. Let me.
Well, while you listen to Flaggernet, that's going to pull a lot of this back together, which specifically is going to pull Matt Stretch back up with the front 4, which is good for him because that puts a bookended top 5 between Logan in 1st and Matt in 5th. As far as the front 4, not going to make much of a difference. But does this opportunity cool the tires a little bit? Do you have to bring the car back up to temp after a yellow like this?
I don't think we'll see much cooling of the tires today. It's pretty warm track temperature-wise. I went out and touched a little bit of the asphalt. It feels nice and cozy. So I think they're going to get right at it when the green flag happens. What I don't know is where this is. I don't see it on any of the camera views.
Yeah, the problem is there's a car off at turn 9. I don't know what the circumstances are, but that's where the wrecker is headed. I don't see it on our turn 9 camera.
Oh, there it is. Far left.
I do see it off to the left, way off on the left here. Yeah. We've got a car, and I'm not sure whether it's just a mechanical, but yeah, that's a place you want to get that car moved.
It's curly, I think.
Okay.
Is it? Oh, wow. After the great start that he had in this race, now he's going to be dropping out of it, unfortunately for him. I also wonder what this is going to do for the stewards in terms of time duration, because they had kind of waived the 35-minute and pushed to 27 laps for pretty much everybody, but now with a full course yellow here, might be rethinking that. We'll have to wait for them to decide, are we going to end this at 35 or are we going to go a few extra laps?
Yeah, I think they're going to try to take it to the end here. So, all right, let's do this. While we've got the time here under full course yellow, let's go and take our break, and we will come back and hopefully stay green all the way to the finish. You are watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Stay with us.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, brakes, and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts both on the street and on the track. As official tire retailer of Sports Car Club of America since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories both on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your race weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com. Celebrate your race weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Welcome to the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, where we bring together top SCCA road racers from around the country to compete in the premier amateur road racing series. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest racetracks in North America, showcasing our 27 car classes and packing a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event. And now you can watch the live stream coverage of the Super Tour events on site or from the comfort of your own home. Find those details and more at scca.com/live. It looks like they've had a pretty quick pickup here, and it might be going back to green here, but we have done some super sleuthing,
Yes.
and I think we have come up with what happened.
Brendan, our super guru of video here in the Taj Mahal Tower at Hallett, showed me a little replay of coming down at the apex of 9, and it looked like something broke on Curly's car.
Yep.
He had it, right at the apex, and then suddenly shot off to the left of the track into the tire barriers over there by the Martin House. Sad to see for him, but again, thanks to Brendan for the video rewind.
All right, so this is going to get back going with either 15 or 14 to go is my guess here. Half a race. We've now bunched everything up, and that little bit of lead that Logan Stretch had is now none. What do we expect to see, Kent, here when we go back to green?
It's going to be on. I mean, poor Logan, he's going to try to get a good start and get a good restart and try to get some gap on the field. Tyler Quantz has got a lot of experience in this position, and he's going to try to chase him right down into 1 and take advantage immediately. And if he doesn't get it done in 1, he'll try it again in 2. It's on.
Ken, how do you mentally get ready for a restart like this? Because it was kind of tense, especially that pack of 3 catching Logan Stretch, and there's a lot of that intensity. The adrenaline's going, and blood's pumping, and then everything has to kind of just take the air out of the sails with this yellow. How do you get it back up, and how do you make sure that you don't make the mistake as you get the restart?
This is something I've always done terribly. I fall asleep in this situation, so but you gotta be on it. I promise you, there'll be some right foot on the gas and some left foot on the brakes, dragging it, and they're going to try to get a bang bang start to get out of here. But yeah, you've got to keep your intensity up and try to make the best of it.
So who's going to be the aggressor
on the
here?
pace car going back to racing this time by.
Oh, we have a little video feed problem here. I'm going to stand up and look out the window.
That's not fair.
Oh, well.
All right, Logan
All right.
Stretch, Tyler Quantz, Brett Kowalski, Alex Stanfield, Matt Stretch, your top 5. We're going to go back to green here. The question will be, will those 5 cars be in the same order when we come through turn 1 and 2? We'll know more in just a second. Here they go. No one's popping out, staying single file, going into 1, actually staying single file all the way back through at least 10 cars. And I saw 1 car put a wheel off, and that happens often. There shouldn't be a huge deal. All these cars with straight lines. Now we're going to get a pass for the lead. There it goes. It's Quantz and Kowalski trying to get past Logan Stretch going into turn 2. Let's see how this thing sorts itself out.
I think Quantz maybe got shuffled back to 3rd. He did, but I think, is that still Logan in the lead, though, ahead of Cody?
Yeah,
It is.
It is. I'm not quite sure how that worked out because both looked like both the first two cars were going to get past without any problems there. And but Logan Stretch had that moment of personal fortitude and pushed a little extra down on the gas pedal.
Well,
You know, Stanfield just made a move on Quantz.
Well, you know, turn 2 is a compound turn. So you've got the left-hander, and we saw him ahead at the left-hander, and you've got this immediate right. So Logan may have stayed sturdy there and took him to task in the right-hander.
And now a little bit of gap is forming between second and third place. And that could be good news here, but there's still a ton of laps to go. So I'll pretend like I don't know what I'm talking about.
But that was Stanfield, I think, getting inside of Quantz, which allowed a little extra gap then to form between Kowalski in second, and then that orange car is Stanfield in third. Those guys got to settle. I'm really surprised during the restart how Quantz seemed to maybe a little bit sleepy there as he loses the 2 positions. He's going to have to wake back up. He was so aggressive on the green flag laps before this whole yellow. He's got to get it back.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure whether or not the car just didn't go when he pressed the skinny pedal or what the situation is. But he's really mad at himself now. And Matt Stretch is trying to give him a oodle of problems here as they go through turns 2 and 3.
He's getting out braked into 2 now by a couple of times. Like you said, Matt Stretch almost was able to get inside of him there. Didn't quite make it stick, but that tells me that there's just something up with the way that car's braking or the way the driver's kind of pushing that car to its limit. That's allowing Stanfield to try and go after the Kowalski Stretch 1-2.
Right, so, and Tyler Quantz is not even being able to keep up with Stanfield here. So, big off there, but it looks like that car came back on.
I think he got his tires. I think he got his tires dirty when he tried that pass, and I think he's cleaning them up now, and he's starting to see some pace come back. But look what's going on at the front.
Yeah, they're kind of walking away. That would be Stretch and Kowalski, and the smart thing for them to do is just keep working together and try to pull away from Stanfield with 14 to go, plenty of time here. And this is kind of that middle part of the race where if you're smart, you do the right things and not play back and forth and try to get out and stretch yourself into a 3 or 4 second lead. And then, look at how sideways he got coming out of that corner. That was Logan Stretch not wasting any bit of the racetrack. He's like, I bought that racetrack.
Here we go. Here we go.
Here comes another attempt for a pass.
Got him, I think.
Side by side still, they go through 3 as
And
I think
still
Kowalski
side by
might
side.
have it. It's going to be close. They head down towards 4.
Oh, he's not in a good place for 4 unless he can stay out there and make 5 work for him.
Yeah, no, Logan Stretch was able to keep out front here. Look at how well he has handled that situation. People keep throwing everything but the kitchen sink at Logan Stretch, and Logan Stretch has said, keep throwing it at me, guys. I got this.
It's Stanfield and Quantz behind him saying, you guys keep doing what you're doing. We'll be there in a minute.
That's true. That's true. The more they battle, the better it is for 3rd through 5th.
So
Yeah,
Quantz has gapped the other Stretch, but hasn't caught up to the rest of the leaders yet. So
Yep. And let's also keep an eye on that car right out in front there, or maybe 10 car lengths in front of the duo racing for first place. That is a slower car, and depending on where they hit that car, that could mess all this up as well too.
Very unusual, especially coming out of a full course yellow to have that. I suspect that car may have had an off and back on. He's got the blue. You can see the blue waving at him and saying, hey, those are the leaders behind you. You got to get going with the going.
So Stretch gets through fine, Quantz gets through, Kowalski gets through fine. Now it's time for Stanfield and Quantz to try to do the same thing.
Stanfield's there, and then Quantz is as well. So your front 4 is starting to close up a little bit.
Yep. And, at this point in time, as close as these cars are, there's a big move for 6th place, it looks like.
that was the lap car.
Oh, that was the lap car. Okay, yeah.
That was Matt taking
Stretch
it.
going around the lap car. Got it. Attention in the paddock. Group 5 cars to the grid. Group 5 Spec Racer Ford to the grid. Group 5 cars to the grid. Yeah, that lap car looks like he's really doing a nice job staying out of the way as the field comes through, knowing that he's, in a situation where he's not going to vie for anything. Ooh, another big off there. It looks like a big off, but it really isn't probably, right?
No, it's pretty typical to drop a wheel there. It's not a great place to drop a wheel. I've certainly had a big incident after putting one off there, but it's kind of typical. It's a little off camber, and you slide out and put one wheel in the dirt. Keep on going, just don't lift.
Yeah, okay, there you go. Stretch and Kowalski have stretched out a 1.4 second lead over third place, and it looks like actually Stretch has now been able to put 0.8 of a second between himself and Kowalski. So his car has not given up any of the power, any of the gription here, because it is working really well, and he's been able to fend off multiple attackers here in this race, and he just keeps going and going and going.
But Quantz looks like he's righted the ship a little bit here. He's running a good lap pace here. Stanfield also in the third spot ran a good lap. It means those two are catching Kowalski, even if Kowalski isn't catching Logan Stretch. But I see the four of them in general. My eyes tell me they're closing together first to fourth.
Well, and if they can't get together, the three can work together and then bridge the gap up to Logan Stretch. And with 11 to go, could make it a really fun and final finals here.
That's what I'm seeing. I think all four of them right now are about the same gap. It's about 6-7 tenths between each, between 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4. I think they're all going to be closing together at about the same rate. Give it about 2 laps. I think we're going to be nose to tail in the front four. Matt Stretch is doing everything he can with Linder behind him to try and catch up to the front four. I just don't know that he's got that pace. Now, if the front four start to play not so nice, that's going to open the door for Stretch, the other Stretch, Matt, and Linder back in 5th and 6th to then join the party.
Your top 10, Logan Stretch, Brett Kowalski, Alex Stanfield, Tyler Quantz, Matt Stretch, Toby Linder, Lee Thomas, Christopher Schaefer, Vinny Barada, and Matthew Davis. 11th through 10th. Look who's in 11th place, William Keeling, getting up into the top 10 in his final Super Tour race.
Up 7 positions from his starting place. I guess his last race, he's really got the bit between his teeth.
That's right. Tyler Ladd is in 12th. Nicole Cooper-Cephalo is 13th, followed by Ken Williams. Connor Thomas, John Valenta, Jason Hartwell, David Gwynn, Mark Curley, and Jim Drago, who is out of the race. He is right now in 20th.
The last time by for the front four, 1/10 of a second for each of them on that relative lap, but the fastest was Quantz of the four, Stanfield the next fastest, Kowalski the next, Stretch the next, which means the whole group is starting to tighten up. It's now less than 2 seconds between first to fourth.
Brian Straczynski, Randy, Britt Brown, Chris Strickland, and Chuck Matutis in the chat today. Thank you all for being here watching our Spec Miata race. No big changes up front other than Logan Stretch is now about, that has not changed. I think it was 8.06 second gap last time by. Now it is a 8.807 second gap. So that is some consistency.
It is, but behind them is Stanfield and Quantz continue to pick up 10th after 10th, and you can see that front four. There's a car length from between each of them. We've got a 4-way battle for the lead.
Well, we've got a 3-way battle for second. Once those 3 cars start messing with each other, that is like the happiest of happy days for Logan Stretch. So until they catch the leader, I don't know how much they're gonna work together here.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Kowalski's got anything. I think he's losing a little bit through 10 and getting it back as they get on the front straights, because he looks closer here through 6 than he did on the front straight. So he's got to figure out a way to hold through 10. I think it's a critical corner in these cars to get the draft and have any chance in the 2.
So if you're those second, third, and fourth place cars, what are we thinking right now? What are they thinking with 9 to go? And they're not making up a lot. They're not far back, but they're not making up a lot on first place.
It's all about discipline at this point. Hit your marks perfectly every time. If you don't do that, you're not going to catch the folks in front of you.
Right.
So they've got their head down. They're probably talking to themselves. Hit your marks, hit your marks. I see a little closing of the gap there. Logan may not have hit his mark on that last couple turns. Once you get there, then you can start figuring out a strategy of how to get around. But you got to get there.
Right. The gap, as you just said, is closed now to 0.5 of a second. So a little bit of a gap closer, and we'll just see if that can keep going.
I mean, these races are mostly decided by mistakes.
Right. Well, that's the way a spec class works, right?
Absolutely.
Attention to the paddock, Group 5 cars to the grid, Group 5 to the grid. Spec Racer 4-3, get your cars to the grid. And it looks like their Logan stretch has actually widened the gap just a little bit.
I think he's having a hard time getting through 9.
Is that what it is?
See if it looks like when we get down closer to 10
sure.
whether the gap has changed.
And we wait. Oh, here they come across the and now the gap is widened again. It is now 0.894 seconds. So it's just this little accordion. It comes up and it gets a little closer and it gets a little farther. And I don't know if Logan stretches, and it feels more like Logan Stretch is just doing his thing and everyone else is having a little issue coming up and coming down. Because if I look at Stretch's lap times here, I can open this up. His lap times are
flat.
128.6, 128.8, 128.6, 128.8, 128.8, 128.7. So it ain't Logan Stretch, people.
Right.
It's the guys trying to catch him that are accordioning this situation. That is some of the most consistent lap times I've seen in club racing. He's putting on a clinic right here.
Absolutely.
Lefty.
Yeah, I think the guys behind him are starting to make little micro mistakes, and what that does is that creates it. Like, they'll have a couple of good corners, but now it looks like the bets are off, and Stanfield looks like he's going to try and make the move, and Kowalski for second. That's going to give the big gap to Stretch. But now the race is on for second, as you were saying a few minutes ago, Brian. That looks like what's happening. Stanfield got impatient with about 5-6 laps to go and said something's got to change.
Absolutely, and now there's a point in a race when you decide, okay, first place not going to happen. Let's just race for second. Happiest moment again for Logan Stretch, but those other guys, they're going to try to beat each other up until, without contact, beat each other up mentally maybe, make them think a little bit, be big in those mirrors, and see who can be the second spot on that podium.
Yeah. Well, I think there's two things that go on there. One is that thought of, okay, the lead ain't going to happen. Let me get to second. There's also if I'm ever going to get to the lead, I have to go to second now. And now the battle for second is on. That's contact.
Punk.
Yeah, it was a little nudge.
And
look at who's coming up. There's Tyler Quantz trying to take advantage of that situation. He's hoping to go into third place here. But it does look like Stanfield had the better positioning there. Quantz ain't giving up, though. He's still trying to keep in this thing. Yeah, that was just a situation where Stanfield had the better position for the next corner, and that was really a smart way to do that, although I don't know that he had real much of a choice.
Well, I mean, Stanfield took a little bit of a defensive line into that turn, and there wasn't much that Quantz could do about it. But he lives to fight again at the next turn.
That's exactly right. And then you've got the cars, Matt Stretch and Toby Linder. They actually have a good battle. They're only about 0.3 of a second apart. They're battling for fifth right now.
They are. They might be getting closer the way that Stanfield, Kowalski, and Quantz are battling, because that looked like Stanfield, a big lockup going into 9, and didn't need to lose a ton of momentum, but there may be a little extra thump from that right front.
Last time by Logan Stretch had a 1.5 second lead. Now he's got a 2.4 second lead.
Yeah, that battling has slowed them down, but it's made it a lot more exciting to watch them rather than just the train going around. As Kowalski now finally able solidly, no passing into turn for the first time in a couple laps between the three of them, but Quantz looks like he got a good exit. I don't know if he can do anything with it, though.
He's going to try.
Absolutely, and the more those guys fight for second, third, and fourth, the easier it is for the fifth place crew to try to catch up. So
they're definitely catching.
Here comes your leader right into our frame. Logan Stretch in first, Kowalski second, Stanfield third, Quantz in fourth. Those cars, those next three cars, not right up on each other, but then you look at the two cars behind them as they come through right here. That is Matt Stretch and Toby Linder fighting for fifth place. And here's what they're not doing. They're not fighting for fifth place. Those two guys are working together, and that they know that's the only way they get a chance to get on the podium here is to keep working together, hope those three cars in front of them keep trying to fight for positions, and then they can maybe catch. But if they battle, they're smart enough to know that ain't going to get us to that to bridge that gap.
If I read those smoke signals correctly, I think they're saying that Stretch has this in hand.
But it's not a commentator saying it. It's the smoke signal, so there's no commentator's curse.
All right.
Smoke signal curse.
Chuck Materna says they've been locking up at turn 9 a little bit every lap, which makes sense. You were talking about turn 9 as the problem corner. So
I think it was Stanfield 2 laps in a row did it. His right front's got to have a repeat flat spot going now.
Well, the key is if you let flat spot every little part of the tire, it then gets round again.
It does.
Have you tried that? I have. It doesn't work. All right, we're working 4 laps to go here, so next time by it'll be 3 to go. Logan Stretch has driven just an absolute
There's something up with Tyler. Did you see that too? A little wiggle there through 7 and then again through 8. There's something wrong. Maybe a flat?
Yeah,
he has slowed down. Now 5th place is taken over 4th place, and now Quantz is between Matt Stretch and Toby Linder. All this happening as Logan Stretch continues to stretch out the lead.
That's weird. He's still continuing, but the way that thing bobbled a couple of corners in a row, I started to wonder maybe he's got a tire going down a little or something.
He did go wide at 8 coming across the peak there. He may have gotten in the marbles and dirtied up his tires again. I don't know, but let's watch him.
Jim Daniels back in the chat. Logan is a wheelman. Well, he is showing that to us today. So far, not a wheel wrong, and he's fended off early in this race a half a dozen drivers who decided they wanted to test the metal, and there was no bend or break for Logan Stretch. He let them all come up there, let them all play around in his rearview mirrors, and he said, "I'm gone. Goodbye."
Yeah, he's trying to get the weekend sweep here between both races and win them both. He's just got to make a couple more laps. I think they're finishing lap 25. 2 to go.
Yep, that is the case. I have not looked at the Spec Miata entry for Thunder Hill, but it'd be great to get the stretches up there and take on Thunder Hill because he has absolutely dominated this weekend. And what a great way to get some momentum going into whatever the next race is. Chuck Paternis agrees with Jim Daniels about Logan, said they had a lot of fun racing with him at Road Atlanta, and that was a funky race too, and a lot of rain and a bunch of stuff. So, big off. That is more off than you want to go there.
Yes.
Right? No, okay.
It was.
And it looked like he just kept his foot in it and got right back on.
The difference between really fast in turn 1 and not so fast is an inch.
Okay.
And the other side of that inch is in the dirt. And so it's not uncommon for us to drop wheels off over there, but that was a pretty good drop.
Yeah, that was almost 4 off, I think, wasn't he?
It was just a lot of right rear off and staying in it.
I'd like to go back and look at that.
But I think it was Kowalski, which means that's the battle for second. Those two right now are each in a position to go home on the podium, but Kowalski does that again. It might be a different step than he thinks he might get.
Are they catching another lap car?
Yeah, so Logan Stretch has just driven past the lap car. So that car right there, that is a lap car that everyone is now going to have to get through.
And Stanfield a little bit slow in a couple of corners there. That's Tyler Quantz there, isn't it, at the pit exit?
Yep, that is absolutely Tyler Quantz.
That's tough. He had such a fun race to watch with him, to have
Well,
whatever's happening with him now.
And the same thing happened yesterday, right? He did not finish up front after running up front for most of the race.
Well, he went off and may have made contact with the tire barrier. Well, he did. He hit the tire barrier pretty good in 4 yesterday, but today, this is something else. So he's got some mechanical
and that is the white flag we're seeing, folks. So Logan Stretch is now about 1.5 miles away from claiming his second Super Tour trophy of the weekend, his second Super Tour first place trophy of the weekend.
Dive bombs going on there. Is that the battle for 4th?
I
think it
so.
is.
Yep, that's Matt Stretch.
They have been playing so nice for 26 and a half laps.
Well,
I guess the gloves are off.
Now it's
Final
time
lap.
to make it happen, right?
Oh, look at this.
Side by
4.
side through 4. That is some fantastic stuff there. Here they come into turn 6. There's Logan Stretch. Let's hang with this shot until those other cars come through. There we go. Here they come.
Oh, wait. That's now going to be the battle for 3rd.
That is not exactly. That is Stanfield that's dropped back.
So, right, I think that's Matt Stretch still ahead of Linder, I think.
Yeah.
And now up to 3rd. You might have 2 stretches on the podium, but Linder's going to say, no, I want something to do with this. Yes, that's Matt Stretch. They're just ahead of Linder as they come through 9.
And Linder with a big slide coming out of 9. And I think that's going to seal the deal for Matt Stretch here. Here's your checkered flag for Logan Stretch, weaving back and forth Formula One style here. Coming down to take the checkered flag. Your second place car, we're going to wait for them to come across. Here they come. Second place is going to be Brett Kowalski. Matt Stretch will cross the line in 3rd, so 2 stretches on the podium, all in the last 2 laps here. Matt Stretch went from 5th place to 3rd place.
And Stanfield hasn't crossed, which means he may not make it, whatever went on with him. He's dropping down the order fast.
Oh, well, that might be him right there.
Wow. What a disappointment.
Oh, my Lord. After being up front for 24 laps on the final lap, Matthew Stanfield comes back, and he's still dropping down. Alex Stanfield is just sitting there dead stick between turn 6 and 7. That is just to watch every darn car drive past you.
There was a big puff of smoke in 5, coming out of 5 on that lap when he started to fall back. And I thought he got in the dirt, but it may have been something else.
May have been a little more gray or blue color of smoke. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, it really is.
But a good day for the Stretch family as the brothers there take it 1st and 3rd here in Spec Miata.
Really is.
Yeah.
I know Bob's thrilled. I know the boys are too. That was the driving by Logan was just mind-bogglingly consistent.
Yeah.
All right, let's go through our top 10 here. Then we'll take a break before we get to Spec Racer Ford, because you know that's not going to be exciting. Our winner here at our podium: Logan Stretch, Brett Kowalski, and Matt Stretch. Then we're going to round it out the top 10: Toby Linder, Christopher Schaefer, Lee Thomas, Vinny Barada, Matthew Davis, William Keeling in his final race, his final Super Tour race, comes in 9th place.
And
Great
hard
run for
charging.
him.
I mean, he came up 9th position, so good job,
Right.
Willie.
Spirit is going to get you, and it got him today. Tyler Ladd will round out your top 10, and Nicole Cooper-Cephalo comes in 11th. That's going to do it for Spec Miata. Spec Racer Ford's next. Stay with us. We'll be right back. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. There is our field of Spec Racer Ford 3s heading out for their pace lap here at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Brian Bielanski, Larry Lefty MacLeod is here. We've got round 12 of the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour here, Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. And we are in Group 5 with 3 more races to go, Larry.
Yes, we do, and they're all going to be good ones, starting here with the Spec Ford Gen 3s. And I tell you, yesterday's race was just super exciting. Stripling was able to play his time as long as he needed to and come away with the win, but now he starts this race out in front ahead of his buddy Ogburn, or I guess alongside. We'll see if Stripling's got more. He's going to be a tough one to beat. Ogburn's going to have to play it cool and stick with him. There's a lot of fast guys behind him, though, to make sure that those two keep honest.
Yeah, there is a ton of variables here of what could happen, and it should be fun to watch this. Very, very interesting. I guess I should go through the starting lineup.
It might not be a bad idea.
Is that what you're waiting for me to do?
If you want. I can tell you the front row, but after that, I kind of get lost.
And I just closed the window where that was.
It's on the screen. Denny Stripling and Dave Ogburn on the front row. I can tell you that. Stratham and Long are on the second row. Stevens and Peelsticker on the third row. Have you got your screen back up yet?
No.
Macias and Fox will start on the fourth row. Fifth row is going to be Weber and Justice. Starting in the sixth row, Strathman and Ruth. On the seventh row, Funk and Holt. On the eighth row, it's going to be Hayward and Monroe. The ninth, Prather. Yes, that Prather on the ninth row with Seamer. On the 10th row, Prather's buddy Pearl right behind him, I think, with Pigeon starting in the 20th and outside of row 10.
I think you've got that pretty close.
We'll
go with
take
that.
A left versus right. It's how they came across this timing stripe. It's got to be somewhat there.
Yeah, and I was trying to get the official grid because sometimes the timing strike doesn't work completely well as far as at the start here, but that sounds pretty close. Close enough for government.
It's at least how they came out on the track and how
That's
timing picked them up. So we'll go with that for now.
Close enough for jazz.
Yeah.
All right, so we're
It
going to
won't look like that at the end of the first corner.
It will likely not look like that. That we will agree on. All right, coming down the Martin House straight. Next into that final big sweeping left-hander, pace car off the track and into pit lane, and here they come. Down towards our starter, waiting to see if he likes what he sees, and he does. Green flag is in the air, 4 wide in the back there, or 3.5 wide. Oh my gosh, I don't even want to look. I'm going to close my eyes left, and you tell me what happens.
I'll let you know, but right now I'm seeing a lot of brake lockup going through one. I don't know if I see anybody in the dirt yet. I don't think so, but there's a couple on the outside of one, but they're back on the track. A lot of action there as they went from 4 wide to 5 wide to maybe none wide. Now, though, at the front, it's Stripling on the inside, taking the point ahead of his buddy Ogburn as they go through one, and I can't even tell after that what the order they're in.
Can I open my eyes?
Yeah, I think it's safe.
Okay, good. Here they come through 2 and 3, up the hill towards 4, and gosh, I love this gambit. This is just some spectacular stuff as they come basically right at us here.
A photographer's picture for the front of sports car would be about perfect for that shot of these Spec Fords rolling through it. Just a suggestion to the editors for this month.
Well, it took 6 turns for them to basically sort out single file, and now they get going with the big train here up front. 5 cars into turn 7. We'll figure out which ones are which once they cross the line, but it does look to me like that is Denny Stripling out front.
I believe it is in the red with the black stripes.
Yep.
Ogburn the orange with the one big blue stripe. I think that might be long behind them. We'll have to wait and see at the timing in the other orange tinted car. Possibly in the third with the gray in the front. We'll see what timing tells us. It is Long and then Strathman in 4th. Stevens, I believe, across the timing stripe in 5th. There's your front 5. Half a second gap then or so to Macias, Peelsticker, Fox, and Ruth. Justice rounding out the top 10 right now.
And in 11th, Jesse Prather.
Not a bad start for Jesse as he's going to see if he can pick his way through the field. He seems to be getting comfortable here with the Spec Ford.
Definitely a local favorite, a 6-time national champion in production cars, and trying his hand this weekend in Spec Racer Ford.
Side by side through 4, looked like somewhere in the middle of the pack. Couldn't tell who that was.
I was going to say, somebody's really excited who won the Spec Miata race, because I can hear them from outside screaming at the podium.
I wonder if that's, I'm guessing that's Bob Stretch, or maybe the mom yelling and screaming about the two boys up there on the podium. But that's the last race. Now we are on Spec 4 with the front 5 or nose to tail.
Absolutely. Here's another great shot coming up through 8 and 9 uphill there. This is a great shot at the elevation change and looking at the camber on these cars. And it has been really a cool way to look and see these cars come through this section of the racetrack. Here they come back onto the main straight here, and it is once again Denny Stripling in the lead, David Ogburn in second, Peyton Long third. No changes here. Richard Stevens fourth, Nils Macias is, Richard Stevens in fifth, Nils Macias is in sixth. So no changes in the running order. And David Ogburn only 0.4 of a second back from his, well, he was 0.4 at the line. He's not 0.4 now. He was able to cinch right back up there going into turn 1.
Yeah, behind the front 5, you almost have a series of pairs. You've got the 6-7 of Macias and Pielsticker. You've got the 8-9 of Justice and Fox. I think you even have somewhere on the 10-11 Ruth and Prather possibly, all sort of 2x2 nose to tail with each. But sometimes these cars like that with the pairings. It's easier. One hits their brakes the right point. The other one pushes them out of the corner. And but that seems to be where they're going to kind of see them roll through that shot. But the front 5, they're comfortable nose to tail 5 deep.
And this is very typical of how the early parts of a Spec Racer Ford race go. You get a good group up front, and then you get a second group, a pack of 3 or 4, and they get into pack racing, not like the kind you get at a big super speedway, but they get into pack racing, and oh, there's a car that went off.
It's a slide too, I think.
Yeah.
Somebody might have shot across track at the exit of 9. See when the smoke clears, literally, what it looks like.
Yeah, I think they just got a little off there, and now the field comes through one more time. Again, not much difference here. 4/10 between Stripling and Ogburn, and those front 5 cars seem to be pretty happy just working in a single file line, trying to pull away a little bit from the rest of the field.
Well, yesterday it started out this way. Stripling was the one kind of, I think, sitting there behind Ogburn, and we got them shuffling around, but they settled in for a little while, and at some point passes started to happen, and it was Ogburn that seemed to be caught out with a bit of the red mist bug and kept shuffling further and further back because he's trying moves that weren't there. I'm wondering if today he's got a different strategy, and that is to just sit here and wait for the moment, see if the folks behind him maybe make a mistake, so leaving him 1-2 with Stripling. But so far, all 5 are just sort of playing nice and gentlemanly.
And it looked like Bob Pielsticker just made a move on Nils Macias to move into 6th place. And that was a pretty nice move that they made about 4 corners back. And he's been able to get a little bit of a gap now on Macias, come through 7. And we'll get a look at that gap again when they come across the line. There's your lead 5 there. And that black and green car, I believe, is Pielsticker who made that move there.
Yep, and I think because he did, that allowed Fox to kind of catch up, leaving Justice, Ruth, Prather, and the rest of the gang further back. So now you've got this pack of 5, and then followed by, there you can see the pack of 3, big gap back to the remaining next 5 behind them.
Ogburn clicks off 1/10 of a second, now 3/10 back, really right on the back bumper, folks. And then we look at the Pielsticker and Macias, and that's exactly what happened. They made the swap there. Running order hasn't changed in the top 5.
It just did.
It just did, absolutely.
Yeah, now Ogburn, to the point, makes the pass going into 2. Typical spot where we're seeing the draft type of pass. Now they'll be thinking of getting by Stripling. We'll see how they are when they go through 4 and 5.
That's exactly what it looked like to me. Long ducked out on the right-hand side to try to get around Stripling, and we'll see if he was able to complete that pass.
That's a good spot to go if he can get to that inside, and he did. So that's Stripling now back in 3rd in the red-white car, leaving Strathman and Stevens still in 4th and 5th, but now it's Ogburn and Long 1-2.
And Pielsticker is bridging that gap between 5th and 6th, too.
Who's slowing?
That's
Stripling.
That is Stripling.
Yeah, so something's up there. He is way off. Now on the outside at 9.
Way off the pace.
Oh, that's unfortunate. He was so strong. That's going to leave our front pack a little bit of disarray as they had all kind of lifted as Denny was kind of not quite sure. Let's see if he just pulls. He is pulling back in. His race is done.
It does look to be the case. So now you've got Ogburn, Long, Strathman, Stevens, and Peelsticker finds himself in 5th place and catching the 4th place car too. So, and 6th and 7th aren't that far back either. So we could have a 7-car pack here without much work to happen as we come up with 22 laps to go here.
Well, let's watch those front two. There's a car length or 3 or so between them, between Ogburn and Long, and there's a few extra car lengths to Strathman. They can all sniff a little draft, but if Ogburn or Long puts together a good lap here, they could start to pull away from that pack of 4 or 5 that are behind them. Let's watch how they go through these corners and hit their marks. Is it a one-man show for Ogburn, or is it going to be a 2-man show with Ogburn and Long? Long looks like he's got some pretty good hits now. He looks like he's closing in on Ogburn.
Peelsticker in 5th, running the same lap time as your leader, Ogburn, essentially. So he's got the car hooked up right now. He can smell what he's looking for. He's probably smelling barbecue here at the racetrack.
Smelling whatever's burning on the other side of the highway.
Probably true too. But he's definitely in the hunt here and running really good lap times.
He is, and I'm going to be curious because if he's running that quick, he's going to have to find a way around Strathman as that gap now between Long and Strathman continues to grow as Long is now to the back of Ogburn. He found the 2/10 he needed. Now it's a 2-man show. Strathman, though, just did a 22.5. He's not really losing pace with anybody. He's actually gaining. Stevens behind him, Peelsticker. All 3 of them are all pretty close, but still there's about a full second now, but you can see it between 2nd and 3rd place.
Yes, a nice little gap there. Going deeper into the field. In 6th place, you've got Messias Fox is in 7th, Corey Ruth in 8th. Jesse Prather moved his way up to 9th here. So now in the top 10, Sal Weber is 10th. Joshua Justice in 11th. Justin Holt 12th. And Eric Krill is in 13th. Talked with him after yesterday's race. He was having a hard time finding a setup that he was really comfortable with. Well, it certainly looks like he's hit on something today because he has worked his way up to 13th place so far.
Yeah, he and his buddy Jesse both in their first debut outing here in Spec Ford had a bit of a rough go. Neither one of them, I don't think, actually finished the full number of laps. But things are changing. As Prather, as you mentioned, there he goes by in the shot. He's in that blue on the outside, yellow stripe down the middle. He's in 9th now, right on the tail of Ruth. So Prather, there he is. He's definitely getting comfortable here. Prill as well. Prill's the next grouping after Prather. There's a threesome, and Prill's somewhere in that group. But it's great to see these guys jumping over and showing that, 1, they've got the skill, but 2, showing that Spec 4 is a deep field. It's not easy to just jump in and put your pedigree out there and think you could be at the front.
Russ Turner in the chats was talking about Denny Stripling, said that he had a shifter cable come loose on the test day on Friday. No idea if that's what happened again here, but that was a car that has had a little bit of a gremlin here, and wondering if that might be a reoccurring situation there.
That's possible, and that'd be unfortunate for him. It did kind of look like that, where it was just kind of, couldn't quite get the revs going, perhaps just stuck in the gear at that point once the cable goes. Tough way for Denny to end his day.
There are your 2 leaders here working together to try to pull away from that pack of 4 cars, a loose pack of 4 cars here. And as we get into the 20 laps to go, that's the best thing that Ogburn and Long can do. Just work together, put in really good lap times, and get yourself a gap as much as possible, and then go race for first place a little later in the in the race. Now we're hearing that Denny Stripling lost a motor. And Bobby Sack lost a motor at Coda. I remember that. So. So that's what the situation is there.
It's honestly, I think, maybe I'm wrong, but I would say it's kind of unusual. These are sealed spec motors that come from SCCA Enterprises. I'm sure SCCA Enterprises will get those motors back and kind of see what happened on them, as they do tend to do all that monitoring of all those failure modes to continue to improve the reliability of these cars. No one wants to buy a car that's basically spec and have engine issues. That's not the reason we have spec. So they'll get to the bottom of that.
Well, and they could be older motors, too. I mean, every motor, no matter how good it is, it's got a lifespan. Usually with these motors, though, they get slower before they break. It's not like broken motor is the problem. It's I can't do what I used to do with this motor. But Yeah, we'll do some research on that, and I will report back at Thunderhill. Speaking of Thunderhill, that's our next race coming up. Lefty and I are going to be doing the call from there as well. That is 2 weeks from this weekend. We hope you'll join us there too. Attention.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to make a call to the grid. Attention to the paddock. Attention to the paddock. Group 6 cars to the grid. Group 6 cars to the grid. E production, F production, H production, GTL, and B-Spec. To the grid, please. And you were going to say?
Well, I'm going to say that Andy Hollis is listening and just texted me and said, "Why are you guys calling the wrong turn numbers?" And he remembered they renumbered the track a bunch of years ago. So he's just showing his age, of how old he is, listening in, that he remembers the old one, and he's an old codger telling us young kids, and I'm including you in that, that they've apparently over the decades have renumbered the corners around here. Andy, enjoying listening in. Andy, of course, has done some runoffs commentary with us as well over time, and Andy he dabbles in every bit of motorsports. Fun guy. If you don't know Andy Hollis, is I'm surprised, and B, he'll be at a track near you soon.
Richard Stevens just went purple with a 1:22.2. That's 0.2 of a lap faster than David Ogburn, your race leader. No real change in order here. Ogburn, Long, Stevens, Strathman, and Peel Sticker still your top 5 here. And actually your top 10 hasn't changed any order in the last several laps except for one change. Now in 8th place is Jesse Prather.
He looked like he was starting to get a bit racy there with Ruth and finally was able to make that pass. Up at the front, though, you're right about Stevens. He is on it right now. He looks like he might be setting another fastest lap as he has closed that gap. You can see it visibly to the front, too, and I'm wondering Long is going to start feeling the pressure to have to get by Ogburn before Stevens gets there.
Yep, and with 18 to go, that can be what happens here. But those two guys up front still moving along without any big issues. And we got people in the chat rooting for Richard to bridge the gap here and make it a 3-car race. And guess what? It looks like that's pretty much happened. We had a 4-car battle.
Yes, because Strathman just laid down the fastest lap at a 22.13 to Stevens last time by 22.19. Which is quite a bit, half a second faster than Ogburn and Long, and that equates to a 4-way battle. Ogburn, Long, Stevens, Strathman, your front 4. At some point, Long's going to probably worry about the pass coming from Stevens behind him before he decides he needs to make a pass at Ogburn. That's kind of how it goes. You start feeling that pressure, although we're only approaching the halfway point, so long time to go in this race. You don't have to worry about finishing order yet. Just got to keep cranking laps.
All right, at the halfway point, it's Ogburn, Long, Stevens, Strathman, or close to the halfway point. Ogburn, Long, Stevens, and Strathman with Peel Sticker in 5th. Let's take our break, and then when we come back, we'll go green all the way to the finish. You are watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Stay with us. We'll be back in a minute.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant, customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. Realizing Hoosier's existence and continued success is dependent upon how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see one of our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Tire racing dealer nearest you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly designed for champions.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your race weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, brakes, and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts both on the street and on the track. As official tire retailer of Sports Car Club of America since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories both on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
We're back at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit in the middle of our Spec Racer Ford race, and we now have a 4-car battle for the lead here. The names haven't changed up front. They've been the same the whole race, but it was a 2-car race. Now it looks like it's almost a 4-car race here as we come into our final half of this race. David Ogburn, your race leader. Peyton Long's in second. Richard Stevens is in third. And lefty Grayson Strathman is right there to put the pressure on.
Yeah, he is definitely closed up to bring this up to this 4-car pack. Now, remember yesterday, Ogburn had a lead like this with a pack a good portion through that race. And eventually a pass was made as it looks like Stevens goes a little wide there, picks up some dirt at the exit of 1. But I think Ogburn's got to be worrying about how does this play out, knowing yesterday he was in this exact same position with potentially faster cars behind. Yesterday it was Denny Stripling. He's out of this race. Now it's Long, Stevens, and Strathman. What does Ogburn have to do here to hold this? Because I don't know that he can win this just going the rest of the way without doing something. Someone's going to make a move.
And the question is, what's your memory of yesterday? Is your memory of yesterday like, okay, here's what happened, let's not do it again? Or is it, oh my gosh, what happened yesterday? This could happen again. You know, it's a mindset thing too. Is it a learning situation to think about yesterday, or is it, oh my gosh, I was in this position yesterday and I lost?
Yeah, I personally think you've got to learn in a way that's healthy.
Correct.
You've got to remember and learn and say, okay, here's how it went. Here's the moves that are options for the guys behind me, and here's how I can either defend or counter move. What he can't do is the less healthy of, exactly. Oh my gosh, I'm doing this again, I'm going to lose. He's got to think about strategy and execution here and not so much about consequences. So he's got to really watch himself at this point. The pack is there. It's a matter of time. He's got to hit his marks and just make the move and then see what the counter move needs to be.
13 to go here. The gap between first and second, 2/10. The gap between second and third, 3/10. And then another 4/10 back to fourth place. Basically, there is no gap.
Yeah, the gap is what you see. It's less than a car length between each of them. But I'll tell you, it looks like Peel Sticker MSAs aren't that far back either.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a couple car lengths, so a little bit of mixing up in front, we could end up with 5 or even 6.
Absolutely, or if there's a big moment up front, those two guys could drive right past it and end up winning this thing. So it is far from over here as we get to the 13 laps to go mark here. If you like what you see here today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the doors to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession. Along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends, ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Other one we could check in at some point is going to be watching the Jesse Prather move through the field, as we knew that he had passed for 10th into 9th. Well, now he's in 8th, kind of leading that charge. He's about 2.5 seconds behind 7th and doing a pretty good job of lapping. So the blue car you see in the shot there, I think that's Fox's 7th, and the yellow and blue behind him by maybe about 10 car lengths. That's Jesse Prather, who just picked up another half a second. Who's that on the outside of 1?
That's a car on the outside of 1. Thankfully, it's moving because that would have...
Oh, it was close.
That is not the recommended re-entry system. I'll try to get a car number on that, but that will...
Whew, that'll wake you up quickly. To get a number. Is that Macias? The 36?
We'll see, because if he starts dropping through the field here next time they cross the line, that'll be a good telltale.
I think it might have been.
Yeah, because there's no longer that car in 6th place, which is really unfortunate for him, because not only is he no longer in the hunt for a win, he's probably going to get a request to come up and talk with the steward.
It's going to be a conversation to have. Yeah.
After coming back on the track like that. I don't know if it's when you're down there you can't see what's coming at you. If you're kind of too low off the track for that. Yeah, we'll move on from there. David Huckford's your race leader. Peyton Long in second, 0.2 of a second back. Now a little bit bigger gap back to Stevens and Strathman, but not enough to start talking about these cars walking away with 11 to go here.
No, not quite yet at all, especially any little side-by-side, even at one corner, and Stevens and Strathman will be there. And I think they know that. They know that there's a lot still to go with 10 laps. We're only coming up on 2/3 the way through this thing. So it's kind of settle in, see where the moves are. Maybe understand where you're faster, where there's opportunities. We know that into 2 is a great passing opportunities, but we've seen a few others throughout the day.
We've got
seen
a problem in turn 1 if we can get the camera to go to turn 1.
Somebody's off track, right?
Oh, it looks like...
Is that body work down there? Or is it corner worker heading out?
Yep.
Down near the drain ditch or something.
One car hit the tire wall down there, and I don't know how far upstream it went.
Okay. Oh, wow.
I'm hearing there was a hard impact there, so the corner worker waited for a point from the crew and is making his way across the track, probably just past our pylon there, so we're not going to be able to see any of it. I'll wait to get information here in just a minute, but our leader's still working through this. No big difference.
Yeah, not quite sure which car that may have been yet. Still waiting on that call to come in. At this point, they're treating it local yellow there, I'm assuming, through 1. And local yellow 1 means, I think, if they can get past it before 2, the passing opportunity comes back up, if I have that right. So it's not all lost for long. If this were closer to 2, that would take out a significant passing zone, but I think it's still close to the 1 exit.
All right, we're coming up on 10 laps to go. Attention to the paddock. Group 6 cars to the grid. Group 6 cars to the grid. And I don't know, I was listening to the radio if you've mentioned that they're coming up on lap traffic. That could be interesting here.
It definitely will be, especially for Long, who's been sitting on the back as a car goes off in the back row, comes back on, just picked up a lot of that dirt, dragging that right rear tire. In fact, that car is Fox with Prather now on his heels. That's going to help Jesse. I'm sure he's looking to make that move as they go through 9. But definitely if the front 4 start to catch lap traffic, that's an opportunity for Long in second to maybe make that push on by and use that lap car to his advantage. And then this group will catch that lap car probably again in about 2 laps. We'll watch each of those scenarios start to unfold.
All right, I'm hearing that car is in a safe position, and they're going to leave it there till the end of the race. The driver's safe, and we are back to green everywhere.
All right, so we don't see anything in the shot there in terms of lap traffic, so they might have gotten their way through. That's a good thing.
That white car right there is the lap car we were talking about. So the first 4 made it through, and now we'll just wait to see if Peel Sticker can get through there as well.
And the next group back will be the Fox, Prather, Weber, Ruth group that'll be coming through. Fox in the full dark blue with the white letters. And now Prather is the first in shot. That puts him up into 6th. Long getting a bit aggressive there, taking a nice smooth entry. Ogburn seems to do a little more chuck at the car, turning in there. So I'm wondering if Long's watching that, wondering what the car feels like under Dave Ogburn. But right now for Long, he's got to be going through scenario after scenario of where in the next 8 laps, 7 laps plus, can he make a move?
All right, so that lap car has been good and gotten out of the way of Peel Sticker, but I think really that has taken him out of the discussion here, unless, of course, all four of those front cars come together and he just drives right past. It took him a long time to get around that lap car. He's now 5.8 seconds back from our four-car lead pack. That's unfortunate because he was doing a great job not catching the pack, but he was doing a great job of not losing the pack, and getting around this lap traffic has been really difficult for him here.
Yeah, so he's got to now worry that the front four are going to play nice a little longer. He was kind of hoping that maybe the niceties would get thrown out early, but now he's got to worry about that. But behind him now, as he doesn't have to worry about the lap traffic, is the next group of four, as I mentioned. Prather now around Fox for sixth. Weber and Ruth still in that foursome as they play on through with the lap car coming into their field of view here shortly. But out in front, just watch the way they turn in here for 7. Ogburn kind of a darty sort of turn in, nice and smooth for long. I'm just watching that as they're going to go around through 8 and 9. Let's see that line as they come out of 9. There they are. Look at right on the back of the gearbox is Long on top of Ogburn.
And our 6-time national champion, Jesse Prather, in his second ever Spec Racer 4 race, has driven his way up to 6th place here at Hallett. So he's got the advantage of being a fast driver, knowing how to wheel a car, and being at Hallett, which he's got 1,000 laps at, and he's putting all that together to learn this car fast and get pretty close to the front for the first shot here.
I would guess there's going to be a big smile when he takes that helmet off at the end of this race. He just looks like he's having as much fun as anybody can have out there, doing something different, something new at familiar track. It's just got to be a ton of fun for Jesse, and that's just great to see. It's great to see somebody like that try something different, challenge themselves in this field. And he's going, what did he start this race? 13th, I think is what it was? Yeah, so moving up 7 spots up to 6th so far. That's a great effort for him. But the front four is where the story is. Ogburn still, nothing's changed, right? Ogburn, Long, Steven, Strathman have not changed positions now in almost 10 laps.
All right, so Lefty, put on your strategery cap here. We've got 7 to go. When do we go, and who goes first?
I think it might be right now. So Long, Long already going side by side. To the outside, though, maybe he's just trying to force Ogburn into a bad exit of 10, which is a good strategy. That'll slow his momentum down the front straight. Now look at this. He might be able to make a pass going into 2. Look at Long already up onto the back, side by side into 1.
That was so well played. Whether he makes this stick or not, we'll have to wait and see, but what a great way to try to go after this.
He's got position going under braking into 2. See if he can outbrake Ogburn. It's a braking contest. Who just saw that?
Going into 2. Stevens is like, you guys get out of my way. You play with yourself. They never even saw him coming, I bet.
Where did he come from? You know what it was? As the 2 in front went side by side through 1, Stevens had the run of his life with the double draft, and he was able to take the lead, but now the 2 behind are hungry. Remember, Ogburn went through this yesterday. He's got the fresh in his mind, hey, you can't let this happen again and getting past double and start being aggressive. Auburn's got to settle, but Long and Stevens opportunistic. Beautiful stuff.
Now we get to see whether Stevens was just waiting back there with a stronger stallion, and if he starts to pull away a little bit, he's not been up front all day. He might have better tires. He might be in a better position to take advantage of what's going on here. That was as good a driving pass as you will ever see, folks. Now he goes just a tad bit wide. Does that open the door for the 2nd and 3rd place car? No, he's able to keep it together for this lap.
He got defensive, though.
Tell me about it. Wow.
Yeah, it's a whole lot of defense there for Stevens, who's going to be the leader here as they come around this lap. But look behind already as Long seems to, again, have a good run. I'm just keeping my eye on Strathman at the back of this because he's watching this unfold in front of him, wondering where's the opportunity for him. So keep your eye on the 4th place car through this group as well.
Well, hopefully Strathman had his notebook out and watched Richard Stevens go to the front, because he might get the exact same opportunity here, and he could take advantage as we get into the closing laps here. 5 to go at Hallett, and things are heating up.
Unbelievable stuff. Yeah, great opportunity for Stevens to pull that double pass going into 2, but now it looks like on the inside is Long. That's unfortunately the outside. Let's see if they try to go double wide through 6, or do they go single file again? We've seen double wides here before.
These are some slower cars in the back here, so
Should be the next group popping
Yep,
out
should be
of
the next
screen,
group.
right?
Oh,
There
here
they
they
are.
here they come. Oh no, here they are. Coming into 6. That's a long time to get to 6, it felt like. Here they come there now up the hill towards 7 here in just a second. There they are.
Ogburn looks aggressive. He was on the back, at least coming into the entry of 9. Maybe he didn't get quite the exit, but he looks like he's pushing. He wants to get up and get a position by. I love the move that Long did to force Ogburn into a bad line through 10 and make the pass, which opened it up for Stevens. Ogburn's got to be thinking that may come his way again with Long now back in second spot. Maybe going to try the same move. Ogburn's got to remember it worked for Stevens. It could work for Dave.
Well, that's true, and I got to tell you, the reason I was asking the question with 5 or 6 laps to go is who goes and when. I got to tell you, that whole thing played out too soon, and if I'm Richard Stevens, I am not feeling good about being in the lead of this race with 4 laps to go. There is too much that can happen here, and I never want to be the first car in a pack going into the final race of a Spec Racer Ford race.
No, not at all. Of course, at the end of the day, you want to see the checker first, and it's always good to be, I always say you want to be one of the front 2.
Right.
4th is a tough position to win the race from in less than 3 laps because you've got so many cars to get on by. So you've really got to watch it if you're Strathman, that you need to pick up that one spot. But right now, Ogburn may be susceptible, but is that a lap car pulling to the side?
That's
okay.
exactly what it is. That car was right in front, did a wonderful job of pulling over. I'm not going to be able to get the car number here, but if I can, that was absolute courtesy race driving, and I love to see that.
Great stuff. Yeah, for Ogburn, he's got to watch and not leave himself open to that pass or a repass if he tries to make a move on Long. But now we're coming in on 3 laps to go next time by. This is go time. This is when, if you have an opportunity, you have to take it. There's no holding back.
Yep, I do agree with you, but if you can wait till the final lap, go time should be delayed as long as possible, but absolutely.
Well, that's the thing about a 4-way fight. If you're in second thinking you can wait, the third place guy is going to take it, and that looks like what's happening. Ogburn to the inside.
Yeah, Ogburn moves to second, puts himself in a place to be in a good shot for that final lap. And Stevens, not any problems, just keeps doing his thing and letting them. Best thing for him is for those 2 cars behind him to keep going. But wow, that was close. Now they both look like they're trying to make a move on Stevens up front, but Stevens not having any of it at this point. Able to keep it together here, still at the point here, and 3 laps to go. It could be any of these 4 cars across the line first.
It could be any or none. We'll have to see how this goes. But I love it. I love that Ogburn was able to make that move, knowing the opportunity presented itself. Now he's in that second position. You got to be careful. A move on Stevens in front leaves you susceptible to Long behind you. Ogburn's got to be calculated and careful. Be the aggressor in the right place. Maybe try to repeat the move that Long made on him. Just got to be careful not to leave Long open going into 2, as they've got 2 times by. Next time through here, 2 laps to go.
Let's also keep an eye on that blue car about 15 car lengths ahead going into 1 right there. That's a slower car, and that could play into this before it's all over. And this is the point where Ogburn's got to have a set of eyes in the front of his helmet and a set of eyes looking out the back of his helmet, because he has to find a way to defend. Oh, and here he pops out.
That's that bit of defense, too. I think he was trying to make sure that Long didn't get the move, but it actually may have worked in his favor, as Stevens has got a bit of struggle going through there, watching what Ogburn's doing behind him. Remember, Ogburn and Stevens are good buddies here, but I don't think that matters at this point. At this point, they are full-on enemies.
No, they are not buddies at this moment, and so Ogburn's got to both defend against Long and try to get after Stevens, and that is a hard place to be in this situation. And then you've got Grayson Strathman back there just going, I can play my cards here, and I could still win this race.
Absolutely. But I tell you, as they come around here with just about 2.5 miles to go, it's going to be tough for Strathman if he can't pick up one of these spots here on these last quarters, maybe going into 10. Because to get by 3 cars in 1 lap and only 2 miles is going to be a challenge for him, knowing that the front 3 are going to get really wide here in a minute.
All right, the checkered flag, or the white flag's going to be in hand. If I'm hoping that blue car just pulls over here on the front straight and lets these cars go by, and lets these 4 cars race to the finish line with the white flag out. That would be the courteous thing to do, and that's not going to happen.
Well, take a look also. Ogburn got a really good run there off of 10. He may be able to pop and make a move, and Long's not close enough, I don't think, to make a second move. Ogburn may have an opportunity going into 2.
Here they come up over the hill, and now that car kind of gets out of the way. A little defensive move by Stevens, nicely done. He's going to exit in first place, but does that defensive move screw up his momentum as he has to pull up this hill? It looks like it's worked out pretty well for him.
It might, but Ogburn is flying around 4. I'll tell you, that lap car forced Ogburn to go to the right instead of the left, and that may have hurt his chances of that pass, but Ogburn now may be trying everything. The kitchen sink may be in play.
All right, 4 laps to go. Who is going to take the checkered flag? Will it be Stevens, Ogburn, Long, or Strathman? Here they come up towards turn 7 for the final time. That first place car is Stevens. Right behind him is Ogburn. Then behind him is Long. We've got 3 corners to go. Here they come up through turn 8 and 9. A little gap opened up by Stevens. That might be enough to get him there, but the other 2 cars behind him trying to work a little bit of the draft. Here they come towards 10. Who's going to come in? They're going to duck inside, but a nice move by Stevens to stay in front. I think that's going to be enough to take him to the checkered flag. It's going to be Stevens, then Ogburn, then Long. There's your podium at Spec Racer Ford. Grayson Strathman comes home 4th.
That unbelievable race, that was just some awesome stuff to watch. All 4 of them battling it out, and what a move for Stevens to double pass to take that victory a couple laps earlier. But Jesse Prather now leading this next group around. If he finishes this corner, he will be in 6th place for the 6-time national champion.
That is so good. Dean, far back in the chat. My heart is racing. Dean, mine too, my friend. That was so much fun to watch. Just a clinic of how to do a little bit of packed together for 22 laps, and then for the last 5 laps, we're just going to go after it.
Crazy stuff. Awesome race.
Let's go through our top 10 here on Spec Racer Ford. Richard Stevens, your race winner. David Ogburn, 2nd. Peyton Long, 3rd. That's your podium. Grayson Strathman, 4th. Rob Peelsticker, 5th. Jesse Prather, 6-time national champion in production cars in his 2nd ever race at Spec Racer Ford, will come home 6th. Tyler Fox comes home 7th. 8th place is Sal Weber. 9th place is Corey Rueth. Nils Macias, who ran in the top 6 all day, had a little hiccup. He finishes 10th. And looking back a little further through the field, Scott Monroe 12th. Michael Seymour 13th, and in 14th place, another national champion in his 2nd race in Spec Racer Ford, Eric Prill, will finish 14th. All right, Lefty, let's take another break so I can catch my breath and and get ready for our next race group. We'll be back in about 5 minutes. We've got some pickups here, so it might be a little longer than 5 minutes, folks. But hang with us. Up next is E Production, F Production, H Production, GT Lights, and B-Spec. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Two to go here at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. We've been through 5 races today, and 2 good ones still ahead, folks. So now is not the time to click off. Stay with us here for just a little while longer, because right now we have got the production cars, the GT Light car, and our B-Spec race. This is going to be a fun one, Lefty.
It will be. I'm interested to watch the B-Spec group get out there now that they'll be packed in together, hopefully get a good clean start all by themselves. I know they've each been picking up pace to try and catch up with John Phillips. And I think on the production ranks, Matt Reynolds is going to look to shake off that unfortunate early exit of the Spec Miata race. Now as he jumps into his EP car, see what he can do back here. This will be a lot of fun.
All right, so what are we expecting here?
I think we're expecting a whole lot of a couple of races. Again, split starts, which also means the EP-FP battles are going to catch the back of the B-Specs pretty early.
And we have a production car expert has joined us, and he actually may become a Spec Racer Ford expert this weekend too. Now he's shaking his head. 6-time national champion Jesse Prather is here,
Awesome.
And he's going to be with us for the race. How are you, sir?
I'm doing really good. I'm only out of breath. I just had.
Oh, hold on a second. Got to press a button. There we go.
I'm doing pretty good. I'm a little out of breath. Just
All right.
did
So
27 laps.
why don't you catch your breath, and I'm going to go through the starting order here for this race. Matt Reynolds is going to start on the front row. Next to him is going to be Sam Henry. Cliff Ira blew a motor yesterday, so he will not be here today. Jonathan Goodale is in second. Bill Miller is in third. In fifth. Your third row is going to be Brian Heitman and Camden Jones, which I think Camden Jones may not be here either, so we'll keep an eye on that. And then you've got Wade McBride, who will be on the outside of row number 3 if that all works out the way I just said, or I may have just made that all up, who knows. All right, let's move on to our B-Spec field. John Phillips and Stephanie Anderson, they'll be your front row in B-Spec. And then you've got Joe McLugan and Joseph Gersh in the second row, and Charles Davis will bring up the back of that field. As we get ready to go 27 laps, we're going to have 2 pace cars, so a split start. The B-Spec cars in the back, and all of the other production cars in our our GT Light car will be in this front pack here. As our pace car goes on to pit lane, they'll come around the big sweeper here at turn 10, and once they come under that out of that corner, they will look down to the start stand and see if the starter likes what he sees. If that happens, you'll see a green flag. I hear the motors going, and there is our green flag as we get started. Here comes our first group. They're going to head down to turn 1, and B-Spec's right behind them. Let's see how these guys get through turn 1.
Clean so far. A couple of side-by-sides in the middle of the pack as it looks like our H-Prod leader.
Oh, there's a big spinner going into that little area there. That's kind of like a little funnel there.
That's Weber Manning.
Oh, okay, Weber Manning there. No issues. He'll be able to get started, I hope. And now we've got our B-Spec cars heading down side-by-side into turn 1.
Manning hasn't moved yet. He's just going to watch the B-Specs going by. Hopefully he's able to get that thing moving and didn't break anything gearbox or otherwise. Hasn't moved yet.
It looks like there's a drainage grate right there on the inside of 1, right?
There's a big drainage grate, and you do not want to hit that. You know, Weber had a little bit of an axle issue yesterday. I'm wondering if maybe his differential was damaged and caused that spin.
Okay. So here we go as we get to turn 1. So tell us how to go fast around here in a production car. You know a little bit about that.
Well, yeah, about 20 years of production cars and running at Hallett. And if you want to know how to get around this track, just watch that silver Miata sitting out front. Matt Reynolds is pretty much a pro. And Hallett's really fun because it's so busy and you don't get a lot of rest. So it's really, really good practice. I always say if you can make your car and your brakes work at Hallett, you can make that car work anywhere in this country. It's a really good test bed.
All right, so we're waiting for them to come across the line here. Reynolds is your leader, followed by Bill Miller, Jonathan Goodale, and it looks like it'll be Wade McBride in 4th, and we'll wait to see some more. Then we've got Ralph Lidow, who's come up for 5th place here as that first group comes across the line. Then you've got Randy Wagner, and of course Mark Webber, who's been around here a lot too.
Mark Webber's been around for longer than I've been alive, I think. Racing cars.
That's right, racing cars. So, and our B-Spec group will be coming through here shortly as well.
It's kind of interesting to see here. It looks like Sam Henry had a problem at the start and fell back, and we've got Wade McBride first in F production right now.
Yeah, that's
Sam running 3rd.
And our B-Spec crew, John Phillips, Stephanie Anderson, and Joe McLugan, they're the ones who came across the line first, second, and third there. And here they come going through turns 2 and 3. And they've already got a production car in the mix there. That's kind of what they were hoping to avoid with the split start. But sometimes that happens, and that is good news for John Phillips. That's allowing him to pull ahead just a little bit there. Before we get too deep into this race, talk to me a little about Spec Racer 4. Did you have fun?
I did have fun. Started 17th and finished 6th somehow. So, yeah, those cars are really interesting to drive. And I had to completely relearn how to drive a race car, but I believe I peaked in this last race, so that was fun.
We're going to see you out in a Spec Racer Ford again?
I don't know, maybe so. I think it would take 2 or 3 weekends to really get good at it,
sure.
But it was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed the cars. I love the sequential transmission.
Yeah.
Light car, really good brakes, tons of fun.
Cool, cool.
Much different than a production car.
Oh, no question there. No question there. All right, 25 laps to go. We're just underway here in our production B-Spec GT Light race. And up front right now, you've got Matt Reynolds in, no, that's not the front of the pack.
No, that's the race for F production.
That's
right there.
Yep.
Wade McBride with Sam Henry right behind him.
Here is our leader, Matt Reynolds, coming at us now in this silver Miata. And he's got a bit of a lead already.
So that's Bill Miller in the RX-7 there, and Bill has put in a ton of time on that RX-7. The car is beautiful, and he's really developing it and gaining strides every time he goes out. Really proud of him there. He's looking good.
Now coming the rest of your production pack.
Yep, there they go.
Yeah. How about the weather? You told me this was about as good as you can ever expect to get at this time of year at Hallett, right?
So Friday and today are days like we don't see at Hallett in the spring. You know, it's really, really nice. Sunshine, really no breeze today. It's beautiful, perfect.
I think the weather steward said, you know, you guys have been through enough in the Super Tour this year. Let's give them one good weekend at least. So
yeah, VIR was definitely left a little to be desired compared to what we've got out there today.
Yeah, definitely. If you're looking at our pylon on the left, you see all the different colors. That's the different colored classes. So the E-Production class is in purple there. And then you've got the different classes. All your B-Spec cars are in yellow if that's where you're trying to pick people out on the pylon. And that's why we do that. 24 to go here. And it is just my first time here. And I have been so impressed with everything from the track, and the people have been fantastic, and the Oklahoma hospitality has been really fun this weekend.
Welcome to the Midwest. This is how we do it, and this is certainly how they do it at Hallett. And when we were talking about, last week on the podcast, this being similar to Blackhawk, you can see that the flavor and the feel is very similar, but the elevation is not.
Yeah, there's no elevation in Blackhawk to speak of, so that is definitely the difference here. But it's the racing, when you've got this size of a racetrack, there's never a moment where it's not exciting.
True, and this field's a little bit light. We had a little bit of attrition from yesterday to today. But the prod cars, that can happen with them. Unfortunately, Cliff Ira did not make the race today. I believe we had a little bit of damage from VIR 2 weeks ago, and he was a very wise man yesterday and shut the car off when the warning gave him the signal that maybe something wasn't quite right, so kudos to him.
Did he save it enough to be able to salvage it, I hope?
Absolutely.
Good.
Absolutely. I think we're going to be good. And that's the original motor that we had built for that car. So he's got another one. He'll be back out in another month here, and we'll be just fine.
So how many cars in the field here have you had your hands on?
Okay, Matt Reynolds. There he comes through. I build his engines. Bill Miller, second. Yep, I build his motor. Although I don't do rotary engines anymore.
Okay.
John Goodale, Tony Rivera builds his. So we just kind of look down through here. Wade McBride, Mark Weber, and Dave Ryder, and Weber Manning. Cliff Ira didn't make it today, but I built his as well. So yeah, quite a few. It's kind of my thing, building production engines, and cars.
And I know I'm not going to get you to tell me, but you've already dropped the hint that you're going to be in something completely different next year.
It's very true.
And you promised me that you weren't going to share, so I'm not even going to ask, but I probably should. But I'm looking forward to find out where your next stop's going to be. And I'm sure everyone in that class probably is not looking forward to where your next stop is going to be.
That may be, you know, and Eric and I had talked about running the Spec Racer Fords to give them a try. I've always wanted to try those. So some of the things that I'm doing this year is testing the waters in some of these different classes to see what I do and do not enjoy. So, yep, the BMW is for sale, and it is time to focus on something else.
And you've been very close to the vest, so we'll keep talking about this race. Matt Reynolds is your leader. Bill Miller second. Jonathan Gooddale is in third in that GT Lights car. Now, if he does what he did yesterday, he got past halfway, a couple of laps, and then decided to come in and take it easy on his motor because he's the only GT Lights car in this field. Your leader in F production is Sam Henry, followed by Wade McBride. Your H production leader, Ralph Lindo, is in sixth place overall and first in H production. Going down to B-Spec, John Phillips, Stephanie Anderson, and Joe McClugan. Lefty, seeing anything out there that we should be paying more attention to because we were talking?
No, that's right. It's a great conversation. I was just kind of listening in myself, like, oh, you're going to make me look at the timing tower now? No, actually, there's a couple of groups that are kind of sorting things out that are intermixing of classes. You've got Weber and Allman, two very different cars, playing nicely out there. A couple tenths between them as they continue to swap positions. That's always kind of fun to watch. So that's a good one there. The other was, it looks like in the FP group a little bit is McBride's pulled ahead of a bunch now, ahead of Wagner, so starting to open that up there in the F Prod.
And not as many cars in this race, which gives them a little more breathing room and lets people put down some good straight line speed laps and not having to worry about a lot of lap traffic like we had in some of the earlier groups. And it gives me an opportunity to talk about my favorites out here, the Volkswagen Golfs and GTIs. It's always fun to see the Volkswagens out here.
Yeah, I love watching them throw it around on here. I think that's a good time. And yesterday, they put on a pretty good show with Lindau having an issue in the middle of the race. Somehow was able to get past Albin right there with about a lap or two to go to take the win in H-Prod. And today, he's got that lead again. We'll see if he's able to hold that lead today. He's got about, I want to say it's probably about 10 seconds, at least 9 maybe, on Albin right now, and a couple of cars between them. But race far from over.
Yeah, big puff of dust there at the exit of turn 10. I'm sorry, at the exit of turn 8-9. Not hearing anything from the course worker, so whatever that was probably self-cleared itself. Also, taking a look back into B-Spec, Stephanie Anderson hanging well with John Phillips here, only 3 seconds back, or it was 2.5 seconds last time by. So we'll keep an eye on her. She's really had a great weekend here, and John Phillips has been stout as always, running up front and just doing his thing. I just thought I saw a car. Did I see a car sideways here? I'm making things up in my head.
I didn't see it,
okay,
but not out of the realm of possibility. I was going to say also, yeah, Stephanie Anderson did a great job not only trying to keep up there with John Phillips, but she's pulling away from McClugan now, who's probably about 2 seconds behind her. So getting separated, but in the good way for her, pulling ahead of the rest of the B-Spec class.
It's also interesting to see the B-Spec cars out here in the Midwest. We've got a Toyota Yaris, a couple Mazda 2s, and a Honda Fit. If you go east, there's a lot of minis out there, and so you've got kind of different cars that you might not see running up front here. And it's interesting to see where regionally the car counts show up, and it's different from one part of the country to another. So Matt Reynolds still running up front. He's got himself a 12-second lead over Bill Miller. Matt's had a pretty good weekend here.
Matt knows how to get the job done. There's no doubt about that. He's as good a driver as there is. Not just in E-Production, obviously, further proving the point that he was on the pole in Spec Miata. Unfortunately, had a left front ball joint failure on the first lap in the Spec Miata race, so that was an unfortunate end to his race there.
So did he fix that car for this race, or is this a different car?
So this is his E-Production car.
Okay.
So he has 2 different cars.
Okay, got it.
They're both silver, and they both have similar striping, but this car has black down the hood, and the Spec Miata has blue down the hood.
You know, it's interesting because it used to be a lot of guys would double dip by using the same car. and they kind of give up one race to be out there, but and keep the car prepped for the other class. Now you're seeing a lot more drivers prepping a second car and bringing them both to the racetrack.
I think it depends on whether or not the car can be competitive.
Sure.
If Matt was out there in his Spec Miata right now, he would be behind Bill Miller.
Right.
So, yeah, and Matt has done that in the past, depending upon how many cars have entered for e-production. Sometimes he'll save the e-production car.
Sure.
Much more high-strung, much more expensive to operate. So, but he's putting down some pretty decent laps out there.
Somebody earlier in our chat was talking about e-production and mentioned that the e-production is a great class, but an e-production motor costs more than a Spec Racer Ford car.
Well, that's just not accurate.
No? Okay.
No.
How close? How close?
So a good e-production motor is about a $15,000 engine from scratch. I was talking to one of the Spec Racer Ford guys, and he was telling me how the new SADIV conversion for them, the transmission conversion is about $15,000. So I think the Spec Racer Fords are, I think you can get into one for maybe $35,000 or $40,000. Right. If you want a good one, that's all completely ready to go.
And new ones are about $50,000 if you order a brand new chassis. But there's so many chassis out there, there's really no reason to do that. I'm sorry, SCCA Enterprises, I probably didn't want to hear me say that. there's a lot of those Spec Racer Fords out there. So.
Well, you know, those chassis have been around for a long time, and so they do get worn out over the last 30, 40 years.
So but they also do hold their worth pretty well, because there were a couple of cars last year in the top 10 at the runoffs with chassis that were built in the 1980s.
Not only that, if you buy a proven setup car, it should be worth actually as much or more than a new one, potentially, because all of the dialing has been done.
Exactly.
And there's a lot to be said for buying a developed car.
Absolutely. So, no changes in the top 10, it looks like, Larry. We've still got Matt Reynolds and Bill Miller up front in E-Production. F-Production, still Sam Henry, Wade McBride, and Randy Wagner. Jonathan Goodale just doing his thing there in GT Lights. And H Production still Ralph Lidow and Chris Albin.
Getting tight B-Spec.
Yep.
Yeah, it's tightening up down there, and Goodale looks like he's just kind of backing off his pace, knowing he's the only GTL in the field, just trying to get through this, probably get his qualifying done. But he let Henry on through to proceed. Probably will do the same if McBride catches up to him soon. But Goodale out there, just car preservation, turning laps, and enjoying a good day at Hallett.
Yeah, and Jesse's right. We're now within about a half a second between second and third in B-Spec. First to second, the gap's a little over 4 seconds. So, and here are some of those B-Spec cars coming through now.
And you can see Sam Henry being very cordial to this race, and that's the thing to be doing. And I'm sure John Goodale will do the same thing. Find their spot, get onto the straight, and go past both drivers so they do not interrupt their race. It's very smart of these guys.
Yeah, and more often than not, that's what happens. You always get the moment where you come up on the car that just a bad spot and things happen. But we've seen some really respectful, slower cars moving over for faster cars, and also faster cars coming through and being cognizant of their other races on the track. So
it makes me wonder what's going on here exactly, because Sam Henry's not going past the B-Spec cars after multiple corners.
There's a lot of respect for that battle.
Yeah.
And I think Goodale may have let Henry on by, so I think Henry may recognize the situation Goodale, that he's not in a hurry either. This would be the spot here, I'm sure they'll both get by.
Yeah, well done there, and we'll keep looking at that with 16 laps to go. Let's do this real quick. I'm going to do a call to the grid. Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 7 cars, Wings and Things, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FP2, FX, P1, and P2. Get to the grid for your race, our final race of the day.
Oh, no!
Oh, there's a car sideways. And
that
contact.
Goodale looked like he was trying to make his way past both the B-Specs and make it a clean. Unfortunately, it kind of went all awry as he maybe locked up, came across that inside car at that point, wasn't going to be in his control. And then the contact there with the B-Spec, Goodale looks like he's stranded on the outside of 2.
Yeah, it didn't look like there was a ton of contact. He should be able to maybe get himself collected and get moving again. by the time they were both kind of slowed down before the contact happened. So, yep, as I suspected, he had to maybe restart and find the gear, and he'll get to move on. But what a tough spot for that B-Spec car.
Yeah, Stephanie just tagged him a little bit. Looks like John had maybe a little too much rear brake bias and was down on the dirty side of the track, going down into 2 on the inside. And there he's pulling off.
Yeah, there's a little cut out there for him to go through. We'll see how bad that was for Anderson and how far that made her fall through the field. I'm sure that Joe McLugan was able to drive right by. I think they were far enough ahead where she was able to stay in front of Joe Gersh, but we'll know here in just a minute or so when they come past the line.
Yeah, let's hope Stephanie doesn't have much damage. Those B-Spec cars are pretty durable in their form. If it's just a straight ahead little bit, maybe a little bit of crack on the front fascia, but hopefully the rest of the car is intact. She could resume at speed.
All right, well, I was about to send us to break, so let's get that going, and then we'll come back, and we'll go green all the way to the finish. So you're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Stay with us. We'll be back in about 2 minutes.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for the Sports Car Club of America. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Learn more at Hagerty.com. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, brakes, and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts both on the street and on the track. As official tire retailer of Sports Car Club of America since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit HawkPerformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Winning takes work. Getting parts is easy. SummitRacing.com.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories both on and off the track, which is why Sunoco is trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Welcome to the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We bring together top SCCA road racers from around the country to compete in the premier amateur road racing series. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest racetracks in North America, showcasing our 27 car classes and packing a ton of wheel-to-wheel action into every event. And now you can watch the live stream coverage of the Super Tour events on site or from the comfort of your own home. For those details, go to SCCA.com/live. Six-time national champion Jesse Prather in the booth with us today talking about this race. Also, we've got Larry Lefty MacLeod from our remote studio headquarters joining us as well. You had some info on Mark Webber?
Oh, I was just mentioning, I saw Mark Webber out there, and you'll see that he's got an EP on the side of his car. Of course, Mark tries to get qualified in E-Production and F-Production pretty much every year using his F-Production car.
Okay.
And so he goes back and forth. You know, he raced in February or January in Florida, and here he is at Hallett. So he gets around. Obviously has the record for the most runoffs starts.
Right.
So I think it's 60-something at this point.
Wow.
But he has amassed that number by continuously to run at least 2 classes. Some years he has run 3 classes at the runoffs. to amass that amount.
So does he do anything to change the car from one class to the other? Or is he just basically running it in the other classes?
He takes a little bit of weight out to go run the car in E-production.
Okay.
That's about it.
That's about it. So, and he's always there, biggest smile on his face. I just love the guy. So, and very quick. I did a lot of photography. He's also a fur. We all know that. But he was very helpful to telling me what I needed to do and what I needed to do to get better at that too. So, just one of the world-class #1 people out there. So
yeah, he lives and breathes SCCA.
Absolutely. So, sad news though. It looks as though that little contact with Stephanie Anderson and Jonathan Goodale has cost both of them the rest of the race. Anderson has not turned laps here for several laps down, 5 laps down, so we're pretty sure she's pulled in, and we saw Goodale pull in on the cutout there. So their days are done. That puts Joe McLugan and Joseph Gersh into podium positions in B-Spec, Larry, and that's tough for her. But of course, is often the case in racing. One driver's misfortune turns out to be another driver's fortune.
Yeah, tough day there for Anderson. That does move Davis now up into 4th, Gersh up into 3rd there in the B-Spec ranks. They're kind of all scattered around the track at this point as John Phillips just kind of pulled away, as maybe expect a little bit from the rest of that pack. He's got about 15 seconds or so on McLugan, and again about 15 seconds or so back to Gersh, back to Davis. So they're all spread out just a little bit. But one thing that hasn't changed is Matt Reynolds is a pretty strong stranglehold at the front of this field.
Yeah, 21 seconds. That's a good lead. He can kind of basically coast now for the last 11 laps and make sure nothing crazy happens. Don't put too much stress on the motor and the transmission, and you know, he's not running the laps he was early. His fast lap is a 1:23. His last lap is a 1:25. And if we click down and look at all of his laps, the last several laps have been 25s and 24s. So he's kind of in cruise mode.
He's definitely in cruise mode. Not a lot of competition for Matt this weekend. He is your E-production lap record holder here at Hallett. Down into the 21s, I believe.
Wow,
so,
that is quick.
Not a lot of pressure for him this weekend, but needless to say, you still need to get your races in and get qualified to head off to the runoffs in September, October.
That's true. Running through the top 10 here, we've got Reynolds and then Bill Miller. Sam Henry is your first place car in F production, followed by Wade McBride. H production leader right now is Ralph Lindlow. And then you've got Randy Wagner, Mark Webber, Jack Schultz, John Phillips, and Joe McLugan. There's your top 10 with 10 laps to go. Attention the paddock, attention paddock. Group 7 cars to the grid. Group 7 cars to the grid. Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, FX, Prototype 1, Prototype 2. Please come to the grid. Lefty, that's our last race of the day, and as we know, you and I love those wings and things, so don't go away, folks. Stay with us. Wanted to give, at least if Stephanie's out of the car, we'll let her hear this. Sandy Hubbard in the chat says that Stephanie's biggest race fans were cheering her on from Wisconsin, so I'm sure that's they're a little disappointed in the finish, but Steph, you've got people out here rooting for you, so.
Hopefully it tries to put a little bit of a smile on her face and a sad ending to her race, but still she had some pretty good pace this weekend. And I'm sure that car will be running great for the next time out.
That's right. Jonathan Wickert, who is a B-Spec driver and one of our, he was on into a couple of races with us back, I think it was in Atlanta. He says he had an F production car spin right in front of him at the sprints last year, and he T-boned them as well. So just kind of a racing thing. It happens, and it sucks when it does, but you put it back in the trailer, put it together, and come back out in a couple of weeks and do it again.
Well, if I know John, he's already sought her out to apologize for his little faux pas.
Yep.
John's a good racer, and I'm sure he's already. I see her cars over in impound,
yep.
So.
And I'm sure she would think that even apology wasn't even necessary because he didn't do anything, that required her apology. But that's the way. If you do it right, you go and you have that conversation, then you move on. So.
Correct.
All right, Matt Reynolds, still our leader. He's opened up now 24 seconds. And then Bill Miller also has opened up a pretty good gap over second place. That's now 14 seconds or so, maybe 15 seconds. Then we go back, Sam Henry and Wade McBride, your first 2 cars in F production.
Interesting to see Sam Henry just put down the fastest lap of the race overall.
Yep.
Sam loves to do this. Get his tires cooled off, find a nice gap, and see what he can do towards the end of the race. It's actually a really good test to see how your car is on a long run, and he's really good at that, managing his tires.
So how different is it to go from a 25-lap race yesterday to have to now manage the car through 27 laps today?
I think it depends on the car. You know, for me in the Spec Racer Fords today, I was able to push the entire race, and the car really doesn't fall off, simply because of the wonderful Hoosier tires that are probably a little bit over-tired for the weight of those cars. Now, in a production car, depending on the compound that you're running, absolutely you could have tire degradation as the race goes on. Mark Webber goes for a pass under Randy Wagner there.
There you go.
Not in the same class, but Mark knows that they are both in F production cars, and they're going to do a little bit of racing here anyway.
Sure. Oh, there's a car off. That's one of the
Chris
yellow.
Albin.
Yeah, that's Chris Albin in that yellow Volkswagen off there.
I think he had pulled off there a couple laps ago. Might just be repositioning, maybe even trying to find the way back through the exit gate there, just up the road.
Or just getting himself behind the flag station to make him in a really, really safe spot there. So, how soon in this race could the tires go off? Would it be with 10 to go, 5 to go? Or just if you abused them, it could be with 20 to go?
A lot of it could be 20 to go, depending on how you treat the tires and the pace that you are pushing them at. A lot of these guys, you know, obviously we're not seeing a lot of neck-and-neck battling today, so they're managing their tires. Matt is absolutely managing his tires.
Yeah.
And you can see now Sam has backed off 2 seconds his last lap. So tire management can be a thing, but if you're in a battle with a guy, it's just burn it down every lap, you know, and try and keep it under you.
7 laps to go. Let's take a quick look at the B-Spec field. Get us caught up on that. John Phillips still with a 23-second lead over Joe McClugan. Joe Gersh is your third place car right now. And then Charlie Davis is in 4th. And he's several laps down, so I don't even know if he's on the track anymore. That was the Honda Fit that's out there. So that's the way B-Spec looks like it's shaping up. And the tough part also for Jonathan Goodale is he didn't get to halfway, so he's not going. That race is not going to count for him as a finisher for him or for Stephanie. So that's really tough luck there.
I believe Chris Albin was slowed down and pulled into the pits as well.
I was just going to mention that he did get back on the track going slow, so it does look like his day is probably done. And Matt Reynolds just keeps motoring along here, and when he crosses the line, it keeps taking longer and longer and longer to see what the second place car is. So the difference between the RX-7 and the Miata, and with Matt Reynolds with the big lead, how much of that is just the way the two cars are prepped?
Well, Bill's done a good job prepping his car, but he does not have the experience that Matt has.
Got it, okay.
Bill is learning. He has a brand new dog ring transmission in the car for this weekend. We're in the middle of developing some new shocks for the car. What I love about Bill is he's got the best attitude in the world, and he's putting his best foot forward and has already improved 2 seconds to his best lap time this weekend from last year. So he's making strides, but you know, the RX-7 is a lot older technology with a live axle in the rear and struts in the front, but it makes more horsepower.
Right.
And it weighs a little bit less than the Miata. But the Miata obviously has its own advantages, you know, with the independent suspension and all of the development that Matt and his team have done over the years.
I love the fact that you've got drivers and people who go out and work hard on a car that's maybe not the best car for the class because they love the car and they want to do it. And I think that's one of the things I love the most about the SCCA.
There's a lot of that goes on. A prime example of that is Dave Ryder running in H production. You know, not quick, but Dave bought that car brand new in 1985.
Right.
And he ran it in IT for years and years and years, and has now converted the car over to H production. Is it the best H production car? No, but it's the car that he loves. So it's a good example of that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, because when you think race car, you don't think Mazda 66.
Probably not, but you know, it's like you say, it's different horses for different courses. Depends on what you enjoy to do. So I'm a little bit different when it comes to the way I like to do my racing. If my horse isn't winning, I'm gonna see if I can find a different one.
That's awesome. 5 laps to go here. Up front, really no changes here in the top 10 for the last 5 or 6 laps. It's still Matt Reynolds, Bill Miller, Sam Henry, Wade McBride, and Ralph Lidlow. That's your top 5. Then we've got Mark Webber, who's moved up to 6th place, and Randy Wagner is in 7th, followed by Jack Schultz, John Phillips, and Joe MacLeod. So we are moving here towards our final closing laps here in F production, and while we're doing that, we need to make sure that our Wings and Things cars are on the grid. So attention in the paddock, Wings and Things, Group 7 to the grid, Formula Atlantic Continental, FE2, FX, and P1 and P2. Now is the time to get yourself to the grid so we can get our final race of the day going. And so far, so good. We won't have a lot of break between this race, and we'll get this thing going and put a nice little exclamation point on what's been a fantastic weekend here at Hallett, Larry.
It really has been. This has been so much fun to watch. My first experience calling one of the Super Tour races. Obviously, I've been to the runoffs a couple times, but I hadn't really had the experience of watching a lot here at Hallett. And this just looks like a fantastic track. It's been nothing but positive from everybody, you know, including folks like Jesse, how great this place is. I'm going to have to find my way out there and turn some laps at Hallett.
Yeah, it's as good as it gets. I mean, this is this quintessential club racing track.
That's exactly what it is. You know, this track, and you can't quote me on this, but this is our oldest track in our conference. Okay. In our division here in the Midwest. So similar to Blackhawk, it's been around for a long time, and we've seen some changes. And a big shout out to the Stevens here. What they have done to this track. If you've been racing here as many years as I have, boy, the improvements they've done, the facility has changed drastically over the years. They've just really put their best foot forward and turned this into a great. And you know what? This is why SCCA keeps bringing the Super Tour back. Right.
Yeah, everyone who drives here loves it. My favorite feature coming in, they've got FIA curving by the mailbox out the front gate. And I'm like, I got to put FIA curving. I don't know my homeowners association is going to let me do that, but we got to get that in the interest of my homeowners association. It was just kind of like, oh, that's so cool.
Yeah, that's cool.
3 laps to go, and just kind of motoring here to the finish. Not a ton of close class battles going on at the moment that we can focus on, and which usually happens when we get one of these races per Super Tour weekend where everyone's just minding their own business, doing their thing, and motoring around and practicing their racecraft, and this seems to be the one we've gotten today.
Yeah, just got to watch what's going on. There's a couple things we mentioned earlier about the Mark Webber and the Randy Wagner sort of interclass battle in their FP-EP cars. They've swapped positions again, and looks like they've even gotten around the H-Prod of Lindau. So those guys are still having a little bit of a scrap and having a good time in their Miatas.
Well, that's the thing. Even in a situation like this, there's somebody out there to race.
Yeah, it looks like Mark may have gotten around Wagner again as those guys continue to swap coming around. You'll see them coming down here towards 6.
That is the battle to watch here going to the end. 3 to go, looks like.
Absolutely, and that Mark Webber's the car, that's the red car out front, and then the car right behind him is Randy Wagner. And there's a couple other cars, look like they're kind of ready to pounce if the opportunity arises there.
Well, Lindau and the H-Prod, the blue Volkswagen back there, was ahead of these guys, and he's backed off a little bit, maybe just managing the car to the end, maybe just letting the other ones play through and have their own little battle.
Yeah, I think that is probably more of the case, you know, realizing that he's not the dog in this fight, and let them go through, and his competition in H production is far enough back where it's nothing to really worry about for him.
And that's Sam Henry there behind Randy Wagner, who would be putting a lap down on these guys, but it looks like he, again, is going to be very patient and let them race it out.
That's Right, and we've got them running through the B-Spec field here too, and that seems to be working out fairly well there. They've both gotten past the B-Spec cars, and that car is letting them through without a problem.
That's your B-Spec leader.
Yeah, I was going to say, I believe that's John Phillips. So, and he's also far enough ahead of the next place car in B-Spec where he doesn't really have to work real hard to not let these guys by. So.
All these guys are saying, no, please, you first. No, you guys enjoy your battle. I'll just sit back here. No, please, after you. And no, after you. The only one who's not is going to be Wagner or Weber, who are saying, no, me first. I'm going to shove my elbows in front because these guys are having a fun battle.
All right, when they come by, they're going to get the white flag here. It has been put out, so about a lap and a half left in this battle. And again, we're watching Mark Weber and Randy Wagner here. So if you were to make a guess here, who's going to get the checkered flag out of this group? Even though they're not racing for class win here, it's still fun to watch.
Well, I can tell you this, more than one time I have seen Mark Weber run his fastest lap on the last lap. So we'll see what he does here. He's a pretty cagey old production racer, so I'm betting unless he makes a mistake, Mark's going to pull this one off.
There we go. And we're going to pick up Matt Reynolds here as he comes across on his final few corners. I believe that's the second car there, and he is going to make his final few corners here and take another checkered flag this weekend. Here he comes into turn 10 for the final time. He'll come out of this big sweeper and then head down towards the start stand where the checkered flag will be in the air. There is your race winner, Matt Reynolds. A B-Spec car not in that hunt is coming across the line next. And we'll see Bill Miller here in just a little bit as he comes in to take second place in E-Production. And at some point in time, we'll see that Wagner and Weber battle, and we'll keep an eye on that too as well.
I think that was McLugan, Gersh, and Davis now all just kind of finishing laps there as second, third, and fourth in B-Spec with John Phillips out in front of them somewhere. I think he's out there on the track. Looks like he's the back of the shot here coming out of 6.
And that was Weber and Wagner coming through there. And here we see him again. Weber's your first place car, or the car in front there anyway, in that red car. Wagner is in the second car there. Here they come into turn 10, and it looks like Mark Weber's done it again.
Looks like he has.
Yeah, there we go. He'll be the second place car, the third place car in E-Production. So Mark Weber will stand on the podium here. All right, let's go through our top few cars in each class. Your podium in E-Production is Matt Reynolds. Bill Miller will be your second place car in E-Production, followed by Mark Weber. Going down to F-Production, we've got Sam Henry, then Wade McBride, then Randy Wagner. So both of those guys battling there, not for class supremacy, but they're both going to end up on the podium. Your H-Production podium is going to be Ralph Linda and Jack Schultz. And then and Chris Albin, I think, got enough laps in to be considered a finisher. And that's good. Also, I missed David Ryder. We were talking about him earlier. He's going to get a podium position here, finishing third place in H Production. Now, B-Spec, John Phillips, Joe McLugan, and Joe Gersh. That is your podium in B-Spec. Jesse Prather, thank you.
It's my pleasure.
What's next up for you?
We will be running at my home track in about 4 weeks, Heartland Park.
And what are you going to run?
Actually, Greg Ira is coming to get his final race in to qualify the BMW, the Z3 in E-Production.
Okay.
So I'll be supporting him as well as my other customers that'll be there.
Cool.
Will not be running anything myself.
Nice.
But get to sleep about 2 miles from the house, so that's always a good thing.
Nothing wrong with that. Well, first of all, congratulations on a good run today. Thank you for joining us on the podcast and helping people get around here fast this weekend, and good luck with whatever you got coming.
Anytime. Thank you very much.
All right, that's going to do it. We're going to be back in just a few minutes for our last race of the day. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a minute. And we are back at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. We have been through 13 races. We've got one more to go. How you doing, Lefty?
I am doing good. Last race, but is it going to be over soon? This is too soon. This has been so much fun calling these races, but you and I both have a shared love, and that is for, as Jimi Hendrix would say, butterflies and zebras, moonbeams and fairy tales. It's all about Little Wing.
Oh, wow. Dropping some old school Hendrix on us. I love it. And I'm looking for my Group 7 grid, and I can't seem to find it. Hold on. I'll go back and do it the old way. Maybe I won't. Anyway, I know Paul Ravaris is fast. He's going to be our pole sitter. Brock Evans will start second, it looks like. Steven Zerga is your second row with Jack Donnellan in the P2 car. Then you've got Moses Smith, Ashland Speed. That should be row 3. Justin Upchurch and Gray Fowler will be row 7. Row 4, I should say. And then you've got Brad Yake and Mark McGahee. I'm trying to remember, is this going to be a split start, Larry?
I don't believe we did one yesterday. It looks like we're all just fully intermixed here. Okay. One big happy family.
One big happy family. All right, that's like Sly and the Family Stone or something, right? If you want to go
old school. It kind of is. All the music references here for this one. But this is going to be fun because as we saw yesterday, Ravaris is one of those, he started out just
There's a second pace car.
Oh, there is.
Yep, I think so. Or is that just shiny blinky stuff with the lights and the
it might just be shiny.
Yeah, I think it might have been just reflection. It looked like I saw flashing lights, so I've been
Ravaris is fast, but he does take an extra lap or two to get to pace. Brock Evans has been lightning around this place. Won the FX group yesterday, was quick, really quick in the qualifying session again this morning. Let's see if he can mix it up with Ravaris for at least a lap or two.
Well, we got a lot of stragglers here, but they'll look good for the first 6 rows coming out from under the bridge, and they will get a green flag here. And all of these cars are going to go through. It does look like, though, jumping out to a quick lead is going to be Paul Ravaris. He's going to get a clean shot. Now we're 3 wide trying to get through turn 1. At least one car has gone off, and that car is going to get into the tire wall. Oh, boy.
Yeah, I'm not sure which that was. One of the FX entries in a classic Formula Mazda looks like got touched in the back going in through 1 and then went off. We'll see who that is in just a few minutes. But up at the front, Zerga in the FE2 was also making a push. Donnellan was maybe taking his time in his P2, but all that leads to Ravaris pulling ahead of Brock Evans, pulling ahead of, I'm not sure who that is in third. It might be Moses Smith in the other FX.
Yeah, that Formula Mazda that went in the wall there those are pretty stout up front, but if you get stuck on the tires, that's done deal there. So we'll wait to see whether or not they got through it as they come by the next time. Here they come through turn 6 and heading now towards the 7 and then 8 and 9 complex. And here they come here through 8 and 9. Paul Ravaris already opened up about a 10-car length lead over Brock Evans. And that second place car there, I believe, is Steve Zerga.
I think it's Moses Smith in an FA. I think Zerga is in the blue FE2. Okay. He's actually lost a couple of spots. It looked for a minute as they took the green, like he had a shot of going to second. He's gone back a little bit. I'm not sure who the FXs are in between. As the timing ticker comes up, we'll get an idea here. It looks like Ashland Speed and Yake now 4th and 5th, pushing Zerga back down to 6th.
And as we can see, that car is still there. There's a corner worker with it, and they are making the signals. They're going to need a wrecker at some point. The question I'm trying to find out is they're going to send that wrecker now or if they're going to wait until the end of the race.
We'll keep our eye on that. That just means I have to be a little cautious down there into 1, which is a fast entry corner. But obviously the flag's been waving. Everybody has seen that one already, so they know it's there. We'll wait until that gets cleared. But it means the rest of the track is open. Also what's open is the lead that Ravaris now has on Brock Evans. But behind Brock Evans is Moses Smith with his Formula Atlantic. And so that'll be interesting. Again, so you get an Atlantic FX, which is the Formula Mazda in this case, with another Atlantic behind. It just shows you how fast Brock Evans is around this place. Ashland Speed. And then I think Brad Yake currently 3rd in FX, 5th in the running order. And then you got your FE2 leader, Zerga, currently ahead of Upchurch. So Steve Zerga leading Justin Upchurch. Those two just a couple tenths apart. First and second FE2, 6th and 7th on the track.
So I've been checking out here just for a second, listening to the corner crews talking about that car at turn 1. Sounds like they're going to leave it. The driver is safe and out of the car, and it looks like they're going to leave it there till the end of the race. So we're going to stay all green here.
Okay. Got to keep an eye also on Donnell in our P2 entry. It's the odd-looking car considering it doesn't have the open wheel and the wings a little bit more closed. He'll be getting up to speed momentarily and start picking his way through. He's right behind. There he is right now, in between a bunch of FE2s with Zerga Upchurch in front of him and Fowler behind him. Donnellan's going to probably want to get past both of the two in front and then start making his way up to the FX field there in his P2. He's got the power to do it. He's just got to pick a spot to not interrupt too much the FE2 battle he's about to go through. He hasn't quite turned on the afterburners yet. Back in the pack, though, I'm trying to see who that is. This is an FE2 Hillenberg, maybe battling it out with Crabtree, Vivian, Fouch. That whole group right there still sorting things out in between FX and FE2.
All right, we are looking. So we had heard that Crabtree was in the 24 car, made a spin and got back on the track.
Interesting. All right. Well, he's still shown in 11th overall in his FA car, just ahead of Hillenberg in an FE2. So that puts Hillenberg 4th in FE2. Fowler a couple spots up in the rank here is 3rd in FE2 with the Upchurch Zerga leading 1-2 in FE2. They're still nose to tail with the P2 car, Donnellan behind them. But I think they've got a little bit of a gap, but Donnellan's starting to pick up the pace and start to catch those FE2s.
Yeah, and we are going to be going full course yellow here, Lefty. They've decided that they do not want to leave that car right there, and they're going to go out and send out a wrecker to pluck it out of that situation. They just feel it's just a little too much in an impact zone, so they're going to come and get it, and hopefully it shouldn't take too long. Formula cars are usually pretty easy to pick up, so.
Yeah, it should be a pretty quick pull down there. I think that is Kevin Fisher, if I got this right. He's the only car that took the start and didn't turn a sector, so I'm guessing that's who that is. Yeah. Obviously, it's unofficial. We're not quite 100%.
No, it is. Okay. I've heard the report that it is absolutely the 3 car. So they're going to go grab it. The good news is we've got a long race here with 23 to go. We might be able to get this thing out and still get a good 18 laps of green flag racing in here. So it will bunch up the field, though, and that is good news for some folks and not good news for others.
Well, I can tell you it's going to be good news for Fowler and Hillenberg, the 3rd and 4th place FE2s. They had gapped. They had fallen back behind Donnellan in the P2 car, and really they'd fallen behind Zerga and Upchurch, the leaders in FE2. This is going to pull them back up with just Donnellan between, and then you got McGahee in an FX car between Fowler and Hillenberg. So FE2 is going to start to have a battle here, and we know FE2 is one of those classes, spec all around, with just a little bit of downforce that ends up being some pretty solid racing. So if Hillenberg and Fowler can get around Donnellan and McGahee, or better yet for them, if Donnellan can get through up front, it's going to leave a pretty good battle of FE2s.
All right, so this is the perfect opportunity to take our final break of the weekend. Let's do that so we can stay with you green all the way to the finish. You are watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. We'll be right back.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram program to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant, customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. Realizing Hoosier's existence and continued success is dependent upon how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see one of our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Tire racing dealer nearest you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly designed for champions.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your race weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Summit Racing is proud to support SCCA racers through the Road Racing Contingency Program. Run the required decals to be eligible for contingency payouts.
All right, we're back at Hallett for the final race of our 12th round of the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. All right, Lefty, time to reset. We're probably going to have 20 laps, maybe 19 or 18 to go when we get back to action here. It's all bunched up. Good news is it's not 2x2 going into turn 1.
Yeah, at least it'll be single file. Take note, NASCAR. Then it'll be single file on the restart here in a lap or so, whenever they get to it. The other good news is that everybody's had a chance to do like a bit of a warm-up, get all the heat in the tires. It's been a nice warm track all day. It's getting to be late in the day. The sun's kind of maybe even getting in their eyes. But at least now they've got full heat in them, which means everyone's going to have full pace once we do drop green again. And that's going to be good for Rivaris out front. He's hoping to get on the gas at the right time and pull away from the FX that's behind him. May even present an opportunity for Moses Smith, who's good buddies, of course, with all of the FX cars, as he probably builds most of those Formula Mazdas anyway, to maybe good for him and his Atlantic with more power to try and pull on Evans on that first lap under green. We'll see if that does. This whole situation is great for Ashton Speed, who had unfortunately lost sight of the pack there early in stages in the first couple laps. Now she's right there behind Moses and right in front of Brad Yake. So I think we're going to have a great FX battle once this thing goes green.
And we saw that the car is gone, which makes me think we're going to turn the lights off on this pace car and get back to racing action here really quick. They're still on at the moment, and I'm waiting to hear the word from race control that is what's going on.
But we're just waiting for the wrecker to actually get off of the track and get through one of the many gate openings.
Exactly.
And hopefully sooner rather than later. But for these drivers, I'm sure sooner would be great.
All right, lights are out on the pace car, which means we're going to go green next time by with Riveras, Evans, Smith, and Speed, your front four here. And we're going to end up with 19 laps to go when they take the green flag again.
And I'm really going to be looking for Donnellan with that extra power over the FP2s to try and make a push to get by them on this first couple of straightaways. Keep your eye on that, as well as Moses Smith, the third one in the shot.
All right, I hear the cars with the foot on the skinny pedal. Already a big gap between second and third place here as they head down towards turn 1. That is just, I don't know why that gap happened so fast there, but you've got Riveras and Evans jumping out to a quick lead here with Smith and Ashton Speed now trying to make up some space.
Yeah, Moses Smith dropped back a bunch. I'm wondering if he was in the wrong gear as the battle of FP2 is going on there, and Donnellan kind of watching what's going on there in his P2 car right in the middle of all three of those FP2s. Right. But yeah, I think Moses Smith may have been a wrong gear coming off a 10 or something, because he really lost sight of Evans in front of him enough to where he let the other FX's Speed and Yake get around him. So Moses, I think, if I got this right, he's at least in between them. Yeah, he's in that fourth position now, just ahead of Brad Yake.
And Evans is in, I'm sorry, Smith is in a Formula Atlantic car, so he should be one of the faster cars out here as far as power. And that's all you really need to get to turn 1 first, is a bunch of power and a bunch of fuel. And it didn't happen.
That's what makes me wonder if he may have been in the wrong gear coming off of that corner and realized it at the last second, had to pop it down, lost all the momentum and negating any power advantage he might have had. Now, what's going on behind him is there's a shot of Donnellan, is I believe the FE2 cars are now 1, 2, 3 up to Zerg and Fowler. Let's see if they are across the timing stripe next time through.
Here they come by again. These are our fastest cars of the weekend, so they're going to make short work of this 19 laps as long as we don't have any more full course yellows. And yes, we see Moses has gone down. Ashley Speed has made her way around Moses Smith, so she's now into second place and trying to put her sights on Brock Evans, who's got a 3.5-second lead over Speed at the moment.
The other thing that Moses may have been trying to do is to give an opportunity for Ashton to get around, because he knows all those FX drivers, as they're all in these Formula Mazdas, that he obviously is one of the biggest builders around for them. He may have thought, you know what, let's let Ashton get up there with Brock and do what she needs to do and kind of stay out of it. That might be how he's managing this race. It's interesting with Moses. It should be a lot faster, but I think he's just playing the game here to let them go play. And at some point, if Brad Yates gets up behind him, he may even let Brad by as well.
Yeah, I don't know that Ashley got the message, though, because if that were the case, she should have popped out and been as close to Brock Evans as possible. Whatever the case is, she's now trying to get caught up there to the back of Brock Evans and make a run for it. Of course, Evans and Riveras aren't racing each other. Riveras is in Formula Atlantic, so it doesn't matter if he pulls away, which he has, to a 3.59-second lead. And it looks like Ashley Speed has made up just a little bit of time on Brock Evans, but it's still about 3 seconds between those two cars.
It is. They're both in the 15s already, and that's just showing you how fast both of those drivers are. To be down in the 15s at the basically second lap or first full flyer after a full course yellow. So great job with them. We're going to keep an eye on their gap. Moses Smith still slotted in between Ashlyn Speed and Brad Yake, about 2 seconds between them. But I'm also watching now those 3 FE2 cars that are lined up nose to tail. We got Zerga, Upchurch, and Fowler running 6, 7, 8 in the field, but they're 1, 2, 3 and FE2 having their own great little race. And there they are, somewhere in there.
Yeah, somewhere. You know, it's funny, they're different classes, but they all look a lot alike when they're coming at you at 40 or 50 or 90 miles an hour. The only one that I know for certain is the P2 car at Donnellan. I know that one without even having to think about it.
Yeah. I've been able to call a couple of these different classes at the runoffs. So I'm starting to be able to kind of pick them out. You see the high nose of the FE2s, the low nose of the single really taller cars. Those are your Formula Mazdas now in FX. And then, of course, you got sometimes the high, sometimes the low nose of the Atlantics, depending on which generation they are. But they're going to be much wider cars, probably the widest thing out here other than maybe the P2. So you kind of look for those widths. That's my own key. So anybody watching at home, trying to figure out, wait, was that an Atlantic or was that an FX?
Yeah.
FXs are narrow and tall. Atlantics are a little lower and wider.
Well, and yeah, they definitely have their own stature, those FX cars. And it's interesting that they're here because the Formula Mazda was pretty much extinct until SCCA brought this FX class back. There were a couple of them. You see them smattering across the country. A guy would come out and have fun with it every weekend. But now there's a legit place for these cars to come, and it's been really fun to kind of see this car revitalized.
Yeah. Oh, there's a big spin at the back of the exit of 6.
That car was smoking before it spun, I believe.
Oh, that's the 15 and FE2. That's Zerga. He was, I believe, your leader in FE2. Now he's off. True. Car's moving, but
maybe that was brake smoke.
The director just said if you look just at the entrance of 60, the car coming into the grass. I'm not sure who that is, but we've got a second car involved in all of this. Now back on track, coming through 6. That's one of our Formula Mazdas in FX.
Well, that was a definite schmozzle there.
And that might have been Speed, actually. That might have been Ashlyn Speed, the other car.
She's running down through the field, too.
Oh, wow. A lot of action big right there changes between them.
Mm-hmm. So that moves Brad Yake into second place in FX. It also puts Justin Upchurch into first place in FE2, so he has assumed the lead. Gray Fowler is in third place in FE2, and that moves Roy Hillenberg into a podium spot, all the way down in 11th place overall. He's now in third place in FE2. So one little incident, and everything gets shaken up here.
Yeah, how quick that just went there for Ashlyn, as well as the former leader there in FE2, Zerga. So they're back on track. We'll see if there's anything. I'm not sure if there was contact between them or what. By the time we caught it, they were all kind of spinning off in their general directions. But we'll see how that goes. What hasn't changed yet is Riveras out in front. Evans still in second. Moses Smith now up to third overall in the running order. And then you mentioned Brad Yake now into fourth and running order, second in FX.
15 laps to go here, and no more cars to call to the grid because this is our final race of the weekend. Up next for us on the Super Tour is 2 weeks from this weekend. Lefty and I will be doing our thing again from Thunder Hill in beautiful Northern California. So that should be fun as well. We hope you all join us there. If you're enjoying this weekend, subscribe, bang the like button, and I think I messed that one up somehow. Hit the bell too, so you know. Smash the like button. Bang it too. I don't care. Bang your drum, smash the like button. I don't care how you do it. Whatever you do, though, press it so you can find out more about what we do here on our Super Tour. 15 to go, Lefty, and Paul Rivera's is getting to the point where he can start going into cruise mode, right?
He kind of can. I'm sure he won't. As yesterday's race, we kind of thought that, and then he ended up setting fastest lap of the race as he took the checkered flag. So maybe he wants to get into that same sort of rhythm here and see if he can get down in the 12s like he was able to do yesterday. Now, you were talking about the revival here of FX being where the Formula Mazdas ended up, and suddenly they're all coming out to run. Also in FX are the different engines that the Formula Continental chassis can run, rather than the old Z-Techs. They can throw a Mazda in there. They can run those in FX, or I think they can run the FC trim with like a, I don't know if it's exactly if it's a restrictor or if it's even a change, but or maybe it's a spec tire they have to run there in those classes. So great way to bring them in, as well as there's a few other cars. The next generation Formula Mazdas, those Pro Mazdas, Star Mazdas, whatever they were, the later ones, I forget what they were called now. They're also in that group, as well as some other, one-off low horsepower Formula cars. They all come together. In fact, we had a couple of those at Indy runoffs 2 years ago. Big classes there, big class of VIR. Last year, a lot of different things mixed in. Very cool to see an opportunity to run these different chassis under one competition, and they race pretty well.
Yeah, and I also think the USF 2000 cars, maybe an older version of those cars might be part of that system as well. So, yeah, a real push to be able to bring a lot of other potential chassis into what we do here, and that's made for some really fun racing here in these Wings and Things races so far this year. Nice big fields.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun, and I do love these types of cars and classes. I think that they're just some of the most fun. I love a bit of downforce. I love the way these things drive. When I do my sim racing, I always prefer open wheel cars, a little bit of wing on them, because I love that harsh turn in, hold the downforce, carry it through the corner. I love that feeling, and I think sometimes they race well, especially if you can catch a little draft off the back of somebody and really pull down the straightaways. I think it makes for a lot of fun. And there's a good little battle going on with an FX sort of in between a couple FE2s.
Yeah, I
see
think
them coming over too here.
That's the Justin Upchurch Gray Fowler battle. There were 0.4 of a second difference between Upchurch and Fowler, and I think that might be Scott Fouch.
I think so.
As part of that as well. It could be Brad Yake, the second place car in FX. One of those two. And actually, there's 4 cars there.
I think it's all of the above.
Yeah, and Donnellan is right there behind in the Lola, just watching the whole thing. He's probably got the best place in the whole house to watch that battle.
Oh, he's opened up a bag of chips there in the passenger seat in his P2 car, just kind of watching what's happening in front of him as he's following Fouch in the Atlantic in front. But a great view of Yake, Upchurch, and Fowler mixing it up in front. And I think that's Yake now at the third, almost to be fourth in that running order. As this lap started, he was the front of this group. He's about to be near the back as they all are getting through.
And I got to give big props this weekend to our director, Zach. He has done a really great job of finding the battles that maybe you and I are blathering on and don't see the battle, but he's able to find those battles and get them on TV, and then we can look up and go, oh, wait, there's a battle, and we should start talking about it. So thank you to Zach. He's been our director for almost all of our Super Tours this year, and wonderful job by him. We can't thank him enough.
Makes our jobs a lot easier just to call what we see when he's the one showing the good stuff worth calling. Oh, there's a little bit past. That's the Atlantic. That is Fouch trying to get through the inside of Fowler.
Yeah, in theory, that Atlantic should be faster than those cars, but a lot of seemingly parity between classes that really shouldn't be parodied.
Yeah, and then Donnellan sort of another one. But again, the way this track is, there's no horsepower places to really lay it down. It's a lot of twisties and continuous flow type of corners. And the lighter cars, FE2s, and as well as the FX Formula Mazdas, are all sort of playing to that strength. making the Atlantics work harder, the P2s work harder to get through them.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think if you were at Road America or a longer track, this might be a very different scenario.
You go to Coda and you've got that long straightaway. It's a different feel.
Yeah, that Coda straightaway is also a long straightaway uphill. So unlike Road America, where they have one uphill straightaway in the front straight, but the back straight's downhill, and that can be some scary stuff going into turn 5. Coming up into our last 10 race laps of the weekend, and the hospitality here at Hallett has been fantastic. Everyone's been so good to us, and we want to thank everybody here from the local regions, as well as the national staff who's here with us every weekend, helping, giving us information to make you and me sound smarter than we are. We couldn't do it with all of them. Also, the corner workers who've been around here for the whole weekend, they've done a great job for us, and our EV crews to get us and stay as much green as possible. I think we've only had 2 full course yellows in all of the weekend. 2 race groups went, three now. 1 yesterday, 2 today, which is great. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that we're able to get these cars into safe places with the different cutouts and the wide open runoffs that we have here. So a lot of fun.
It really has been, and I just applaud these workers to be able to keep this all sorted out on track and the extra effort they've been putting in this weekend, corner to corner, communicating with the drivers and really controlling this race. And I'm watching, we had seen, speaking of them, there was a waving yellow, I believe, coming out of 2, coming out of that 2-3 complex. Didn't catch what it was for, but I'm waiting to find the second place of FE2 in Upchurch. I don't see him yet, and I'm wondering he may be part of that waving yellow that was down there.
Well, and I'm looking at the speed chart here, and he has now dropped to 9th place. So it might be him. Yeah, now he's dropped to 10th place. So he's definitely or he was off the racetrack, if he isn't still off the racetrack, and still dropping through the field. So now your FE2 race leader is Gray Fowler. Roy Hillenberg has moved into 2nd. Upchurch is still holding on to 3rd, but if he keeps dropping down, Steve Zerga, who's 4 laps down, might be able to still grab a podium spot here, depending as how long it takes, or if Justin Upchurch can get back into the hunt here.
Yeah, I think that maybe, I have a feeling he may have pulled off somewhere down there between turns 3 and 5. We know there's a couple exits down there. That's unfortunate for him, as he was doing so well in that FE2 battle. But that gives right now the lead, a pretty commanding one at that, to Gray Fowler in the FE2 cars. He's still running on the track with the Atlantic in front of him in Fouch and Donnell in there behind him. So they're still in a group, but each of those 3 separate cars are in 3 separate classes.
Right. So, and now I'm looking at it, and Steve Zergo was 4 laps down. You ask yourself, well, why would you go out and keep racing 4 laps down? Well, he's 4 laps down with 9 laps to go, and he is in 4th place, and it looks like the 3rd place car is off the track and not running. That's why you keep going when you're 4 laps down, because if this continues to play out, Steve Zerga is going to finish possibly on the podium here.
Yeah, we're going to have to see how that goes. I'm also seeing Donnellin. I'm wondering if he may, as the only P2 entry reaching past the halfway point, if he may have just pulled in, as he did not complete the lap. Everyone else kind of going around. The way he'd been managing the race, it kind of makes sense to just say, hey, I've qualified. I'm not out here to race or getting in anybody else's race, to go ahead and pull in.
Let's also keep an eye on Ashlyn Speed. She had that hiccup earlier, dropped way back. She is on it right now, folks, in 9th place, and she can still come up and grab the lead here, not to grab, but grab a podium position. And she's being helped because we've got a full course yellow right now. I'm not sure why. Let me see if I can find out.
As they're looking for the leader, but yeah,
maybe they're trying to go pick up Justin Upchurch wherever he ended up.
Could be. But with about 7 laps to go, we're going to go full course yellow, probably giving us maybe 4, or if we're lucky, 5 laps of green remaining, depending on how long this takes. As our director's looking for where that car might be.
Yeah. And I'm trying to listen to race control to see if I can get some info.
I said I was suspecting somewhere around this area. This is the turn 4, maybe between 3 and 4, or maybe down between 4 down in towards 6, as that where some of the waving yellows were earlier. But that's just a total guess at this point. Based on sector, Upchurch never finished his second sector, so that's what made me wonder if it's in that area of the track as well.
Not sure who is where, but the wrecker, well, actually, I know where they are. They're going to Station 4 with a wrecker. I haven't heard what car they're going to get at Station 4.
All right, well, this will pull things up together again one more time, which is going to bring, actually, Fouch up to the back of Smith. And because Moses had started this race up in the front, Fouch had started this race a little further back. He had been doing a great job for Fouch, pulling his way through all the FX and the FE2 cars. He's now going to find himself right on the gearbox of Moses Smith, his competitor. We're going to have a battle for second and third in FA.
It does look like that's the case. And this is also going to bunch up the field and give Ashlyn Speed a chance to get back up towards the podium here. She's going to have one car between her and Mark McGahee, who's in third place right now in FX. There's going to be one Formula Atlantic between, and we see now, we can't see what it is, but we do see where the wrecker is.
He's right there at the crest of the hill, probably in our other camera shot, probably just out of, yeah, there's the shot. It's just out, can't quite see it.
We will see it eventually. So 7 laps to go. I'm hearing all of the emergency workers.
Hopefully it's a quick pull.
So one of the cars they're trying to get is Steve Zerga in the 15 car. I'm not clear. It sounds like there's 2 incidents right now that they're trying to clear.
Possibly Upchurch the other, and
I would
Zerga.
think the other one would be Upchurch.
Could be. The 2 FE2 cars that have had their issues are both in the same sector, so if there's 2 cars, it could be them. Let's just hope it's quick, as we've got working lap at the end of 21 on the start of 22 for our race leader, Paul Riveras, which puts 5 and change laps remaining.
Well, and we always thought that because we've got the short track, we get a lot of racing in, but also that's a short track to go around a lot of laps under yellow, so.
Yeah. It does rack up a few of them, but the crew here, as you said earlier, they're pretty good about getting these cars cleared relatively quickly, and I'm sure as soon as it's cleared, you're going to see the lights go out on our pace car, and we'll get back underway. But let's just see how quickly, if they need 2 wreckers down there, there's a lot of good exit points and entrance points to the track from the infield, so they can get a couple of wreckers there on the scene and get those cars, those multiple scenes, I should say, and get those hopefully cleared away, as the lights are still on our safety car.
Yeah, there's a couple of places where they're trying to get things gotten together here. So our emergency workers are trying to work as quick as they can to get it cleaned up. We may end up, Lefty, with one of these green-white checker type situations. I hate to use that terminology, but we're marching towards that here.
Gonna be getting close. Hopefully they'll be able to get this. We get maybe a couple laps of green. At least the 2, maybe even a third, we'll see. As again, they're working lap 22, 5 laps to go. See how quickly. But I haven't seen any free range tires yet in this incident, like we did during yesterday's Spec Miata race, where the tires decided to go running across the track. Have not seen that, at least so far today.
Yes, there's the FE2 car. That was
the 15 of Zerga.
Yep.
And it looked like the nose may have gotten into a tire barrier. So This is all to the right of that last camera we were seeing. So we'll see if that's the last one they need to clean up, but the lights are still on, so we're at least going to get one more under the safety car. At least one more.
At least one more, yeah.
And I'm also curious, because the last start, Moses Smith really struggled. I'm not quite sure why. Ended up giving up a spot there at the time. I believe it was to Ashlyn Speed. Now he's got his competitor, Fouch, behind him. I'm going to be seeing, does Moses now have the right speed when we do go green coming off that last corner, because he's got a true class competitor in his mirrors. As you can see, the light's still on the safety car.
Yeah, we're really close to getting this thing back to green. The other car involved, or not involved, the other car they had to clear is car number 34 of Justin Upchurch. And they're waiting to get official word that that car is in a safe spot or off the track.
One of our corner workers out there just near the track, kind of monitoring it. Probably the best vantage point to see down the hills.
All right, so what we've heard is the 34 car was high-sided. They've been able to free it from the surly bonds of a curb, and it's back in action, but it's several laps down.
But that's great, though. That's awesome to be able to just kind of pop it off of its high center straddling and get it back going again. That's good. That also means that the incident should be cleared earlier rather than later because there's no hookup and tow required.
Right, but sometimes it's harder to get those cars freed when they're high-sided because you start tearing up the bottom of the race car, especially on these little light, low formula cars. But they were able to get it going, and he might have to go in and get the bottom of the car checked, but at least he's moving. And we should be able to go green this time by. That is my hope.
That looks like lights are out, if I got that right.
All right, here they come.
Yes.
Pace cars off the track. We're going to go with a 4 laps to go here once they cross the line. A track this short, this is practically a green-white checker, Lefty.
Yes, it is just about, and I'm watching that battle in FA. That's the two red Atlantics behind, in front of them. That's going to be fun to watch there. Where is Fowler, Fouch, and Smith?
Oh, there's a spinner right out in front of traffic. Oh, that was so close.
Good little save. But up in front, what is going on there is the front Rivars is pulling away. Evans, Smith, Fouch, Fowler all sort of bunched right now. That's not what Brock Evans wanted. Yeah, he looks like he has slipped behind now. Is that Smith or is that Fouch in front of him? Evans in the white Formula X, Formula Mazda.
Okay, we're back with 3.5 laps to go, and so much has happened it's been hard to keep track of. That yellow car that went off at turn 1 has just gotten passed again. Probably taking a moment to collect themselves if they realize how close they were when they came back on the racetrack.
Yeah.
And a couple more cars looked like they were about to make the pass on that car as well.
All right, so with 3 laps to go and they come around, Rivars is extending the lead again. I think it's either Smith or Fouch to second. Evans in the FX leader has moved back to third, but it might be Yake that's now moving up behind Evans for that FX battle. We'll see if that's the case once they come around timing and scoring. All right, so Moses Smith is the car you're seeing running second in the order. It's Evans third, Fouch, the other Atlantic, in fourth. And then you've got Fowler and Speed.
Ashland Speed made up 4 spots on the restart there to go from 4th place in FX to 2nd place in FX.
That's amazing, little bit of restart there for her. And Brad Yake, who had started second, we thought he was going to make a push to catch up to Evans. He's falling down the order quickly. He lost out in that whole mix.
Yeah.
But Ashland Speed's making up for it.
I'm pretty certain that was that yellow car that spun in turn 1. That Brad Yake car.
But what I did see was Moses Smith made a great restart. He still has Fouch back there trying to catch him, but he's got Evans, I think, still in between in that white Formula Mazda.
All right. I was just going to say, with 3 laps to go, I don't think that Ashland Speed has enough to be able to get around those 2 cars and get to Brock Evans here to vie for the win in FX. But what an impressive comeback from that situation earlier in the race to climb back into 2nd place.
Yeah, I agree there, but I'm kind of watching the rest of this group and seeing maybe Yake is on the recovery drive here through some of this field, trying to figure out who everybody is. Yeah, Yake has picked up a couple spots now, getting around Crabtree, Edwards, to now put himself 8th in the running order, but he's got to go with 5 seconds to get Ashland Speed, and there's somebody off at the exit of 1.
That's right, and I'm trying to see if that car's gotten back on the racetrack. Kind of tough to tell. But we will keep a close look at that as well. Now you've got a couple passes going here into turn 2. These drivers know that if they were going to get it done, now is the time they got to go to get it done.
Yeah, lap and a half to go. It is absolutely go time. Everyone's kind of getting mixed up in all these battles, but a lot of those in that group were all FX cars. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them are all the same type of car. So that's an all interclass battle, it looks like. If I got this right, that's Speed, McGahee, Yake, Crabtree is an FA car in there, and Edwards, another FX car. Then you got Addison and another FX car. So you got all these cars just bunched up, all within a couple of tenths of each other.
All right, the white flag is out for Paul Rivera's. 1 to go now as we get it done here in our final race of the weekend at Hallett. Rivera, Smith, Evans, and Fouch last time by. What's it going to be this time? We've got Rivera. Smith moves into second. Brock Evans is third. Scott Fouch is fourth. And Gray Fowler fifth overall. And Ashland Speed still holding on to second place. But Brad Yake is on the move. Yake, Crabtree, and Roy Hillen all moving up through the order. But Brad Yake's got to make up 7 seconds in the last lap to catch Ashland Speed. I don't really think anybody can make that happen if there's no problems with that number 27 car.
No, I agree with you. He's going to have that something else has to happen for him to get there. He's got the 4th place runner of Crabtree right behind him, though, when they came across stripe. We'll see if that changes when they come by. But they pulled themselves ahead of the Hillenberg, Edwards, and McGahee battle behind them, that FE2 and a couple of FX cars there. So a lot of that still yet to be decided, but it looks like the front of each class is starting to settle in, with Riveras, your race leader, getting close to seeing Checker to take this win.
Lots of Ashland Speed fans in the chat. Random X video actually predicted her moving up. Here comes your race winner. It's going to be Paul Riveras. And we're going to get a whole bunch more here as they come across line. Everything seems to be pretty well shook up here.
And Brock Evans takes the win in FX. He was in between Smith and Fouch in the FA cars, and then it looks like Gray Fowler takes the win in FE2. So crazy, crazy race, but man, that was a lot of fun.
Yep, and Paul Crabtree was able to grab 4th place from Brad Yake. He's in an FA car. I'm sorry. He was able to take 7th place overall, but I thought for a second that was an FX car taking up to get 3rd place. But after all of that, Brad Yake has made himself back up to the podium, and a good recovery for him as well.
Yeah, and for Hillenberg to get there in 2nd spot in FE2 as well, with all the action going on in the middle of all those crazy battles. So that in FE2s, it's Fowler and then Hillenberg 1-2.
All right, let's go through our finishing order for the final time this weekend. Your race winner and 1st place in Formula Atlantic is Paul Riveras. 2nd place in Atlantic is Moses Smith. And Scott Fouch will take the last step on the podium in Formula Atlantic. Let's move on to FX. Brock Evans, your race winner. 2nd place, Ashland Speed. And 3rd place is Brad Yake. Now to FE2, Gray Fowler, 13th place. Number 13. He is your winner of FE2. Next up, Roy Hillenberg will be 2nd. And 5 laps down is Justin Upchurch, but he's actually going to come in 3rd place, even though he had to sit out there for quite a few laps while I tried to get him freed from the curb there. Is that all? Oh, and P2, don't forget Jack Donnellan. He is your race winner in P2.
Yeah.
Well, we ended on a high note here. A lot of fun. A couple of quick full-course yellows here to bunch things up. Great job by the EV crews here to get things cleaned up as quick as possible so we could end this thing under green. Lefty, what a great weekend. Thank you for being here with me.
That was a lot of fun. This whole weekend was great. Hallett is just a fantastic circuit for racing. Beautiful track. Having Kent and Jesse joining us for a couple of their races this weekend was a lot of fun. Those guys did great. They could take our jobs. We're in trouble. But it was a lot of fun, Brian. I really enjoy this, and I'm looking forward to Thunder Hill in 2 weeks.
That's right. So for everyone who's watching at home, we're going to do this again at Thunder Hill. 3 days of race. So here's something you guys should know. The racing for the Super Tour is on Friday and Saturday at Thunder Hill with a special Western Shootout race on Sunday. And we're going to have 3 full days of race action from Thunder Hill. We're going to have all of the normal stuff that we do for the Super Tours on Friday and Saturday. And then we're also going to have the Western Shootout, which is going to be on a 5-mile track. Did you hear that, Lefty?
I did. All the track.
5 miles.
Going to be awesome. The full Thunder Hill we get to run.
Still trying to wrap myself. It's like going to Nürburgring or something. We're going to have a good time with that. So please join us for that. Get all the information from the SCCA official website. SCCA official YouTube channel. You can also find all of the links on the SCCA Facebook pages, and I also post them on several of the members pages as well. But you should have no excuse to find us. But the best way to find us is to click subscribe and like. So, Lefty, any final thoughts?
I just had an absolute great time. This facility put on a wonderful show. The folks here in the Oklahoma region, boy, they just do a great job. This whole race, the stewards, the corner workers, and these drivers just look, they had a lot of fun. It doesn't get any better than this. And I appreciate all the folks who watched and gave us great comments because it helps us also get some content. That was a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to doing it again.
All right, a big thank you to our director, Zach Johnson, our executive producer, Brendan Kazmarek, all the folks at SCCA National who help us do what we do, our partners at Hoosier Tires, Summit Racing, Haggerty, Hawk Performance, Tire Rack, Bravo Trailers, and Sunoco Race Fuels. We had a great time. We're going to do it again in 2 weeks. My voice is shot. It'll be back by the time I get to Thunder Hill, and I'll try not to kill it too bad next weekend at Buttonwillow, where I'm going to do it for Cal Club, and we will do it again. Everybody, thank you so much. Have yourself a great week. Drive home safely. And, of course, like I always say, go play with cars.